Guys, this is part 2 of Valhalla Saga. If you have watched, you can skip to 2 hours 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Good video. Love y'all. So it all starts with our boy who was at some championship. He's a big name in the gaming industry, and today was the day when he was about to win his third world title. He is standing there hyping himself up for the upcoming game, and the next thing you know, he is standing there in front of the army of these ugly dudes who are staring at him like he is some rare breed. Two of these warrior dudes notice him and start roasting the poor guy immediately. One's like, his name sounds weird, and the other's going off about his clothes and size, calling him a shrimp. But then things get really wild. One warrior realizes the guy next to him is literally the same dude who killed him. The other guy's staring like he's seeing a ghost, asking if it's really him. They're giving each other these intense death stares, and Taiho's thinking, oh great, I'm about to witness a murder. Their eyes are lighting up like we're about to get some epic anime showdown, but they start laughing their asses off instead. The dead guy's like, yo, I'm only here because of you, my eternal rival. The other one's like, dude, that fight was absolutely insane. Then Baldy asks if the guy died right after, and he explains how some kid with 5 braids jumped him and stabbed him in the gut while screaming, Dad. The man's laughing about it, saying the kid's going to be a strong warrior someday. The father's all proud like he already is. Meanwhile, Taiva's just standing completely lost in this testosterone-fueled reunion. That's when the story hits us with the flashback. Taiho had been in the tournament, literally 1 match away from his 3rd world championship. Everything's going perfect until he faceplants into his keyboard. Now he's wondering, did I actually die right there, or is this the weirdest fever dream in history? Suddenly some girl points at him and announces he's the champion who won countless duels. All the warriors turn and stare at his scrawny frame like, how the hell could this twig be the king of anything? Half these guys already want to test him just once to see what's up. Poor Taiho's completely out of his element and probably wishing he'd just stayed dead. He's blaming this girl for dragging him into whatever insanity this is. He remembers that exact moment when his face met the keyboard. There was some strange light, and then the mystery girl appeared. She starts going on about how people who die in glorious battles carry the soul of a true warrior. Taiva's like, wait, does that mean I'm actually dead? But instead of a straight answer, she just tells him to follow her. He asks if she's leading him to hell, a reasonable question, honestly, but before he can nope out of there, she grabs his hand, and they're flying through some tunnel of light, headed straight for Valhalla. Back in the present, Taiva's trying to process this madness. Valhalla, that legendary Norse mythology place where only the most baddest warriors go. He's thinking the girl clearly made a massive mistake, assuming he's some grand warrior just because he dominates at gaming. The way she's acting all innocent and convinced makes it pretty obvious. Taiva tries to explain that she's got it all wrong, he's not a warrior, just a professional gamer. But then she asks if by games he means duels. At this point, you can practically hear his brain short-circuiting. He lets out this defeated sigh and tells her to take him back, but before they can sort this mess out, a deafening horn shakes the entire place. The girl shouts that the enemy's here and everyone needs to get ready for battle. All the warriors' eyes light up, and in a second, these mofos are ready for war. And Taiho? Our boy is in pure panic mode. He is convinced that he is going to die twice in one day. Then the enemy shows up, and the warriors don't even hesitate. They charge in like complete maniacs, clashing with these creatures in the most intense free-for-all you've ever seen. Meanwhile, Taiva's on the sidelines shaking like a leaf, clutching a sword he has zero clue how to use. He's wondering, if I already died once, what happens if I die again? Do I get double dead? But fate's not waiting for him to figure it out. One of these massive beasts locks onto him. It attacks way too fast, and all Taiho can do is freeze. Just before the monster was about to flatline him, some warrior rushes in yelling for him to duck. The guy unleashes this brutal technique called Deep Rage or something equally metal and takes the beast down in one shot. Taiho is cowering with his hands over his ears. The warrior turns to him and asks if he knows what a saga is. Taiho, of course, has absolutely no clue what any of this means. The warrior laughs and starts explaining the whole deal to our confused gamer boy. He says being in Valhalla means Taiho did something extraordinary in life, and whatever you accomplish becomes your source of power here. The more legendary your achievements, the stronger you get. Taiho's looking at this guy like, dude, what feats? All I did was demolish bags of chips and destroy nudes in video games. But that memory hits him. Calcid, the immortal warrior from his favorite game. This character had an absolutely ridiculous list of epic conquests that would make even Thor jealous. As Taiva's thinking about his character, this weird light starts glowing around him. He thinks to himself, is that a system window? The warrior points and says Taiho's got his own saga now. Taiho looks forward and sees these glowing letters floating in the air like some kind of divine subtitle system. He squints at them, saying he can see the letters but can't read them clearly. Still confused as hell, he manages to make out a few words. Saga, the immortal warrior. Power 1%. Taiho starts walking, his mind absolutely spinning. That has to mean Calcid's power, as he thought that. His eyes light up with that classic gamer ambition. If I can use his power, I'll be the strongest one here. Then the warrior calls out, telling him to look ahead. Taiho follows his gaze and asks what's happening. That's when he sees a massive, absolutely terrifying creature holding a hammer that's literally bigger than Taiho is. The beast attacks immediately. Taivo tries to dodge but trips over his own feet, dropping his sword like a complete amateur. He scrambles up, sees the monster closing in, and thinks, no way, Karsted's power can't be this pathetic. The beast rears back for another hit, and Taivo glances at those floating letters again. There it is, that cursed 1% written so small it might as well be the fine print on some sketchy mobile game purchase. He shouts, "Why is this written so tiny? Is this some kind of joke? Couldn't it be bigger?" Before leaving, the warrior introduces himself. He says his name's Bjorn and tells Taiho to stay alive until they meet again, now that the big dude is gone. Taiho swallows hard, staring at this enormous thing. He glances sideways, his sword's on the ground, looking as helpless as he feels. But he thinks, fine, 1% is almost nothing, but it's still better than 0, right? Time to see if this works. He dashes for the weapon, thinking about how Karlstedt could solo hundreds of enemies without breaking a sweat. Even a tiny sliver of that power should be enough to not die horribly, right? Grabbing the sword with both hands, Taivo braces himself to face this walking nightmare. The monster swings its hammer again, but something clicks. Taivo moves way faster than before. He dives underneath the beast just in time, and as he rolls, memories of tournaments flash through his head. You can almost hear that crowd roaring his name. Then deep inside, Karlsted's image flickers like a flame catching wind. That's when his Sava truly activates, and man, it's like someone just plugged him into the Matrix. Something shifts completely and wild electric power surges through him like the storm, and in the next second, he's zapping through the battlefield and slices the monster's head in one clean sweep, and then goes straight to being his stupid self. He fell butt first on the battlefield, so now he is just sitting there thinking, so is this the sage Bjorn talked about? Our boy gets back up because he is sure that with the help of it, he'll survive for sure. The scene shifts to the great hall where all the warriors are gathered. There's this massive celebration going on, a feast in full swing with everyone having the time of their lives. Those two rivals from earlier are sitting side by side laughing like best friends. One says he survived the fight. The other grins, calling it just a warm-up. At another table, Taivo is sitting, complaining about the food. Bjorn explains that if Taivo wants better food, he'll have to rank up. This is just the hall for rookie warriors. Low rank means basic food, no frills. Taivo asks him if he too is a low-rank warrior. Bjorn laughs and tells him that he is here to just check up on him. Taivo exhales deeply and thanks him genuinely, saying if it weren't for him, he wouldn't be standing there breathing. Bjorn gives him this half smile and shakes his head, telling Taiho to relax and just try not to die next time. But before he can finish, Taiho asks what would happen if he actually did die here. Bor laughs again as he explains that anyone who dies in this place has their soul transferred to the Warrior of Steel, and once he becomes one, he'll no longer feel pain or hunger and will fight forever. Bjorn asks Taiho if that doesn't sound wonderful. Taiho freezes completely. To him, it sounds like the opposite of wonderful. The Iron Warrior sounds more like an eternal steel coffin than any kind of reward. He swallows hard, thinking, absolutely no way I'm dying here. Bjorn then switches topics. He tells him that soon his affiliation will be determined. Taivo asks what that means, and Bor explains every warrior gets sorted into teams, and that's about to happen right now. Right then, a thick blonde girl walks in decked in full body armor. She stands proudly and announces she witnessed their performance, and now each of them will be assigned to a legion. Taiho asks Bjorn if that girl is a Valkyrie. Bjorn nods, saying her name's Reginleif, the daughter of Odin himself. Hagen lifts her sword dramatically and tells them all to look into their goblets. Says the name they see will be the one they're meant to follow. Taiho stares into his cup, looking completely confused. Bjorn explains they'll each be placed under the command of one of the gods of Asgard, and whichever god leads their unit will grant them extra power. Taiho once again turns to the goblet, thinking how the only two Norse gods he knows are Odin and Thor, so if he has to get stuck with someone, they better be powerful. When Taivo finally sees the image appear, his hope absolutely crumbles. It's a girl. Beautiful, sure, but not at all what he was expecting. He's probably thinking, where's my Thor? Where's my Odin? What is this? Scene shifts, and now Taiho is sitting in this tiny boat sailing down some quiet river. The girl's rowing calmly while Taiho looks ready to have a complete meltdown. He is thinking, they said these were teams of gods, so how the hell am I alone here? The girl notices his sour expression and asks curiously why he's been acting weird since they started. But before he can spiral into more self-pity, she cuts in again. She tells him their team has strengths that could rival any other. Even with his massive doubts, Taiho starts wondering if that might actually be true. She goes on saying no one above them can interfere and no one below them can cause problems. This place is paradise. In the next moment, our boy is back in the hall. He is staring down at his goblet with the name Ivan written on it, while everyone else is cheering at names like Odin and Thor. He was literally the only one who got a name nobody else recognized. Bjorn's reaction back then didn't help either. He tried to be supportive and told him to stay strong. As the ceremony continued, each team leader called out the names of warriors joining their ranks. Lines of warriors formed everywhere. Taiho just stood there unsure who was supposed to lead this Idun team he'd apparently been assigned to. Then he saw the red-haired girl sitting in a far corner. This was the leader of the Idun team. Not knowing what else to do, Taiho approached her. When he said he was joining her team, she looked completely stunned. She said he was the first rookie to show up in a very long time. She added they hadn't had anyone new or young in years. While there was only one thought going through Taiho's mind, "You're way too close for comfort, lady." She then introduced herself as Helda. Back in the present on this boat, Helda's staring at Taiho, clearly trying to figure out what's going through his head. Finally, Taiho breaks the silence, asking what exactly they're fighting to protect and why. Helda pulls out a map. She points, saying their current location is Asgard, and beyond that, past the lands ahead, is Muspel. She explains Muspel is home to giants, dark gods, and demons. Taiho points at this red spot on the map, asking what that place is. Helda follows his finger, saying it's Aaron, a land that's been completely destroyed. She continues explaining their team is on the front lines because of this. They're up against an enemy that wants to destroy the entire world. Taiho looks at the map, thinking hard. Something about it reminds him of a game he's played. He asks if this whole thing is Ragnarok. Helda nods, confirming it. She says while the fight is to protect the world, deep down they're mostly just fighting to survive. Taiho finds himself wondering if there's a way to move between worlds. Just a tiny sliver of hope that maybe he could find a path back home to his gaming setup and normal life. But before he can ask more, Helda announces they've arrived. Taiho looks at the giant door while Helda says it's the temple of their goddess. And now as her warrior, Taiho should show his respect. They enter the temple. Taiho's eyes scan the immense structure, clearly impressed despite everything. He asks if he's going to meet the goddess in person. Helda laughs softly, saying of course not meeting the goddess face-to-face is impossible. She tells him he'll meet her, but only from a distance. At the end of the hall stands this majestic statue of the goddess. On the ground there's a circle engraved with the image of a tree that catches his attention. Helda hands him a golden apple, telling him to approach the altar and offer it. Taiho takes the apple, walks up to the tree symbol, and hesitates briefly. Then he just tosses the apple forward, thinking, I have no clue what's about to happen. As the apple hits the ground, the circle and tree light up in this radiant glow so blinding. Taiho has to shield his eyes. Everything around him shifts. The statue comes to life. Her voice echoes through the temple as she greets Taiho as her new warrior. When he opens his eyes, that tree carved into the ground is now real, golden, vibrant, and alive. Taiho immediately kneels in front of her. The goddess smiles, saying, just as water flows downward, the human body expresses its deepest reverence through kneeling. Then she places her hand on his head, saying he'll receive a blessing. Golden light pours from her hand, enveloping Taiho completely. He feels this overwhelming energy fill his entire body. In that moment, he receives the mark of the guardian of life and youth. Taiho realizes his whole body is glowing. He feels strength blooming inside him, and suddenly he says that all the chronic pain he carried from his pro-gaming days, his back, hips, neck, and digestion issues, are all gone. Once the bestowment ends, the goddess smiles and tells Taiho that she is eager to see what feats he'll achieve. Taiho opens his eyes and he is back in the real world. Helda appears beside him, helping him up, telling him he's been officially blessed by the goddess. She explains that Dun is the goddess of immortality and youth. With her mark, Taiho will be able to endure even the deadliest pain in battle. No matter how brutal things get, he's got divine protection now. But our boy didn't hear any of that. He was thinking to himself how the goddess looked way too perfect for his taste. Helda continues explaining that now he's got the blessing of life, there's no real risk of dying anymore. In fact, the longer time passes, the stronger his blessings become. She laughs, adding that's why people call their team the zombie team. Taiho raises an eyebrow and quickly asks, if I defeated all the enemies, would there be a way to return to my world? As she was helping him up, she told him that if the war ended the way he's imagining, if they actually won, then maybe it would be possible. Since this was probably the first time he touched a girl's hand, he naturally skipped normal thoughts and went straight into delusion mode. He's out here imagining a future where he is married to Helda and they're living together in some peaceful home. After a long day, he'd come back and there she'd be waiting for him in the kitchen like some kind of domestic goddess. In his daydream, Helda's smiling sweetly as she feeds him with her own hands. But reality hits the moment he bites into the food. It has the texture of a used boot sole as our boy wakes up from his dream. Helda looks at him concerned, asking if he's okay and whether the meat's too tough. Before he can reply, she tries reassuring him, saying things will improve soon if they work hard and climb the ranks. Everything gets better. But our boy just went through the reality suck and drifts again into his dream world, picturing Helda encouraging him to be patient while holding their baby beside some calm river. Then reality smacks him again. A system notification pops up warning that his illusions have reached a critical level. The next day, Helda decides to go over everything again just to make sure that this dumbass actually got any of it. She explains that every time he defeats an enemy, he earns something called runes. Taiho asks if it is that red energy that he had felt when he defeated those monsters earlier. Helda nods, saying that thanks to that battle, he must already have some runes saved up. She then explains that he can spend them to unlock new skills and grow stronger, increasing physical strength, mental strength, endurance, agility, and mana. He asks what mental strength and mana are supposed to do. Helda explains that mana enhances magical offense and defense, while mental strength increases his focus and resistance to psychic attacks. Taiho then asks if mana can also be used to empower his saga. Helda tells him sagas are special, their strength doesn't just grow through action, but also through belief. Specifically, how many people know the story and believe in it. She says sometimes sagas can grow so powerful they bend reality itself. She then adds that lower rank warriors typically tend to have simple sagas, boosts to speed or strength. But legendary sagas, those can create weapons from nothing, shift the warrior's form, or even summon entire armies. Then she locks eyes with Taiho and tells him he needs to remember something. The power of his saga and how far it can go depends entirely on him, as she said that he remembers the saga of the legendary brave knight Kelstead. Just then, he heard the sound of a massive bell. Helda knew what it meant, so she rose instantly and told Kai that it was a call to battle. Taiho was surprised with how sudden it was and asked if it's really starting already. At that moment, this strange portal appears before them. Scene shifts and Taiho's wearing new armor with a shield strapped to his back. Helda stands beside him, adjusting the last parts of his uniform, and this bastard was still grinning like an idiot with just a touch as he was ready to enter the portal. Helda told him to take care and not to die. Taiho smiled and said, "Didn't you say it was hard to die? So wish me luck," and he stepped through the portal. As he entered the world beyond, the first thing he saw left him speechless. The whole place was filled with people, and as a certified introvert, I can say for sure that it's never a pleasant sight. Suddenly someone smacks his shield. He turns around in shock and sees Bjorn laughing, saying they'd met again and that Taiho looks way better now. Then grinning, he asks if Taiho's Valkyrie is pretty. He laughs even harder, adding that honestly all Valkyries are pretty, aren't they? Before Taiho can answer, Bjorn grabs his shield and gives him a gentle shove toward the formation, telling him to get moving and informing him that today's battle will be different, as they'll have a commander this time. All of the warriors then stood in line while our boy stood there alone like a fool. The commander asked if Taiho was the Idun's warrior before ordering him to go to the back of the line. Without wasting any time, he introduced himself to the Legion. This dude was Ragnar from the Heimdall's Legion. He told the army that today their task would be to recover the territory they lost to the Gnolls and open the gate, declaring like always that he'll lead from the front, and the army was more than happy to die following this man. In a blink, they're in a snowy field. Taiho spots a monster on the hill, but before he can warn anyone, it leaps down, tearing through everything. This beast is no ordinary mob, it's the boss, White Fang. Ragnar shouts for the charge, but the monster nearly wipes them out in one swing, and Taiho's standing there cursing whatever bastard opened that damn portal. So everything goes dead silent, and Taiho's staring down White Fang with that massive hammer, thinking, this is it, game over, man. But he's trying to keep his cool, telling himself it's just like fighting a boss in a video game. He realizes that the hammer's going to turn him into paste if it connects even once. He looks at his little shield and goes, yeah, this isn't going to do jack, and just tosses it aside. He dumps his 5 runes into agility, and suddenly his senses are heightened. When that hammer comes crashing down, Taiho slips out of the way. The wind from that thing grazes his skin, but he's still breathing. All the other warriors are losing their minds cheering because finally someone didn't get launched into next week. But Taiho realizes dodging is not going to win this fight. Some voice yells for everyone to attack White Fang's legs and bring him down. But one swing with that hammer and the warrior goes flying in the sky, and without wasting any time, White Fang raises that hammer again. That's when Taiho goes, screw it. Only one thing left to do. He activates this move called Warrior's Mission, the storm that gives him crazy speed. But instead of just running around, he launches himself into the air. Mid-air, he's thinking about Helda telling him not to die and how he's got to survive this mess. Then he gets annoyed at the narrator for making his life sound like a tragedy and basically tells the story to cut it out with the death flags. He pushes his storm ability further than ever before and channels all that speed into his feet for one massive strike, and everything that followed was a blur for him. He gets back up, wondering if he's even still alive, when he sees his sword buried deep in White Fang's eye. Taiho realizes that it's the only opportunity to end him, but the problem is that he doesn't have a weapon. He activates his new ability. The Sword of the Warrior summons a new sword for him. He leaps into the air and brings down the boss. Cut to some cosmic lady named Rasgrid standing on what looks like the edge of space manipulating a chessboard. A raven shows up and she's like, we won, thinking she's talking to Odin, but it's actually Hugin, Odin's messenger bird. It asked him if there was someone impressive in the new batch of warriors, but the dude was ready to be disappointed since all of them were low rank. She admits one warrior impressed her, the guy who fought the beast. Back on the battlefield, Tyler's standing over White Fang's corpse holding his sword while everyone's going nuts chanting Odin's name. The whole scene reminds him of winning gaming tournaments with all the cheering and applause. Then he looks at his weapon and gets chills. It's the exact same sword from the game he knows. Used to be rare and became common and weak. He decides he wants to keep hearing those cheers and get stronger. Raises his sword to salute the warriors when Jorn puts a hand on his shoulder. Tells him he did great and that evolving his saga mid-fight isn't something to take lightly. Taiho thanks him, saying it was only possible because of Bjorn and Helda's help. Bjorn's impressed that Taiho can summon a sword from thin air now. Taiho laughs, saying it's new for him too, but he can make it appear and disappear at will now. At this point, our boy was completely spent and wanted to head back, but Bjorn dropped the bad news and told him that they're not going home. Points to a fortress in the distance and says that's their next target. They're camping here until they take it. Later that night, Taiho collapses in his tent. Completely drained, he can't believe everything that happened in just one day. He's staring at his hands, thinking about what Bjorn taught him regarding sensing his saga. Opens his system window and sees that synchronization has gone up to 5%. He's getting stronger for sure. He's got 2 saga slots now and wonders if he can combine them. While he's thinking about it, some warrior bursts into his tent with this weird smile, saying someone's looking for him. Taivo steps outside and sees all the warriors gathered around, every single one grinning at him with that same strange expression. He asks them what it's all about when he sees Helda chilling around the bonfire, and he is all shy just by looking at her. The scene shifts to 5 minutes ago, and Helda is sitting on the ground crying her eyes out and apologizing to our boy. She then asks him if he can show her his sagas. As she looks at the list, she panics even more because the list is filled with one ridiculous achievement after the other. The girl is sobbing about how arrogant she was and how she never realized he was this powerful hero. Meanwhile, Taiva's trying to calm her down, but she keeps the waterworks going, begging for forgiveness because she called him a rookie. And Taiva's just standing there thinking, she's ridiculously cute like this. Well, I agree, dude. Seeing her freaking out like this, Taiva decides to tell her everything and explains that he accomplished all of these things in the virtual world. Helda gasps so loud probably half the camp heard her going. All of that was in a game. Taiho confirms it was all in a virtual world, not real life. She thinks about it and says she sort of gets it, but adds that he still did all those things, so it's still incredible to her. Then Taiho starts having this whole internal debate about whether esports should count as real sports and imagining everyone wanting to be gamers to dodge military service. Dude's brain just went on a whole tangent about societal collapse through competitive gaming. Helda snaps him back to reality. Talking about sagas, she says usually there's no limit, but in his current state, he can only have one more saga. Taiva's got options, and he's thinking hard about what to pick. Could go offensive, but then he's like, nah, that's not what I need right now. Instead, he goes for dragon eyes because apparently he wants to see everything. His eyes start glowing blue and lets out this massive yell that startles Helda. He starts testing his new vision and says everything's way sharper now, but almost killed him in the process. Helda tells him to rest and prepares to leave, but before she goes, she hugs him and says having someone like him on the team is incredible luck. Poor Taivo is so shocked by the hug, he thinks the tent roof might blow off. After she leaves, some guy named Rolf from Team Ollers shows up to escort Taiho to a gathering. Taivo's wearing a helmet now for some reason, probably trying to hide his glowing dragon eyes or something. This Rolf guy explains he's from a merged unit and everyone needs to gather at Siri's base. Taivo activates his dragon eyes to check this guy out and confirms his identity, plus learns he's called the Wolf Hunter. But apparently his new vision shows him more than he bargained for. He freaks out and quickly looks away. As they're walking, Rolf's going on about how he envies Taiho for getting visited by a Valkyrie. Says if it was him, he'd be bragging to everyone. Taiho's feeling pretty smug about it, thinking it's like a celebrity visit. Then he asks about Team Ollers benefits, and Rolf explains they get to choose between invisibility and target tracking. Shows off by going invisible right in front of Taiho and then reappearing. They get to the new camp and Taiho meets the unit leader, who turns out to be a thick blue-haired woman apparently rare in Valhalla since the only other women he's met were Valkyries. This leader's got some serious energy radiating off her that makes Taiho realize she's way stronger than any warrior he's encountered. Her title is the Manhunter. Then this light appears in the sky and everyone thinks it's another Valkyrie, but surprise is for Skrid again. Taiho recognizes her and uses his dragon eyes to see she serves under Odin with the title Ice Princess. Reskrid takes charge and announces Commander Reynos is dead, so his unit gets merged with Ceres. She then whips out a scroll and starts distributing the rewards. Since our boy was the one who killed that thing, he got everything. Gold coins, a rune, and team points. He's trying to keep a straight face, but inside he's doing victory dances, thinking he's going to be a living legend. But then he hears the other warriors whispering and thinks they're praising his victory. Nope, they're all talking about how lucky he is that Helda visited him. Seriously? Dude defeats a giant monster and saves everyone, but all they care about is his visitor. Reskrid shuts everyone up and announces tomorrow they will be capturing the fortress, and the strategy for that is simple. They'll be using steel rains. As she said that, everyone cheered like she had announced free feasts for everyone. Taiho tries to match the hype but has no clue what steel rain even means. He turns to ask Rolf, who honestly admits he has no idea either. So the next day, Reskrid's flying around the battlefield and gives the signal to start the attack. Warriors charge toward the fortress like a zombie horde but with better coordination. The enemy spots them coming and out pops another giant monster. This one's called Red Eyes. While everyone's clashing, Ceres starts explaining Rosgrid's master plan. The main army will distract the enemy at the front gates while her unit scales the walls, infiltrates the control rooms, and opens up the fortress from the inside. She mentions they'll use steel rain to breach the walls, and Rolf gets all hyped, talking like he knows exactly what that means. But Taiho's given him the side-eye because he knows this dude has no clue what steel rain is either. Taiho's still wondering if it's some kind of teleportation spell or magic attack. Cut to Taiho sitting inside what looks like a giant beer barrel. Finally, it dawns on him what steel rain means. They're literally getting launched in metal barrels toward the fortress walls like human cannonballs. Rolf asks if he's excited, and Taiho's like, "Are you kidding me, dude? What's there to be excited about?" Other warriors around him are cheering and yelling stuff like, "I'm going to Valhalla," and Taiho's probably thinking, "Aren't we already in Valhalla? Did you guys miss orientation day?" The horn sounds and their barrel starts moving. These things get loaded into massive cannons. Inside the barrels, it's a mixed bag. Some warriors are screaming in terror, while others are having the time of their lives, already pumped for battle. The barrels crash through the walls and everyone stumbles out looking like they just survived a car accident. People complaining about back pain, bitten tongues, and general "why did I sign up for this?" vibes. Taiho's just grateful to still be breathing. Siri shows up, warning them to get ready because company's coming. They look ahead and see this massive creature with huge claws surrounded by giant insects moving in perfect formation. Siri explains these bugs work in groups of 5, and if you take out the leader, the rest get confused. Someone asks how to tell the leaders apart since they all look identical. That's when Taiho remembers his shiny new Dragon Eyes ability, activates his enhanced vision, spots the boss bug, and points it out to Siri. She wastes no time going straight for the target while Taiho starts calling out other leaders by whatever traits. You can see the fast one, the handsome one, the famous one. Guys basically turned into a living strategy guide. With each leader down, the remaining bugs start retreating. But then another horn sounds, and it is time for the next wave. Siri splits the team. She'll hold the front with her group while Rolf takes a team to the control rooms. Before they leave, she tells Rolf to bring Taiho along and looks right at him, saying she's counting on him. Rolf's group is just 4 people, and 3 of them can turn invisible. Taiho can't do that trick yet, so Rolf tells him to stick close. They sneak away from the main battle, and Rolf says he knows a secret route. He puts his hand on some stone and a hidden passage opens up. They head into this dark tunnel with Rolf lighting the way with a torch. Then Taiho walks face first into massive spiderwebs and starts freaking out, ripping threads off his face. Looking around, he realizes this corridor hasn't been used in forever, but they continued to head inside anyways. So the group keeps moving, but Taiho's lagging behind, while this massive spider is just chilling on the ceiling, watching them like their dinner. Rolf tells everyone to be careful, and they're all trying to step quietly when suddenly there's this creepy chittering sound getting closer. Taiho looks up just in time to see the spider grab one of the warriors with its fangs and yank him right off the ground. Taiho shouts a warning, but everyone's already frozen watching this thing chow down on their buddy. Rolf's weirdly calm about it, commenting on how strange and big the spider is. Says the thing must have been starving to eat someone that fast and goes, well, he's done for. Taiho activates his dragon eyes and realizes they're in deep trouble. There's not just one spider. There are dozens crawling in from everywhere. He tells Rolf they're surrounded. The spiders start closing in and Taiho's forcing himself to stay focused. He scans them with his ability and figures out they paralyze prey with venom, but also spots their weakness. He activates some runic fang effect that sets his sword on fire and slashes at the ceiling, torching all the webs and spiders in one go. He yells for everyone to run, and they don't need to be told twice. While they're sprinting, Rolf asks if Taiho's some kind of mage. Another warrior's worried about leaving the sword behind, but Taiho casually says he'll just make another one. Using his dragon eyes, Taiho leads them through the tunnels until they find a door. Rolf says this is it and rushes them inside. Taiho goes first, then another warrior, but the last guy hesitates and a spider slips through. Now it's 3 against 1 spider in close quarters. Rolf and the other guy wrestle the door shut while Taiho draws a new sword and takes care of the spider with one clean hit. Everyone's gasping for breath like they just ran a marathon. Taiho asks if this is really the control room and they head to the center. Rolf confirms it's the emergency control chamber. Makes sense, it was so hard to reach since being super secret means no guards. Rolf pulls out this circular key and sticks it in the main device, saying they need to open the gate to save their troops. The key activates and this blinding light bursts out with a mechanical voice going, "Emergency control key recognized." Then some girl descends from above, calling herself Black Caster, asking how she can help. Rolf and the other warrior just stand there drooling while Taiho's like, "Weren't we in a hurry literally 5 seconds ago?" He tells Rolf to snap out of it and actually talk to the AI girl. Rolf asks her to open the fortress gate, but she starts opening the wrong door behind them instead. After correcting her, Rolf declares mission success and suggests they hang out and chat with the girl while waiting for their army to take the fortress. Just then, the AI girl warns them that someone's coming. Something massive is approaching and Taiho's terrified, wondering how anything could break through that thick metal door. Rolf points out there were tons of spiders outside, but Taiho realizes whatever this is has already killed them all. The door explodes open and Red Eyes storms in looking absolutely furious. This beast is growling threats, saying he's going to wipe them out right here. The trio freezes up because when a giant monster crashes your party, that tends to happen. Taiho activates his warrior sword saga and charges, thinking of Helda. Rolf and the other warrior follow, but Red Eyes is way too fast. spins his hammer with crazy speed and absolutely demolishes the warrior next to Taiho, launching him into the wall so hard it cracks the stone. The monster's confused, asking where the little one went when Taiho comes diving down from above using his Storm Saga with a blade aimed at Red Eye's skull. But the beast sees him coming, drops the hammer, and unleashes his claws. Taiho realizes too late this was a trap. Red Eyes was waiting for exactly this move. Mid-air, the creature catches him and delivers what can only be described as a tombstone piledriver straight into the ground. Rolf screaming in horror as the floor craters and Taiho just lies there motionless. The next thing you know, Taiho is floating in the sky, wondering what this weird feeling is, and when he opens his eyes, he sees a blinding light. He thinks this is death, then he sees that the red eye is about to stun him and he thinks, now I'm really going to die. Meanwhile, Rolfie's standing there with his bow drawn and fires this flaming arrow that wraps around the monster. The monster screams as fire eats its skin while Rolfie yells at Taiho to hang in there. The monster spins around absolutely furious and swears it's going to kill that annoying fly. For a second, it's looking back and forth between Rolfie and Taiho like it can't decide who to murder first, and that's all the time Taiho needs to play dead. He's lying there thinking if he moves even muscle he's toast, so he stays perfectly still, so the monster decides to ignore the motionless guy and charges at Rolfie, who's getting ready to go down fighting. While Taiho's still on the ground, he feels this fire in his whole body and everything hurts, but something inside him is roaring that he's still breathing. He gets up and Red Eyes doesn't even notice. Taiho ignores all the pain and reactivates his storm power, then flashes forward and slices the monster's manhood clean off. Seeing this, even Rolf went, "Yo dude, this is a bit much," and told him to end that poor dude's suffering. Taiho walks over slowly and apologizes before activating his warrior sword saga, but then something crazy happens inside him. His hands start glowing and his massive metal hammer appears while the system cheerfully announces he's unlocked a new saga called Skull Crusher. Taiho slams the hammer down so hard it shakes the entire room. Rolfie and the third warrior rush over and the warrior is screaming with excitement that Taiho actually did it and Indu has won. Rolfie's staring at Taiho like his brain is still processing what just happened when another notification pops up saying Taiho leveled up and his costed sync is at 7%. Then they hear the report that the Black Fortress has been captured and Valhalla won. Rolfie and the others grab Taiho in this massive group hub while yelling that the war is over. So the legendary Red Eyes, who was the enemy army's final boss, gets taken down by the kid nobody expected anything from. Cut to the battlefield where some warrior named Brack is holding up the head of the last boss monster, and with that, this siege had come to a successful end. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Raven was watching everything, seeing the Brack dude in action. He wonders why Reskrid seems way more interested in our boy. Back at the celebration, Rolfie's carrying Taiho on his shoulders while warriors shout his name because the nobody kid just did the impossible. A Valkyrie shows up announcing it's time to celebrate, and everyone goes wild because brutal eras are officially over. Taiho steps away from the crowd and stares up at the sky when Rolfie asks if he's okay. Taiho says that he's in serious pain and Rolfie says he's lucky to be alive since he looked pretty dead lying there motionless. Before Taiho can respond, Siri shows up with a smile, asking if they'll accept a drink from her, and Rolfie doesn't hesitate for a second, saying it would be an honor and he's always wanted to drink with her. Taiho thinks it's a smooth move trying to flirt in broad daylight, but that more warriors crowd around, all wanting drinks with Siri too. She opens a barrel and starts pouring while shouting a toast to Valhalla. On the other side of the party, Rolf's got a whole crowd gathered around him retelling the entire battle like he's doing play-by-play commentary, going into every detail of the spider fight, the chaos, and most importantly, Taiho's war crime against the Red Eyes family jewels, as he said. Every dude in the room collectively felt the pain that poor bastard went through while our nutcracker of Valhalla was just watching from the sidelines. His attention keeps drifting to Siri, who's laughing and looking totally carefree. He's thinking, she really does know how to smile like that. The party gets wilder with references flying around that nobody understands. Then the dwarves start acting weird, which is saying something since they were already drunk. That's when Reskrid shows up, telling Taiho he's got a visitor. It's the beautiful Helda, and the warriors immediately start cheering and making comments. As Taiho and Helda walk off together, everyone's shouting stuff like, "Make the most of it, kid," and we're jealous. The dwarves try to keep the party going, but Reskrid shuts it down, telling everyone to get some sleep because they got an important mission in the morning. Cut to dawn and all the warriors are assembled. Taiho looks like he got hit by a truck, yawning like he didn't sleep at all. Naturally, this makes him a prime target for interrogation. Rolf asks if he enjoyed himself last night with wide eyes. Another warrior wants to know if it was an all-nighter. The third guy's grinning, asking, "So did you have fun, boy?" Taiho's clearly embarrassed, gives this sheepish smile, and says he can't talk about it, it's a secret. Before the teasing can get worse, Siri arrives for the mission briefing. She explains today's mission is special. They're hitting the eastern side of the Black Fortress, specifically some old dwarven mines. When enemies took the fortress, the dwarves sealed the mines and went into hiding. Nobody's heard from them since, so the mission is to investigate and assess the situation. Taivo asks Rolf if dwarves are like the grumpy warriors from games. Rolf says dwarves never say no to a drink, then adds with a straight face that he hasn't had a drink in ages despite literally drinking the night before. Then he mentions dwarves are so manly, even the women have beards. Taivo's thinking, thanks for that info, not interested. Reskrid mentions they'll use special transport called Black Lightning to get there, and everyone's faces turn to pure dread. Flashback to the previous night in Taivo's tent where Helda calls him for a private talk. She gives him this special necklace called the Apple of Gold pendant that enhances healing speed and gives him a fragment of a golden apple with incredible properties. It heals wounds, neutralizes toxins, and breaks curses. She kisses his forehead and blesses him in the name of Idun. Back to the present, Taivo's buried in snow in front of the massive black fortress. He pushes himself out, looking irritated, rumbling that he knew this trip wouldn't be normal, but being launched like a corpse in a coffin was too much. Looking around, he sees his teammates sprawled in the snow, not moving, and wonders if they're dead. Then he remembers Helva's necklace must be why he's still standing. The thing's stronger than he thought. The group reassembles at the fortress entrance and heads inside. The place is dark and forbidding. Someone comments that dwarves must really hate sunlight. Ciri announces that they're warriors of Valhalla sent by Valkyrie Riskrid. The air feels heavy, like it's holding centuries of silence and sorrow. Taivo activates his dragon eyes to scan the area and warns something's wrong. There are movements, lots of figures above them. Ciri reacts instantly, ordering everyone to raise shields just as arrows rain down from above. The warriors shield themselves as best they can. Then Taiho looks. This can't be right. They're dwarves, but they're undead zombies. The group freezes and Rolf mutters, zombies? Why the hell are there zombies here? The only explanation is the dwarves didn't survive and got turned into the undead somehow. Rolf asks Taiho if he's sure about what he's seeing. Taiho confirms it with his saga active. He can see them clearly, even in the darkness. He starts listing off their weird names like Ghost Dwarf of Cinema, Ghost Dwarf Rapper, and Lord Vocal Ghost Dwarf. Man, these zombie dwarves have the most random titles ever. But there's no time to process the absurdity because one of the zombie dwarves had drawn their bows once again. Ciri yells for them to hold formation and not let any gaps form. Someone shouts that their shields are breaking and won't hold much longer. More zombie dwarves appear on the higher levels, ready to rain more arrows down on them. Things are looking pretty grim when suddenly a different dwarf shows up. This one's actually alive and holding what looks like a homemade Molotov cocktail. He throws it and creates this wall of fire that blocks the zombies' sight and stops the arrow barrage. He tells them to follow him, and without thinking twice, the group obeys. They slip through this narrow shaft, with Rolf getting stuck because of course he does, but he manages to wiggle through. Taivo comes last, and when they finally catch their breath, they're looking at this vast underground area that's eerie as hell. The living dwarf starts explaining what's going on. Everything they saw up there is the work of a vampire who showed up at sunrise. He explains the obvious. If a vampire kills or bites you, you become a zombie. He describes this creature as enormous with gray skin, a bald head, and eyes black as night, and adds that dude is more of a physical powerhouse than a magic user. Ciri asks if he's out for revenge because if so, they should regroup first. But the dwarf says it's not just about revenge, it's something much bigger. Recently in the mines, they discovered something called ulti. Everyone's stunned, and Rolf asks what that is. The dwarf explains it's the metal of the gods, the strongest material in existence that amplifies rune powers and absolutely cannot fall into enemy hands. Someone says he already knew that and confirms it's legendary stuff. When Rolf asks for an example, the dwarf goes, Thor's hammer was made with ulti. He points to the fortress, saying at the top sits the sacred anvil where the vampire is most likely hiding. The dwarf explains that UNT can only be refined by the starlight and moonlight. Taivo asks how they would get any light when they live underground. The draft explains that the top of the tower is connected to the surface and a part of the ceiling can be opened. Taivo thinks this information could change everything, and since it was noon, the weakest hour for the vampire, they push into the fortress. They barely got past the entrance when a horde of zombies were chilling, playing poker, and drinking their undead minds out. But as soon as they saw them, the shit got real and the undead swarmed them. Ciri's commanding from the front while the dwarves use wind manipulation to create tornadoes that launch the undead into the air. Meanwhile, the demolition expert dwarf is using his cannon to blast open a path. Taiho, Ciri, and Rolf advance toward the room with the sacred anvil. As soon as they cross the main gate, everything goes eerily silent. Taivo comments that everything seems way too easy. Taivo points to the ceiling above the anvil. A shadowy figure is watching them. The vampire was already there waiting. Taivo examines the creature and mutters it's smaller than the other monsters, but before he can finish that thought, something horrifying happens. In a blink, the vampire shreds through two warriors who are getting their arrows ready. Blood sprays across the stone floor and Taivo freezes in terror. He tries to move, but the vampire appears right beside him, speaking in this cruel voice, demanding to know how they entered and claiming the treasure is his. Yeah, so much for the vampire's weakest hour theory. The vampire laughs and raises his claws toward Taiho, then turns to threaten the rest of the group, warning them not to move or he'll start collecting heads like trophies. Siri notices Rolf and 2 others are unharmed, while Rolf mentions his bow got destroyed. The vampire keeps staring at Taiho, saying warriors this strong shouldn't die, they'd make perfect soldiers in his undead army. Taiho is thinking to himself how dying would be better than turning into a zombie, and he was about to do something stupid when suddenly an arrow comes flying, but that bastard catches it before it could hit him. Before that bastard could do anything, the dwarf fired his cannon, sending a wave of fire straight into the vampire's chest. Pretty solid hit, but not enough to do real damage. With supernatural strength, this thing just pushes through the flames. Siri orders her warriors to form a shield wall, but with one blow, the vampire scatters them like bowling pins. The dwarves launch more attacks, even pulling off some triple whirlwind combo moves, but the vampire tanks it all effortlessly. Behind all the chaos, Taiho spots an opening above a hatch that could let sunlight in. Our boy pulls a lever and boom, a shaft of noon sunlight pours into the chamber and hits the vampire directly. The creature screams as his skin starts turning to stone and drops to his knees. Rolf asks Taiho if he knows how to kill a vampire. Taiho's thinking out loud, maybe a stake through the heart or cutting off the head. Standard vampire elimination procedures, folks. But before they can try their method, the vampire bastard starts chanting something, summoning the strong clouds, and just like that, the sun vanishes and gets replaced by cold moonlight. The group thinks, well, let's just bash this bastard's head, and gets ready to finish the job, but it's too late. The vampire's body disintegrates into a swarm of bats that swirl around the hall. The bats fuse back together, forming this monstrous colossal bat with massive wings and eyes full of rage. This was phase 2-time baby. The vampire calls out, promising them pain for their insolence. His mouth opens and starts spitting balls of acid that melt whatever they touch. Taiho shouts for everyone to get to the corners, but these dumb barbarians just stand there frozen and end up as nothing but bones. Taiho, desperate for a solution, takes a deep breath and activates his saga. He leaps straight at the beast, going full frontal assault mode. The bat laughs, asking if Taiho is stupid or just suicidal, then prepares another acid blast. But Taiho is faster now, dodges the attack, and slashes at the creature. The hit lands, but his sword shatters against the thing's hardened skin. Now he's speechless and vulnerable, balancing on the beast's back. The vampires told Taiho to get off. Taiho replies he's too high up to jump, and before this could turn into how to train your vampire, the vampire goes, let me drop you to the ground, and we can resume our fight. As they starts to head down, the whole chamber starts glowing, and Taiho realizes that he was getting a new saga. The vampire shouts at Taiho to stop messing around and come down. Taiho closes his eyes, focuses, and activates his new power, Dragon Commander. With this ability, he can tame and ride any creature, griffins, dragons, or bats. Apparently, it's one of the abilities of Kalstead, who was also a legendary dragon rider, and thanks to his ability, this bat is under our boy's control, and that bastard turns into this adorable little bat that has everyone standing around in awe. Even Siri is staring with this strange look like she wants to pet the thing. Suddenly, it morphs back into its monstrous form. The vampire is absolutely furious, screaming that they'll pay for humiliating him. Man, I can't really blame the guy. Going from terrifying apex predator to adorable pet probably wasn't great for his ego. Taiho feels a chill, but Siri shouts for everyone to get ready, they have to finish this. Taiho quickly mounts the bat again, using his saga to temporarily turn it back into cute mode. He lays out the plan, he'll deal as much damage as possible, then they'll finish the job together. He soars into the sky on the bat's back as the first rays of sun start burning the beast, and then Taiho gives him the order to crash at full speed into the ground. He leaps off just before it smashes into the earth. Then he activates his warrior saga Skull Crusher and delivers a brutal blow to its head, but that bastard bat was still breathing though. But the dwarf's not done. He hurls a pack of explosives onto the bat. The explosion was big, but it was still not enough, so Rolf just casually throws the skeleton dude from earlier into the fire like it's the obvious thing to do. Taiho mutters to himself about how these guys are crazy to carry something like that. That's when Rolf turns and asks Taiho if the bastard bat was dead or not. Taiho uses his saga and confirms that it was down for good. Now that the bat was gone, the group turns to the altar, and they are now standing before the anvil. The dwarf opens the chest and pulls out the so-called medal of the god as he did. Taiho, Rolf, and Siri collectively went. We risk our lives for this tiny-ass fragment. Doesn't seem like something worth all this trouble. The dwarf snaps, saying it's enough to craft a powerful ring. Such valuable metal can't be left unguarded, so he hands it to Siri, trusting Valhalla to protect it. Siri accepts it with honor. Now that the official business is done, Rolf asks the dwarf if they are now going to drink, and the dwarf says, isn't that the obvious thing to do? We are going to drink our brains out now, but Siri reminds them they have to return. The dwarf says he can't just let them leave empty-handed. That's against the dwarf's tradition and leads them to a vault full of magnificent weapons. As he opens the vault, everyone picks a weapon or armor for themselves, seeing that Taiho wasn't acting all greedy like the others. Isik tells Taiho to choose one weapon for himself. Taiho doesn't hesitate and activates his dragon eyes to scan them all. Something catches his interest and we see his new gear later, a cloak. The only blue item in the vault is called Falcon Wings, which is light, durable, and has a special ability. The dwarf teaches Taivo a chant to unlock it. The scene cuts to our boy, now a falcon soaring high above the Mount Taihans. He was passing over the enchanted coffins where his companions rest, returning to Black Castle. After landing, the group heads straight to report to Valkyries. Ciri explains to her what had happened and how a single vampire had taken over the dwarven mines, and together they managed to defeat him and protect the ulti-metal. Reskrid looks at the divine metal fragment and says they achieved something incredible, while inwardly wondering why the hell this thing is so small. She says, "Mission complete. Well done, people." She adds that the fallen warriors will rise again as legendary steel warriors, but for now they've earned some rest with that. The group heads out. Rolf, being Rolf, already has plans. He asks Taiho if he's up for a drink. Taivo laughs and shakes his head while thinking to himself, "Are you crazy, you bastard? I'm tired. I want to rest." Before he can leave, Ciri approaches with a smile, congratulating him and saying in her eyes, Taivo contributed the most in that battle. Taivo gets embarrassed and says none of it would have worked without their help. He is thinking about how that vampire bastard was a true monster that even managed to block out the sun. Then he opens his cistern window and with surprise says the best part is yet to come. He just unlocked a new saga, earned several runes, and increased his synchronization rate to 9%. Can't wait to see what happens when it hits 10%. The scene shifts to Valkyrie Regan patrolling the outskirts like she usually does, but this time she ventures farther than normal. Everything seems calm until this strange sound echoes through the Mount Taihans. She follows the noise, and when she discovers the source, her eyes widen in alarm. She immediately activates her saga swarming wing cloak, knowing getting closer would be deadly, turns around and flies back as fast as possible. When she returns, she heads straight to Raskrid and reports her findings, telling her that an army was on its way to invade them. Raskrid orders urgent reinforcements to be sent to Valhalla. Meanwhile, Ciri was playing her part as the party pooper, ordering everyone back to quarters. She wants them well rested for what's coming. The warriors obeyed but aren't happy about it. Taiho stays behind in a corner focused on training. He believes the cloak he received has more potential than just travel or escaped, so he's determined to learn what else it can do. The next morning starts with a shot of the thick thighs. A new Valkyrie arrives, Ingrid from the Nord region, with 500 low-ranked warriors. Adding them to Black Castle's 2,000 defenders brings the total to 2,500, but the enemy report is grim, more than 6,000 beasts on the opposing side. Faced with overwhelming odds, Reskrid says their only option is holding the fortress at all costs. They'll rely on defensive magic as a final line of resistance. These three were ready to protect Asgard and the Nine Realms. Everyone had taken their spot on the wall, ready for the battle, and before long the enemies arrived. Some bastard was screaming Thor's name, some Odin's, and others of their respected gods, and were preparing for the battle. Ciri orders the troops to be ready to shoot, and our boy was thinking that for this battle he needs a ranged weapon, so he whips out a crossbow for himself. The enemy army finally makes it to the walls, and suddenly the sky turns black with arrows. A ton of creatures drop instantly, but the tough ones. They just get back up, raise their shields, and keep charging like nothing happened. Before long, they're right at the base of the walls, tossing up giant hooks and climbing. But the defenders are ready. One guy laughs, "They're not climbing up here," while another smirks and dumps boiling water down on the poor idiots trying. Huge stones get rolled off the walls, smashing anyone dumb enough to get close. Rolf is letting explosive arrows fly while Ciri and Taivo push forward, slicing through anyone who makes it up. Then the sky darkens, not from arrows this time, but a shadow. They look up, and there it is, a dragon diving in like a nightmare with wings. Fire pours out of its mouth, blasting the battlefield, and for a second it feels like game over. Chaos everywhere, people screaming, flames spreading. But then Valkyrie Regan steps up like the absolute boss she is. She slams her spear into the ground, activating glowing runes, and suddenly a giant barrier forms over the whole castle, a shining dome that blocks the dragon's fire. For a moment, everyone actually breathes again. That relief doesn't last, though. The beasts regroup and start hammering all their attacks at one weak spot in the shield. Regan yells that if they keep it up, the barrier won't hold for long. That's when Taivo knows it's his turn. He runs straight to the edge of the wall and jumps off like he's lost his damn mind. Mid-air, he yells out the chant, "Power of the Falcon, take me to the skies." In an instant, the dude transforms into a falcon. With some slick flying, he slips past the barrier before anyone can blink, gets behind the dragons and shouts, "Here I go." Then he dives down fast and furiously. Right before impact, switches back to human form. Without hesitation, he kicks some poor beast rider off one of the dragons and jacks his ride. That trading from last night really paid off. This dragon's his now. He activates the Dragon Commander Saga and turns the dragon cute like he did with the beast. He then remembers, "I need a spear," so he activates his Warrior Saga, expecting something cool, but getting a bamboo spear instead. Taivo launches his attack using Dragon Fire to strike down the others, quickly eliminates 2 more enemies. The rest get mad and charge at him, but his movements are impossibly fast. One by one, he brings them down easily. From below, his allies are cheering. Even Regan is stunned by Taiho's skills. But before anyone can get too comfortable, a new threat emerges, a legion of harpies flying toward them. There were so many of them, and Taiho knows that he won't be able to take them down alone, so he orders the dragon to head down and pick up Ciri. She activates her saga. The witch's arrow never misses its mark as she conjures countless arrows and not one misses, killing one harpy after the other. On the battlefield, even the Valkyries are in awe, seeing our boy single-handedly changing the tide of this battle. They know that he contributed the most in this battle too. His harpy massacre had given them hope. But that hope fades fast when something massive slams into earth from the sky. The shock rattles everything, and Ciri and Taiho were trying to find out what that thing was. When dusk clears, they see a towering creature with glowing blue eyes and white fur. Kai, with his dragon's eyes, sees the name of that giant bastard, and man, that thing was one of Loki's, and that giant thing was the boss of this stage. The warriors, seeing that Skysper-sized problem, went, "Hey, not fair, how the hell are we supposed to defeat that thing?" But the cut Super Singly didn't care as he started stoming them. Meanwhile, in the sky, Ciri told Taiho that they should retreat and asks Taiho to drop her near Rolf down on the battlefield. The giant had grabbed something massive and was trying to break the barrier while Regan was trying her best to hold him off. She started chanting using the power of runes, but each of the giant's blow packed so much power that the shock from it was knocking out the warriors, and that bastard was throwing one attack after the other, and his last one really packed some serious punch and cracked the barrier. Holding the barrier for so long, Regan's running out of energy, so Rasser joins her, adding magic to the barrier. She asks Regan if she's okay. Regan nods as she says that at this rate it's only a matter of time before the barrier falls. Rasser nods, saying that they are not suited to face an enemy of this level, with only the lowest class warriors, as she mutters how all of this would be over if she could use that power. She wanted to use the true power of the Valkyrie. She then prays to Odin, saying how they can't beat this giant with just the lowest class warriors, and asks for permission to unleash their combat seal. As she prayed, a raven flew above the giant's head. Through its eyes, Odin watched the battle unfold. Even seeing how the Valkyries were struggling, that damned one-eyed bastard refused to unleash their seal. He told them that this battle is a test, reminding them that Valhalla needs strong warriors. Before Rasgrid could even respond, Brack stepped forward. He let out a war cry so loud it shook the ground, rallying everyone around him. This dude wasn't just any fighter. He was from Thor's Legion. The moment he roared, the others roared back, their fear burning away. Without hesitation, Brack launched himself straight at the giant. His axe came down like lightning, slamming right into the monster's forehead. It barely left a cut, but the crowd went wild. Even the smallest scratch meant the beast could bleed. The warriors charged, screaming their gods' names. The giant didn't see it that way. Roaring, it swung an arm and sent Brack flying like he was a bug. Meanwhile, Taiva landed back on the wall, dropping Ciri off right by Rolf. Ciri turned to him quickly, explaining her plan. She and Rolf would open a shot. Taiho just needed to get back in the sky and wait for his chance. Taiho looked at the giant, spotting that tiny cut on its forehead. It wasn't much, but it sure pissed the thing off. Ciri laid out her plan to Rolf. They used the siege ballista and fire together, both of them activating their sagas. Rolf's eyes went wide. "Are you insane? No one's ever tried that." But Ciri stood firm. Risky or not, it was their best shot. High above, Taiho waited, eyes locked on the giant, but the monster's gaze suddenly locked on him. For something so massive, it moved shockingly fast. Its huge hand shot out, and before Taiho could react, smack, he was swatted out of the sky. He hit the ground hard, tumbling like a rag doll, until he slammed against the base of the wall. The Valkyries gasped. Rasgrid screamed his name and bolted toward him. The others yelled after her, but she didn't slow. She knew Taiho was their last hope. What she found was bad. His leg was twisted at a sick angle, and his body was broken from the fall. The beasts outside were gathering. Taiho tried to move, but nothing worked. His vision blurred, death creeping in again. That everything shifted. He wasn't on the battlefield anymore. He was at a table, sitting across from Helda, their home peaceful. She smiled at him and told him to eat fast. On his plate were glowing golden fragments, the apple pieces she'd given him. Taiho took a bite. Golden light surged through him. Even the Valkyries on the wall froze. The aura he gave off wasn't just strong, it was divine. Rasgrid whispered in disbelief. How could a low-ranking warrior shine with the power of a god? Taiho stood, his body glowing like the sun. Every wound healed, every ounce of pain gone. The beasts hesitated, fear creeping in. Taiho lifted an arm and with a single motion blasted them back like they were nothing. On the wall, Ciri shouted to ask if he was alright, reminding him that they were ready on their side. Taiho looked up and said that he was feeling fine, but now he has no ride and his cloak alone wouldn't get him high enough. That's when Rasgrid appeared behind him. She told him not to worry, saying that he can ride her. I'm not jealous at all, damn it, I want to ride a Valkyrie. Meanwhile, the warriors were throwing themselves at the giant. They were scaling the giant like ants and started biting down, and the giant gave them the ant treatment, swatting them away. Taiho, on the other hand, was busy blushing, asking Rasgrid what she meant by ride her. That's when she uttered the word Draco and transformed into a white dragon. She now understands why Odin had refused their request, because this battle isn't theirs. This battle belongs to Taiho and his group, and she is sure that they'll win because they are strong. With that, Taiho hops on as he apologizes for what's about to happen, and she just says, "Hold on." Without warning, she takes off. They rise way above the battlefield, while down below, Ciri's yelling to Rolf that it's showtime. She adjusts this massive siege ballista, and Rolf gets behind it, pulling back the enormous frame. The weapon starts glowing with the power of both their sagas combined. Down on the ground, Brack is bleeding and battered but refuses to fall. He invokes his saga, Son of God. Power explodes around him, giving him tenfold strength. At that exact moment, Ciri and Rolf's sagas merge, and they name their attack the Huntress Witch's Arrow that never misses. Bit of a mouthful, but hey, it gets the job done. Brack strikes first, leaping up and slamming his axe right into the giant. Then, as the giant opens his mouth to roar in pain, Rolf and Ciri fire their shot. This giant arrow flies like it's alive and dives straight into the giant's open jaws. It detonates with this thunderous boom that probably woke up half the continent. The giant staggers, howling, and then starts to fall. Raskrid sees the opening and dives down. She tells Taiho to get ready, this is their chance. And Taiho activates both his sagas at once, naming it the Saga of the Warriors Storm Charge. As Raskrid dives through the air at incredible speed, a tornado forms around them, making them even faster and heavier. Their targets clear the open wound on the giant's forehead. The impact was absolutely devastating, and the earth shook beneath them. After such a brutal victory, they throw a grand banquet to honor the warriors' efforts. Laughter and conversation fill the air, while on the central stage, the Valkyries show up, ditching their armor for flowing white dresses. Regan lifts this massive horn filled with mead and calls for attention. She invites the warriors to lift their cups for a toast to celebrate, and the crowd erupts in a roar. Regan says it's an honor to stand among them tonight, celebrating such a monumental victory. Then she raises her hand for silence and apologizes. Unfortunately, she can't personally serve every warrior since there are only 3 Valkyries and way too many soldiers, so she announces that her sister, the Ice Princess Raskrid, will honor 2 warriors who contributed the most in today's battle personally, and the person in question isn't happy about it. She already wants to beat up these bastards. So Raskrid calls forth the first warrior, Brack of Thor's Legion, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. They're dubbing this dude Son of God and one-man army. Raskrid pours his mead, looking all stoic and professional. Then she calls the second name Taiho from the Legion of Idun. The cheers get even louder, but there's this weird energy now. Instead of just cheering for his heroics, everyone's making jokes about how he got visited by a Valkyrie and literally rode one into battle. Someone yells, "That's my guy," and everyone's cracking up. Raskrid's face is getting more annoyed by the second, listening to all this chatter about her personal business. Before things get too awkward, Ingrid jumps in, saying that both warriors are officially promoted to lower-class warriors. Taiho's just standing there in shock, remembering that Jorn used to have this rank. Finally feels like he's getting somewhere in life. Regan raises her horn again, shouting it's time to drink and party. Brack and Taiho do their first official bro toast standing side by side. Taiho looks around at everyone, chanting his name, thinking, yeah, this feels right. So naturally, he chugs his entire drink in one go like a champion, but turns out our hero's a total lightweight. Gets absolutely hammered immediately, but doesn't care because he's living his best life. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 2 mysterious figures are having their own little villain conference. One asks if that's the famous Taiho who awakened divine power. The other dude goes, yeah, it's impressive, but my kids could totally do that too. Then he sighs and says that he'll help him out since they had asked for it, but just this once. Fast forward 1 week, and Taiho's finally got his own place, a cute little cabin that comes with the promotion package. He's sleeping like a baby when suddenly the ground starts shaking. He bursts outside thinking, what fresh hell is this now? Standing right at his doorstep is this cloaked figure with lightning crackling around him. The cloaked dude is just standing there staring at Taiho, all ominous and dramatic. Taiho's like, who are you and why are you having a light show in my front yard? The mystery man doesn't answer, instead asking if Taiho's the famous lower-class warrior who beat 2 commanders and helped take down a giant. Then adds that he's heard Taiho being called a hero, but you and my children could do better than that. He slowly pulls back his hood and draws a sword. Taiho activates his dragon eyes and immediately regrets it. This dude's power level is off the charts, maybe even stronger than the Valkyries. Then he sees the name and nearly has a heart attack. Ragnar Lothbrok, the legendary Viking warrior, just showed up at his house. Ragnar announces he's here to fight and wants to test what Taiho's really made of. Taiho's thinking, did he really just knock on my door at whatever o'clock in the morning to demand a death match? Tries to stay calm, asking if there's maybe a reason for this impromptu boss battle request. Ragnar's response, why would I need to give a reason to someone about to die? So they head to this makeshift battlefield, and Taiho summons his sword while Ragnar's just standing. Taiho activated his Warrior of the Storm Saga for that speed and power boost. He launches what looks like a solid attack at Ragnar, who casually blocks it with one hand. His smirk gets wider, like, is that really all you got? Taiho gets annoyed and tries again, going faster this time, thinking maybe speed will work where power failed. But nope, to Ragnar it's all the same. He effortlessly dodges and blocks everything. Taivo's starting to think this guy can predict attacks or something, so he decides to get sneaky and zips around behind Ragnar, hoping to catch him off guard. But before he can even swing, a brutal hit is followed by a slap so powerful Taivo doesn't even see it coming. Gets sent flying through trees, slamming into this massive trunk. Taivo's thinking this man is absolutely terrifying and realizing the power gap is way bigger than he thought. Without his divine blessing, he'd already be dead meat. Ragnar slowly walks over and starts giving this philosophical speech about how fallen warriors become warriors of steel and find eternal rest, so Taivo's got nothing to fear. Before Taivo can even react, Ragnar raises his sword and unleashes this brutal strike that splits the massive tree trunk behind Taivo in half. But Taivo used his cloak to transform into a falcon at the last second, barely escaping with his feathers intact. Ragnar watches him fly higher and says, "If you're going to hit me, give it everything. I won't even move." Taivo doesn't hesitate, activates Storm Warrior again and dives down. Just before impact, he switches to Skull Crusher Warrior and this big warhammer materializes behind him. Even with this meteor hammer combo closing in, Ragnar doesn't budge. When it hits, the explosion shakes the earth with shockwaves going for miles and creates this massive crater. But somehow Taivo still missed his target. In a blink, Ragnar moved, dodged effortlessly and caught Taivo by the head. He told Taivo that his skills are impressive, but far from enough, and then he slams him to the ground. Now he was holding Taivo by the neck, asking if he could keep going, but dude doesn't wait for an answer before lighting up his arm with murder energy and smacking Taivo across the face so hard it breaks everything nearby. Stands over him checking his handiwork like, "Yep, that'll do," then starts walking away muttering he expected better. But then golden light starts glowing behind him. Ragnar stops and turns, getting serious now. Taivo's back on his feet, glowing like a damn light bulb with divine power blazing around him. Ragnar admits the rumors were right. Taivo really can use god power. He says now he gets why Taivo's goddess has faith in him. He warns Taivo about using the divine juice carelessly, but before he could finish the sentence, Taivo collapses on the floor. Later, Taivo wakes up, seeing everything blurry. The first thing he spots is Helda kneeling next to him, looking worried as hell. She asks if he's okay. He asks what happened. She says she was freaking out he'd been out cold for hours. He starts telling her about this complete psycho who showed up wanting to murder him for no reason. Then he freezes mid-sentence. His heart nearly stops. Ragnar's leaning against the wall, listening to every word with this "oh really?" expression. Ragnar asks with ice in his voice if that's how Taivo's been describing their little chat. Taivo's sweating bullets now. Before it gets too ugly, Helda jumps in. She points at Ragnar, saying he's going to be Taivo's new teacher. Taivo looks at her and goes, "Hell no, I already got you." Ragnar fires back that he never signed up to babysit some random kid and has way better things to do. She explains that since Taivo's already tapped into God mode, she can't teach him much more. Her stuff's all theory. He needs someone who actually knows how to use that power. Ragnar looks Taivo up and down and says it's almost insulting such a weak little twerp can use divine energy. Even his kids could pull that off easily. If this is all Taivo's got, there's nothing worth training. Helda says he'll change his tune real quick, maybe even beg to train Taivo, and tells Taivo to show off his saga and that Ragnar's trustworthy. Taivo's still confused, but pulls out this magic feather thing that displays sagas. The saga of the immortal warrior appears with all these glowing runes showing off the Dragon Knight legacy. Seeing this leaves Ragnar completely shook. The big tough Viking goes dead silent for once, finally asks what Taivo used to do before dying. Taivo way exceeded his expectations. Helda asks how strong Taivo could get if he maxed out his saga. Ragnar thinks hard and says maybe, just maybe, Taivo could reach Sigurd level. Helda explains that Sigurd basically means the strongest warrior in Valhalla. Helda stares Ragnar down, asking if he'll help Taivo reach that level. Ragnar wraps his arm around Taivo, saying absolutely he will. Helda warns him not to go overboard like he did before. With that, she bounces, officially dumping Taivo on Ragnar. Outside, Ragnar admits he's genuinely impressed. He never thought someone like Taivo could exist. His potential seems off the charts. The scene shifts to Ciri. She is smiling and meeting up with the team. She turns to Rolf and he informs her that he too got promoted to the lower class warrior. He looks around asking if everyone's here. Ciri says that they are still missing one person. And right on cue, Taivo walks up with that calm little smile of his. Says it's good to see everyone again. Everyone's staring at him with pure admiration. And why wouldn't they? This is the warrior visited by a Valkyrie, the only guy to ever ride one. Taivo's getting all awkward under the attention and asks Ciri what exactly she told them about him. Ciri just grinned and glanced at Rolf and said it was all this bastard's doing. Just then someone asks if everyone's arrived and damn, it's a Valkyrie. Silver hair, emerald green armor, the whole deal. Her name's Gandor, warrior of the Ulra Legion. She told everyone that this expedition is a small one composed of only inferior ranked warriors from the Ulra and Iman legions and added that the expedition may be small, but they are not allowed to slack off. The warriors start protesting and say, when has it ever been easy? Gandor laughs along, telling them she can't let them slack off all the time. Taivo notices how relaxed and informal everyone is. It feels natural, human. Gandor calls everyone together to explain the mission. When Rolf asks where they're going, her playful attitude drops completely, and she tells them that they're headed to Svartalfheim, the land of the Dark Elves, also called the Land of Eternal Night. Massive trees block out the sunlight, and the ground is covered in rotting leaves. It's like walking into a forest that forgot what sunshine looks like. They step through the portal, and Taiho immediately feels the difference. The air is thick and damp. Everything's covered in shadow. Gandor finally explains why they're here. The Dark Elves supply medicinal herbs to Valhalla, but one of them accidentally woke up a basilisk. Yeah, one of those king of serpents. The elves need help taking it down. She then mentions that for this mission they are deploying Silent White, and everyone gets excited. Taivo has no clue what that means, but figures it'll probably be as crazy as everything else that's happened to him. When he asks Ciri, she just tells him to wait and see. Then a pack of white wolves shows up. But these aren't regular wolves, they're huge. Everyone climbs on and starts riding through the forest. The wolves are incredibly fast, but completely silent. Gandor notices he's actually good at riding and compliments him. He thinks his Dragon Commander experience is finally useful for something besides flying. Gandor tells Ciri she has business with the Dark Elf Council and puts her in charge of the mission. She says the wolves know the way anyway, then disappears into the trees. After hours of riding, they reach a hidden leaf village. A dark elf named Toller meets them and offers to guide them to the village chief. Taivo gets his first real look at Dark Elves' gray skin and silver hair, but he notices the locals don't seem too happy to see them. Lots of suspicious looks and whispered conversations. Kids are peeking out from behind doors like they're seeing aliens. Taivo activates his dragon eyes to check if anyone's dangerous. Most people show up as neutral, but Toller appears friendly. They arrive at a big mansion and go through some tall gates into an empty hall. Toller opens a door and leads them to another room where there's this massive feast waiting. Servants standing behind chairs, food everywhere, and at the head of the table sits an elderly elf with a warm smile. This is Malice, head of the Molo family and village leader. Everyone starts sitting down. Rolf's already eyeing the drinks. Malice raises his cup for a toast, and everyone looks at Ciri with puppy eyes since she usually doesn't allow drinking during missions. But she surprises everyone by saying one sip won't hurt after their long journey. The room celebrates, and Taivo raises his cup to join in. Then he suddenly freezes. He shouts for everyone to stop and starts grabbing cups away from people before they can drink. He makes eye contact with Ciri and tells everyone to head for the door. Ciri orders everyone out, but Malice shouts to seal the doors. Taivo's dragon eyes show him the entry hall is full of enemies. Elven archers are ready to attack, but Ciri reacts fast, telling everyone to raise their shields just as arrows start flying down. They block the first wave, but Taiho sees elves moving to lock the exit. If that happens, they're trapped. He runs for the door and takes down 2 guards to keep it open. Malice is watching all this, wondering how his perfect plan went wrong. After taking down those guards, Taiho spins around and delivers this crushing kick that completely shatters the door. He yells for everyone to run, and they start booking it through the courtyard. But they're not safe yet. Ciri pulls out this golden whistle and blows it hard. From the shadows, the Silent Whites come charging in. She tells everyone to climb quickly. The Dark Elf archers are right behind them, getting ready for another wave of arrows. The arrows start flying, and that's when Taiho steps up with a plan. He rolls up his sleeves, and there are these golden runes glowing on his arms. Turns out during his training with Helda, she drew those on his skin. It's called rune engraving, basically a way to channel magic. The power depends on how big and complex the runes are. Permanent tattoos would be too risky since there's only so much space on your body, so Helda gave him temporary ones that are perfect for training. But even temporary, they pack a serious punch. His skin starts glowing bright, and Taiho shouts GANT. A golden aura explodes around him, and the arrows aimed at him just get shattered in midair. The Dark Elves freeze up, looking completely shocked at what just happened. But then they hear footsteps, and Malad comes charging in looking furious. He's yelling at his men, ordering them to not let them escape. Malice just collapses to his knees trembling, clutching his head and asking how everything went wrong when it was supposed to be perfect. The group finally gets far enough away from the village to stop and catch their breath. Some people are wondering if it's safe to rest here, but honestly, they don't have much choice. Even the wolves are panting hard from that crazy sprint. And that's not the only thing they have to worry about, because even though they blocked most of the arrows, some still hit them. The wounds aren't going to kill anyone, but they could be a real problem if they have to fight again. As they start pulling arrows out of their bodies, someone sees this dark liquid mixed with the blood and decides to taste it. It turns out the arrows were coated with poison. One warrior asks Ciri if they can stop to treat the wounds properly, but she's already petting her wolf and shaking her head. They have to treat injuries while moving. Stopping now isn't smart. They need to find Valkyrie Gandor. Back at the mansion, Malice is still on his knees, shaking when this figure surrounded by purple flames shows up. A voice says he failed. The old elf bows down low, voice trembling as he begs for mercy. Getting desperate, he starts yelling for power. He wants the basilisk's power and swears that with it, nobody will be able to stop them. The thing just laughs and says no. But then the voice keeps going, saying don't worry, because they expected him to fail anyway. They had a backup plan ready. Cut back to the warriors who think they're getting away from danger. Rolf looks at Taiho and asks if he knew those elves were enemies because of his power. Taiho nods and thanks Siri for trusting him. If he tried to explain everything back there, it might have been too late. Siri gives him this soft smile and says it's normal to trust someone you fought beside, especially in life or death situations. But then her face completely changes. Her eyes go wide as something red starts spinning behind them, a portal opening. She yells for everyone to get ready, but before anyone can move, the warrior at the back gets stabbed by this huge blade. His body lifts up in the air as blood goes everywhere. The others can only watch. What makes it worse is whoever's holding that blade hasn't even come through the portal yet. One thing's for sure, the thing isn't human. Its skin is this gross green color that looks dead. Taiho's dragon eyes are still working and he sees something scary. This creature is a monster named Regenerator Marcos. Two warriors get angry and charge at him to get revenge for their dead friend. At first it works their swords cut deep into the thing's chest, but that's exactly what Marcos wanted. With one move, both warriors are dead. 3 guys down in less than 10 seconds like they were nothing. Fear hits the group hard, but what really makes them shake is when the wounds start closing. The creature's skin heals completely without even leaving a mark. Siri shouts the Regenerator. She tells them to get on the wolves and run. But Marcos is faster. Before they can escape, he rushes forward, and these huge snakes come out of his arms. In seconds, they wrap around the wolves. The animals panic and throw all warriors off their backs. Siri jumps backward, barely missing a poisonous bite, but Marcos goes after her immediately. He moves fast and won't stop. Right before he attacks, Siri uses her power. Something's different, though her arrows glow red this time. More arrows appear around her, floating in the air. She fires them all at once. Every single one hits, tearing through Marcos' body and would should have killed him. But he doesn't even care. He jumps up and gets ready to attack while he's still in the air. Siri pulls out 2 daggers just in time to block his attack. But she's focused too much on his swords. She doesn't see the nasty claw that smashes into her face. The hit sends her flying and she passes out completely. Rolf sees everything happen. Before Marcos can finish Siri off, he uses his own power. He pulls out an arrow and fires it super close. The explosion shakes the whole area. Without thinking twice, Rolf grabs Siri and runs faster than he's ever run. He can feel Marcos behind him like death chasing them. Then suddenly Marcos stops. His eyes look at something behind him. Taiho is already attacking. The creature turns to block, and that gives Rolf the time he needs to get away. As he runs, he hears Taiho saying that from now on Marcos is his fight. The creature blocks the attack with his cocky grin like he saw it coming from a mile away. Then he raises his hand and more snakes shoot out, twisting toward Taiho. But Taiho's ready for it. He cuts them up with these crazy multi-directional slashes, shredding every single snake. Using the opening he just made, he rushes forward for another attack. But he notices something weird. The monster isn't even trying to defend itself. It's just taking the hits and letting its healing power do the work. So Taiho decides to switch things up. His golden glow lights up around him as he moves in closer. Without thinking twice, he lands this slash that goes straight through Marcos' body. The bright light makes everything look like a scene from a movie. From far away, Rolf watches with Siri, who's getting better. He yells to Taiho to be careful because even deadly hits won't stop this thing for long. They look at each other and the creature turns around. There it is, a deep cut in his stomach. But instead of being worried or in pain, this guy gets this smug smile on his face. To him, no attack is going to be enough. But Taiho just stands there with his golden glow still going strong. That actually makes the Regenerator think twice. In his head, Taiho remembers what Ragna taught him. He recalls this important lesson. The god's power isn't just for healing or getting stronger. When you use it right, it can shut down divine blessings and even cancel out special abilities, but he can't just keep using that power, so Ragnar told him that the smartest way to use it is to only turn it on for killing blows. That way, Taiho doesn't get tired and makes sure each hit counts. Now the Regenerator's blood starts pouring out and Taiho was ready for round 2. Taiho takes a deep breath and gets into his fighting stance. Across from him, Marcos makes fists, his eyes burning with anger and worry. Both guys charge at each other, trying to end this fight once and for all. Their swords crash together like crazy. Sparks light up the dark. Marcos is getting pushed back. Rolf watches, totally shocked. He can't believe what he's seeing. Taiho's backing up an enemy that seemed impossible to beat. Even Siri's impressed, but also worried. No matter how good Taiho's doing, he's fighting alone. And fighting alone means getting tired faster. Sooner or later, his energy's going to run out, and when it does, he'll be in trouble. Siri runs toward him, wanting to help however she can, and her gut feeling is right. Marcos sees an opening and, in a fit of rage, roars before swinging with everything he's got. A deadly strike. Taiho sees it coming and throws himself backward just in time. If he had waited even 1 second, his head would have been gone. He jumps back, making space between him and the enemy. But he doesn't waste time. As soon as his feet touch the ground, he goes forward again. The Regenerator lifts his sword, getting ready for a downward strike, hoping to catch Taiho off guard. But Taiho's got a plan. As he moves forward, the golden glow around his body gets brighter. He's ready to finish this now. But there's something he doesn't see. The Regenerator set a trap. It happens super fast. His tie hall shoots out like lightning and stabs Taiho's stomach. He doesn't even have time to react. If not for Endu's blessing, he might have died right there. The regenerator doesn't wait. Running at Taiho, he lifts his blade, bringing it down hard, ready to finish it. Siri threw herself at the monster, blocking the strike at the last second. The blade barely misses Taiho, just grazing his side. Her move surprises Marcos. Siri says she doesn't have the power to hurt him, but she can push him back as many times as needed. Taiho sees his opening and puts everything into his next attack. He stabs the regenerator straight in the stomach, then leaps in the air and delivers a skull crusher that finally puts the bastard down for good. Looks like this regenerator won't be regenerating anymore. Back in the elf village, they're confused as hell. How could their supposedly unstoppable regenerator be dead? These guys are really determined to kill our boy, so the purple entity decides to let Malice use the basilisk. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Taiho is knocked out cold and everyone's trying to wake him up. Rolf turns to Siri, asking what they should do since Taiho's not responding. Should they wait around? Siri says she's got a bad feeling about this whole situation and orders the group to leave immediately. They need to get out of here and regroup with Gandor as soon as possible. She adds that it's not necessary for everyone to meet up together. Just then, they hear a sound that makes everyone's blood run cold. Rolf mutters, "The basilisk." Siri asks him to point in the direction, then orders the group to scatter and find Gandor. The warriors get all emotional, saying they'll meet up with them in Valhalla if things go south. Siri cuts short their emotional moment and tells them to move. Rolf asks what she's going to do about Taiho since he's still unconscious. She tells him to leave Taiho to her and get going. He wishes her good luck and bolts out of there. Siri crouches next to Taiho and activates her ability as pink light surrounds her. She's used her Saga Wolf Witch and literally transforms into a wolf. She grabs Taiho and heads into the forest. Damn Bro is on the mission to ride them all. Time passes, and Taiho's still knocked out when he hears a voice calling out for him. He thinks it's Helda calling, but when he opens his eyes, he sees Siri, and she's right on top of him. So close it jolts him awake completely. His face goes red, and he tries to speak, but the words come out all scrambled. Before he can say something stupid, Siri puts her hand over his mouth and tells him to stay quiet and not move. That's when he realizes they're surrounded by massive monsters everywhere. Siri explains she had to lie on top of him so her goddess's veil would hide them both. But any sudden movement breaks the spell, and if that happens, they're dead. Taiho asks why she didn't just leave him and escape with the others. She goes quiet for a few seconds, looks at him, then looks away and says he has something special. Few warriors awaken that kind of power, and losing him would hurt Valhalla badly. Then she adds that she likes fighting beside him and wants to keep doing it. Her words hit Taiho hard. Reminds him of his old teammates who trusted him just like Siri does now. But this isn't a game anymore. The risks are real and he can't let down people who believe in him. Before he can answer, Siri crosses her arms and sighs. She says she thought he'd never wake up and that she tried everything to get him up. Taiho freezes. Everything? His cheeks turn red again, but before his mind goes places, Siri's already scanning the forest, looking serious. Now that he's awake, it can move. She triggers her Saga again, turning into a giant wolf. Taiho activates his Dragon Commander Saga, which affects Siri too, wrapping her in blue light and making her senses sharper. She can see dozens of creatures hiding in the trees. Normal-sized snakes attack all at once. Taiho cuts through several, but more keep coming in waves. Then he gets this chill down his spine. Something worse is coming. The ground shakes and trees get ripped up like twigs. Something massive was coming towards them. It's the basilisk from earlier. Siri immediately warns Taiho not to look into its eyes because it will freeze him up. The thing lunges and Siri dodges just in time while Taiho jumps to avoid the attack. She gets some distance and both turn to face the creature again, but it's already staring at them. The basilisk opens its mouth and thick green poison starts dripping from its fangs. Then it shoots a massive stream of that deadly stuff. Before it hits, Taiho raises his hand and activates the magic on his arm. The poison just evaporates, swept away by divine power. Siri jumps high above the beast and Taiho follows, using his Storm Warrior Saga and launching off Siri's back for extra height. But he screws up. In midair, his eyes meet the basilisk's and the monster hits him with its paralyzing stare. For a moment, Taiho's body locks up in midair, but he's not giving up yet. He summons divine power again, and it becomes this clash of wills. The basilisk's death stare against Taiho's god power. He sees his chance and activates his warrior's blade Saga and whips out a golden lance to obliterate that thing in one shot. Siri drops back into her human form, completely out of juice, while Taiho can barely stand on his feet. She suggests they rest, but before he can even nod, Taiho spots a sword stuck in the basilisk's corpse. He walks over and yanks it out only to find it's just the handle of a broken blade. Before he can curse his luck, Siri shouts that they're surrounded. They stand back to back, ready to defend themselves, but none of them has the energy to. Siri told Taiho to head back to safety while she held off the monsters, but Taiho wasn't having it. He activated his runic magic and told her either they both were leaving here or none of them were. Both of them took the battle stance ready for the battle. The monsters attacked them from all sides. Taiho and Siri are taking them out one after the other, but these bastards have the number advantage, and if that wasn't enough, another basilisk shows up, and right about now, Taiho is cursing his fate when Siri delivers bad news. That bastard hadn't come alone this time, and right on his heel, the rest of the monsters show themselves. Now our boy is surrounded on all sides, and the situation's looking pretty bad. Siri's scanning around trying to find some way out, but there's nothing. Taiho is watching the beasts, and you can see in his face that he knows what's up. Siri asks if he can still fight. Taiho doesn't answer. He tries calling on that divine power again, but nothing happens. He told her that he's got maybe 2 more Sabe uses left, and that's not going to be enough. They're basically screwed. But Taiho grips his sword tighter and gets into a fighting stance anyway. If he's going to die here, he might as well go down swinging. Siri grins and tells him now he's talking like a real warrior. If they're going out, they'll do it together without backing down. Both shout their gods' names and get ready. The monsters roar and charge, but then something moves behind them. The silent whites show up quietly. Then this voice calls out, saying they're here to help. It's Rolf, and he's not alone. Someone dives from above and cuts a monster clean in half with one strike. When they land, you see it's Valkyrie Gandor looking ready for war. But before anyone can celebrate, she yells to watch out. A basilisk comes at Taiho crazy fast, and he's too worn out to even lift his sword. All he can do is watch, but then something happens, and that thing drops dead, cut in half. Behind it stands someone new spinning a blade and smiling. It's Ragnar. Says they're safe now because Heat and the others are here. Taiho shouts Ragnar's name, grinning with relief. Siri's eyes go wide. She whispers Ragnar's name and her face turns red, and Siri is in her Fangirl mode. Taiho looks at her and mutters, who knew that she had this side to her. The fight's not over though. Rolf uses his Sada and blasts one of the basilisks, opens up a path for everyone to charge in and finish off what's left. Gandor and Ragnar cut through everything. In a few moments, they took care of all the monsters. Then Ragnar says it's over and congratulates everyone. They all swarm him like kids meeting their hero. Some say it's an honor. Others can't believe they're meeting the real deal. Meanwhile, Siri's just standing there frozen, face red, staring at him. Meanwhile, Taiho is standing there thinking, what's so great about this dude? Gandor steps up and says the mission's complete. She then told Taiho that she knows that he killed the regenerator and she'll report it back to the higher-ups while congratulating him for his feat, because taking down that regenerator was no joke. Then she adds with this sly look that someone with his talents won't go unnoticed. Man, he is catching Valkyries like their Pokemon. As she said that, Taiho felt death glares coming from his back. All the other warriors are out here wanting to kill this bastard. Gandor whips up a portal and they portal back to Valhalla, where Helda examines the sword hilt that Taiho found. She says the runes are too damaged to read, but this thing's definitely unique. She can feel old war energy in it. Since he got nothing, Taiho decided to store the weapon because he had this feeling that this thing is something special. Helda then claps her hands and tells Taiho that they should head back to the temple and report everything to Idun. They borrow a small boat and start heading to the temple. On the way, Helda mentions the goddess has a gift prepared for him. Our boy is excited to know what it is since he's only gotten small blessings before. He stands on the engraving on the floor, drops the golden apple and kneels, and the goddess appears, all warm smiles. She read the report thanks to him. They messed up the giant's plans, beat a tough enemy, and even rode a beautiful warrior. That last part makes Taiho go red when the goddess laughs. She told him that she's got 2 gifts, but he can only pick one. First is a cloak from Olympus that turns him into a Pegasus. Second is a magic pouch that stores anything, no matter the size. Both are insanely valuable, but he's got to choose. After thinking it over, Taiho picks the pouch. Helda's surprised. She thought he'd go for the cloak. But Taiho explains becoming a Pegasus wouldn't be much use without someone to fly with. Since he's the only one in his legion right now, it doesn't make sense. Plus, it's the basic gamer knowledge that one must always expend their inventory. Helda laughs, saying she doesn't exactly get what he means, but whatever. They head back, and Helda tells him that starting today, he'll have lessons with his new teacher and asks him if he is excited. Taiho just laughs awkwardly. Personally, he doesn't think highly of that bum, but in this world, that guy is a legend, so he is kind of curious. Meanwhile, Ragnar was chilling back at Taiho's house, looking at the sky. He comments on the weather, saying that the weather was disgustingly nice today. The scene shifts, and Taiho and Ragnar are sitting there chatting. Ragnar asks Taiho how far he had gone with Helda, and our boy turns all pink, asking him what he means by that, but that double-meaning bastard quickly changes his tone and says that he was talking about his progress and tells our boy that his head was filled with dirty thoughts, and Taiho just goes, "Look who is talking." Ragnar then gets up. He says that Helda had asked him to teach him about divinity, but since Taiho is a rookie, he'll postpone that stuff for later and start with the basics, but he makes it clear that he won't be spoon-feeding him, and that he'll have to figure things out on his own and without wasting a second. He told Taiho to bring it on. They trade blows, and Taiho wasn't even able to keep up. Ragnar told Taiho to now hold back and show him everything he's got. He then told Taiho that sagas are the foundation of a warrior, and just because he has got the god's power doesn't mean he can slack off, and then started trash-talking to piss off Taiho, and it worked. Taiho started attacking him recklessly, and the next thing you know, our boy was on the ground eating dirt. Ragnar told Taiho that there are two things that he needs to work on. The first was an offensive saga. As for an inferior rank warrior, it's got a lot of sagas, but most of them are of the support class. They are helpful, but don't pack a serious punch. As Taiho was thinking about what he should pick for his ultimate move, Ragnar told him the second thing he needs to do is look at all his sagas again. Taiho looks confused, so Ragnar explains his sagas are incomplete. Most low-rank warriors think their sagas are set in stone, but they evolve with the user. A saga is a story passed down through generations, and like any story, it changes depending on who's telling it. With that, he starts to walk away. He told Taiho that's enough for today, while reminding him not to forget anything before he goes. He adds one more thing. He told Taiho to keep that divine aura running all day, eating, sitting, sleeping, whatever. If Taiho can pull that off, he'll boost both power storage and duration. Evening came. Helda was at his house cooking for him while Taiho was busy with his lessons with Ragnar. Seeing that stupid grin on his face, Ragnar asks Taiho if he has something to show to him. Taiho grins and activates his Warrior's Blade saga. A normal sword appears, and showing it off, he says that he usually summons this sword, then pulls out the broken hilt from the last mission. Activates his saga while holding it, and the broken weapon fixes itself into a full blade. Taiho explains when he holds the hilt and uses his saga, it takes on the relic's stats, turning it into epic level gear. Ragnar is standing there thinking, what the hell is wrong with this dude? Is he really planning on using it as his ultimate move? He wonders. Maybe because he's from a different world, but the guy thinks completely differently from everyone else. While they're still processing this discovery, Helda shows up holding a scroll. She says Valkyries sent an urgent support request for him. She's investigating Alfheim and found weird activity going on. Taiho is surprised to know that she has requested his presence personally, but then gets excited thinking that it's the perfect opportunity to test his new weapon. Seeing that stupid grin on his face, Helda pouts and asks him if he was really that excited to see Riskrid. Taiho realizes that he fumbled really hard and tells her that it's nothing like that, but Helda was still acting like a jealous wife. Then he screws up by asking if he can go now. Meanwhile, Ragnar was watching him, thinking to himself, this guy's a complete moron. The scene shifts to this dark, creepy place where some evil dude's watching everything through spiderwebs. His servant shows up saying the giants started moving forces around and Valhalla sent more warriors. This mysterious guy gives the most sinister smile and says he can't wait to see how fun things get. Later, Taiho's back in Dark Elf Land, but this time he's got company. The Wu Legion got called in too. When they arrive, this huge muscular warrior walks right up to Taiho, going, so you're the famous Taiho. I've heard a lot about you. Guys from Odin's Legion, also lower rank, but he's running the show. He says he got 30 black horses ready since other legions sent people too. While they're riding through the dark forest, Taiho starts feeling weird. Something's off and he's thinking, why does this feel so uncomfortable? He says he'd way rather be riding a dragon or the Silent Whites. Sari hears that and cracks up laughing. Says look at him, already got fancy tastes like a real warrior now. But there's definitely something strange going on. Rolf looks clearly pissed off about something. Taiho notices and asks what's eating him. Siri rolls her eyes, saying they dragged him back from vacation for this stupid mission. The muscle guy says they're almost at base, so speed it up. They're booking it when suddenly everything stops. Right in front of them, there's this massive pack of gnolls blocking the road. Dark, nasty things with glowing red eyes staring through the shadows. As soon as Siri sees they're about to get cut off, she yells not to slow down. They charge straight into the pack, cutting through tons of them. If they'd hesitated even a second, they would have been completely screwed. They break through, but then this weird sound starts echoing everywhere. Someone shouts to look up and a squadron of harpies is diving straight down at them. Siri's slashing at harpies while Rolf's trying not to die, but he's struggling hard. Can't use his saga without his crossbow. Things are getting dicey when Taiho grabs his sword hilt. The harpies are circling them and golden light starts glowing from Taiho's body. Everyone's like, what the hell? But the harpies freak out and start backing away from the light. Taiho activates his warrior sword saga and the energy makes his broken sword whole again. Things are glowing gold and radiating serious power. Harpies panic and Taiho just pushes them all away with energy waves. Everyone's staring at him because he just wiped out every enemy with one move. Even Taiho looks awkward, and everyone is staring at him. With the path clear, the group keeps moving. When they're getting close to where they need to go, the big guy from Odin's Legion turns to Taiho and says, welcome to the battlefield. And right then, Taiho gets what he means. Down in this massive crater, there's a real war happening. Total chaos with metal clashing everywhere. The group starts heading down and Siri doesn't waste time. She activates her saga and arrows start flying in every direction. The crazy part is she never misses. One target after another drops until she gives the order to advance. Meanwhile, Taiho grips his broken sword hilt and activates his warrior's saga. But instead of a sword, what shows up is a crossbow. The moment he pulls the trigger, it fires 3 arrows and everything in their path gets vaporized. Once again, everyone's just staring at what he pulled off. Even Taiho's feeling confident, thinking with this, they'll reach the center real quick. And that's exactly what happens. After pushing forward for several minutes, they finally reach the center of the battlefield. There's Valkyrie Rescrid leading troops right in the thick of combat. When she spots Taiho approaching, she smiles and says it's good to have him here. He gets straight to the point, asking what the situation is. She answers quickly, saying it's almost under control, but there's a problem. The enemy has something like their steel rain, and they've been attacking with it for a while. Then more trouble shows up. Looking up, Rescrid shouts for everyone to scatter. Suddenly, the sky starts falling apart, but it's not rain, it's giant rocks crashing down across the battlefield. The boulders slam into the ground, creating craters and flattening everything. But that's not even the worst part. The real danger is what's inside them because knolls start coming out, some of them massive. Taiho shouts a warning, saying another one's coming. The rock nearly crushes them, missing the whole group by inches. Everyone's tense because nobody knows what might come out of that thing. Then suddenly a fireball streaks across the sky, but it's headed in a different direction. It goes straight toward the Dark Elf village. Rescrid walks over and tells him he has to get to the Dark Elf village right now. That fireball was headed there, so they're probably under attack. She adds that on this battlefield, he's the only one she trusts to handle that situation. Taiho agrees, saying he'll find a horse and get out of there fast. But she says there's no time for that and starts removing her own cloak. Our boy gets all red. She explains the cloak will let him transform into a dragon and tells him to pick someone he trusts to go with him. Taiho can picture how everyone's going to react once they know what happened here. Without hesitation, he decides to hand it to Siri. Moments later, they take off, flying over the battlefield. From behind a massive rock that nearly crushed them, a new monster pops up. This time it's a giant, but nothing like the one they saw at the Black Castle. Rescrid thinks to herself how this one is smaller yet radiates far more power, which makes sense. Giants had runes similar to warriors, and their strength grew with every kill. Judging by its aura, this one had already been on a rampage. His roar shakes the battlefield, staggering even Valhalla's warriors. The giant activates his saga, the Roar of Madness, and suddenly all the monsters go into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Taiho and Siri reach the elf village only to find another giant waiting for them, but this one was shaped differently from the rest. Taiho quickly realizes it's a mage, and his fears are confirmed when the creature begins casting and hurls a devastating spell at the village. Villagers run around in panic while Taiho tells Siri to move closer so he can pull its attention. Swapping his crossbow for a lance, he throws it with everything he has, but the weapon shatters against an invisible barrier as more shields form around the giant. His trick to draw the giant's attention works. The creature locks onto them, but that only makes things worse as it unleashes spell after spell. And then the elves are caught in the chaos, and from above, Taiho was thinking if this continues, the village will be nothing but ash and countless lives will be lost unless they take the monster down fast. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Nine Realms, something's going down. This guy's sitting on a throne just watching everything unfold when a harpy flies over and lands on his finger with a message. Turns out that weird spider creature is named Vault, and she's the one who got Malice to betray Valhalla, and this was all part of some plan to find this thing called the Seed. She is cursing the spider bastard for being a coward and hiding in darkness when there is a surefire way to get the Seed, and yet all of them are ignoring it. And that plan she is talking about is to burn all to the ground, much like they did in the Great War. And who is this genius, you might ask? So this fine mommy is called the Giant of Strength Harad. She is one of the 5 giant generals working for Loki, so while Mommy Harad was cooking up a plan to burn everything to the ground, our boy was trying not to die back in the village. Taiho is done with the giant's bullshit and says that if the giant keeps throwing projectiles, he is going to do the same. He starts his saga and summons this storm of spears, throwing everything at once. The problem is that annoying barrier's still there, so none of the spears get through, but he keeps going anyway. Both sides keep throwing stuff at each other, with spears hitting spells and making huge explosions everywhere. Siri looks worried, asking if this is actually doing anything. Taiho explains it like he's still in a video game, keep hitting the barrier non-stop, and eventually it'll weaken enough to break through. The scene jumps to the other battlefield, where Rescrid is facing off with another giant. She knows this thing's strong enough to give her a real fight, but as the commander, she can't back down. They both charge and then they crash into each other, causing this big shockwave. Meanwhile, Taiho's still stuck in his desperate fight. His plan isn't working, yet spears keep vanishing against the barrier, but he won't quit. He's thinking they need to figure something out or this village disappears completely. Looking around, he sees houses already on fire with elves running around panicking. Then this weird group of elves shows up wearing glowing helmets with flashing lights. Taiho can't believe what he's seeing. One of them says they're the Dark Elf Fire Brigade. Leave the flames to them and focus on the giant. They all raise their hands and start casting some spell that brings storm clouds out of nowhere. Rain pours down and puts out all the fires instantly. Everything seems fine for like 2 seconds, but then the giant roars again. His magical barrier disappears because the rain is canceling his spells. Since he's a fire wizard, his weakness just became super obvious. Taiho gets it right away and mentally thanks the Fire Brigade elves. They just handed him the perfect opening. He activates his saga and throws his spear with everything he's got while telling Ciri to attack from behind, using his spear as cover. He knows it's time to break out the legendary sword. Launches into his final attack just like Ragnar taught him. His sync rate's at 18% now, so he uses Ancestral Dragon Barrage and blasts a huge hole clean through the giant. But then Taiho spots something weird. There's this glowing emerald stone inside the giant like a core. Taiho asks Ciri for help. She agrees and combines their sagas. She goes first with dark purple energy wrapping around her spear, then Taiho adds his power. They charge together and the explosion completely destroys the giant. But before they can celebrate, something crazy happens. They get sucked into the blast like there's a portal in the middle of it. The elves just stand there confused, watching Taiho and Ciri vanish into thin air. But it's not over because they wake up floating in this weird dark void filled with magical energy. Taiho's looking around confused, asking where they are since they beat the giant. Ciri stays calm, explaining that destroying the core opened a small portal. She can feel powerful magic here, though she says that it might be leftover traces from the Great War. That gets Taiho's attention. Ever since finding the sword piece, he's been wondering about those ancient warriors. Now he's standing where they actually fought. He thinks that he can even find other fragments of the sword here and was ready to explore when Ciri's stomach growls. Taiho pulls out all sorts of food from his magical pouch. Ciri's shocked seeing all the stuff Taiho's carrying around and asks if he got it from Idun. He laughs, explaining that the goddess Idun gave it to him as a reward. Ciri sighs, saying this is going to be harder than she thought. Taiho asks what she means. Turns out after all that chaos with the Regenerator and Basilisk, Valkyrie Gander wants them to convince Taiho to join her legion. She thinks he's this amazing, one-of-a-kind warrior, but seeing how the goddess is treating Taiho, she won't be letting go of him. Taiho just chuckles, saying that's true. Plus, he can't leave Idun's legion because Helda is also there. After eating, he stretches and says, time to get out of here. Ciri asks how since they don't even know where they are. But then he pulls out the sword hilt, saying maybe this little guy knows the way out. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Taiho extends his arm, pointing the sword ahead. Ciri is eyeing hard, thinking about what this idiot is doing now. He stood there for some more time, but nothing happened, so after inwardly cursing Taiho, Ciri transforms back, and now they were wandering aimlessly in the void. Along the way, Ciri starts talking. Says back in Valhalla it's rare for anyone to ask what others did when they were alive, but she's genuinely curious about Taiho. His sagas are too incredible. Taiho looks a little embarrassed and with a shy smile, says when he was alive, he'd been the world champion. She stares at him surprised, saying something like, so I've been walking beside a living legend. Then he activates something again, and what he sees leaves him stunned. In front of them is this field full of weapons. Not just any weapons, these are high-tier legendary stuff. And being a true gamer, Taiho switches into full loot mode. He starts grabbing everything in sight. Helmet, massive sword, spear, shield. He even tosses the broken ones into his magic bag. Ciri just stands there watching, not sure if she should laugh or cry. She asks if he's really taking even the damaged ones. He replies while still collecting gear that of course all of it could be useful later. That's when he notices a cheeky little belt shining brighter than the rest, and that thing came with some serious buffs. This thing boosts both strength and endurance. Ciri spots the symbol on it and points out that mark belongs to the Legion of Freya. Taiho asks who Freya is, and she explains that Freya is the goddess of love and beauty, but also war and magic. This gets Taiho thinking if the Ivan goddess also hides talents like that. He suggests Ciri grab something for herself too, since everything looks unique. She hesitates, but then, with this guilty look, pulls out a dagger. They walk for a while longer until Taiho announces he's satisfied, but he looks ridiculous wearing this crook helmet. He jokes about needing to make room in the bag when out of nowhere the sword he took from the basilisk starts vibrating. Taiho carefully pulls it out, and aura starts glowing from the blade and is pointing to a tiny dagger. He picks it up and asks Ciri if she has any idea what the sword was pointing at. She says that maybe they came from the same place. Says maybe the people of this world fought alongside Valhalla's warriors and the weapons were forged by the same hands. Taiho agrees that makes sense, maybe that's why he could never trace the sword's origin before. So he takes the dagger too since the sword's already proven incredibly useful. With everything sorted, they move on. After walking a bit more, they reach the edge of this massive crater and Ciri knows what it is. It's the place where Odin's army fought. She then notices that magic was gathering in the center of it, where a giant skeleton was chilling after its owner had kicked the bucket. Who knows when they get down to inspect it? Ciri asks Taiho if he can get some info. Taiho nods, saying he can see its name. This bastard was the legendary Hellhound Garmer. Ciri panics. She told Kai that they should run away from here. But that's when the bones started gathering in one place, and the magic brought the beast back to life with a burst of magic. That bastard was standing in front of them, and he hadn't come alone. He brought company, many, and soon the battlefield was swarming with the monsters. Kai clenches his sword, ready for the battle, when something strange happens. The monsters ignore them completely and start fighting among themselves. Ciri wanted to bolt out of there, but Taiho grabs her and points to the monsters and says they can't go like this. They have to do the boss battle. At this moment, Siri wanted nothing more than to beat this guy up, but she held back. She told him to get on top of her. Her strategy was simple: fly straight into the boss at full force. That bastard lets out a roar that almost made both heroes deaf, but the worst came right after. Lightning struck down from above. Siri instantly lost her balance. Both of them started plummeting down. Once they were down, asked if she was all right. That's when this bastard realized that he'd landed right on top of her. He immediately turned bright red, apologizing and saying it wasn't intentional. Siri said she was fine. Before she could even get up, the monsters swarmed them. Taiho started throwing hands with them, buying time for Siri to get up. Once she was up, both of them charged at the boss. Seeing them charging towards him, the boss attacked them with a fire breath that they dodged without breaking a sweat. Since the boss too was a dumb creature, he got busy with the other monsters. Taiho gave the signal to Siri. She activated her saga and fired arrows at the boss. None did real damage, but got the monster's attention. The beast opened its mouth, but before it could bite her down, Siri transformed into a wolf and got away. She shouted that normal attacks wouldn't work. Taiho would have to go all in with his special ability. Taiho activated his Saga's Storm Warrior. Drawing his legendary sword, he used the power of the gods. Golden energy surged across the blade and he landed a direct hit on the boss. Man, he thought he had landed a critical hit, maybe even cut down one of the legs, but it did absolutely nothing, just a tiny scratch. Siri shouted for him to jump on her back again. She wanted to repeat their combo attack, but the boss didn't let her ride him this time as he attacked with a fire breath. Taiho realized that they won't be able to kill this thing with half-hearted attacks, so he asked Siri to buy him some time. He activated his Dragon Eyes Saga and began scanning everything. Taiho noticed something new right below the monster's name. A description appeared: Absolute Defense. Then something clicked for him. He realized that the boss hasn't moved from his spot for once since the battle started. That meant only one thing: that he is guarding something. Meanwhile, Siri had figured out something as well. She knew that normal attack won't work on him, but maybe her curse ability will, since she's in her wolf witch form. So he jumps high in the air and bit the boss, and her hunch was right, her curse ability, and now the boss was a Grodon, but she was running out of stamina, so she turned to Taiho saying whatever he is planning to do, he needs to do it fast because she can't hold on for long. But Taiho just turned and ran straight at the monsters. He used his power of divinity and took care of the small fries, and instantly he had figured out the way to kill the beast at some this strange rock that was stuck in the ground. He used all of his power to pull it out of there while the boss was heading straight at him, and he got dangerously close, and he finally pulled it out. As he did, the monster disappeared. Taiho points at the hole he had yanked the crystal and says that it's the exit. She screamed for Taiho to climb on her back. Without hesitation, he jumped. Behind them, the ghostly warriors defeated the last of the monster. One warrior announced the beast was down, and cheers of victory broke out. But someone asked where those two had gone. A warrior noticed the portal on the ground. Everyone gathered around it one by one. They began jumping in. Everyone was smiling. One even shouted that they were going to Valhalla. So Reskrid and this giant are still going at it, trading blows like crazy. Neither one's backing down. Then boom, the portal opens and our boy Taiho just pops out of nowhere right in the middle of this mess. He hits the ground and Reskrid's like, "How the hell did you guys get here so fast?" The giant spots the crystal Taiho's carrying and his eyes light up. This dude realizes that's the seed their king's been hunting for this whole time. He reaches his massive hand toward Taiho, trying to snatch it. Reskrid yells for everyone to protect Taiho and jumps in with her sword to block the giant. That's when some wild stuff happens. She sees these ghosts of ancient Valhalla warriors just standing there, holding back the giant's hand. One ghost says they have to join the fight. More and more ghosts start showing up on the battlefield, and now the giant's in trouble. The ghost leader turns to Reskrid, asking for permission to fight, saying they want to protect Asgard one last time. She doesn't hesitate and gives them the go-ahead. As soon as she does, these ghosts start getting their bodies back and charge straight at the giant. While everyone's fighting the smaller monsters, the giant lets out this massive roar and tries to join his army, but Reskrid comes flying and screaming that she's his opponent. Rolf asks Taiho and Siri how they got back so quick, since they only left a few hours ago. Taiho says time must flow differently in that void place they were in, but Siri doesn't care about any of that. She wants to jump into the fight. Taiho grabs her again and says they should focus on the boss and let others handle the small stuff. So she turns into her wolf form and they're back in the sky. Taiho can tell Siri's beat. She's had 2 crazy battles back to back with no break. He tells her to chill, saying their job isn't to kill this thing, just to do enough damage to get its attention. He explains that Reskrid and the giant are evenly matched, so if they can distract the giant for even a second, that'll tip things in their favor. Taiho activates his power and starts throwing his lances at the giant one after another. After the 3rd hit, the giant gets pissed. He turns to Taiho and says his attacks aren't even tickling him, and once he's done with Reskrid, he's going to personally send Taiho to hell. But Taiho just keeps launching spears. Siri's like, "Doesn't look like he's paying attention to you." But then Reskrid charges again, and now the giant's totally focused on her, ignoring everything else. This was exactly what Taiho was waiting for. He puts divine power into his lance and throws it with perfect aim. It smashes right into the giant's hand, messing up the big attack he was about to unleash. Raskrid doesn't waste the chance. She activates her god powers and takes the giant down. Now that the big bad is dead, the monster army is screwed and the warriors are pumped up. They push forward and wipe out the rest of the monsters easily. Taivo's sitting on a cliff saying they won, then drops down to finally get some rest. Ciri's watching him, thinking there's really something special about this bastard. She wants him fighting on their side for as long as possible. With the battle over, it's time for the ghost warriors to head back. Their leader thanks Raskrid for letting them fight and asks her to guide their souls back to Valhalla. Raskrid thanks them back, saying Valhalla will always welcome them. She changes into this white outfit and calls the Bifrost to take them home. Before leaving, the warriors look at Taiho and tell him they're going to tell Odin about how brave he was. So Raskrid tells the group she's got to bounce because she needs to guide the ghost warriors back. She promises everyone that when they all meet up again in the Great Hall, nobody's going to go unrecognized. Everyone's getting their rewards, especially Taiho and Ciri, since their courage basically saved the whole battle. Taiho walks up to her and returns her fur coat back to her. Raskrid turns to Ciri, asking what it was like carrying Taiho through all that chaos. Ciri says she was just doing her duty. Before heading back, she told them that Regenleaf and Gander will arrive soon to take over. But before she goes, she walks up to Taiho and gives him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Taiho just freezes up. His heart starts pounding. He was about to come up with names for his future children with her when he turned and saw that she had also kissed Ciri too. He realizes this kiss is just like the one Helda gave him before. It's just a Valkyrie ritual thing. Meanwhile, way off in the frozen wasteland of Jotunheim, things are getting tense. Herad was pissed, but not because they lost. She never cared about the result of this battle. It was supposed to drain Valhalla's strength. What's really got her pissed is that the seed, the thing they've been hunting for, ended up in Taiho's hands. Now their secrets might get exposed. He's scared of how the king is going to react. When the Evolve from before told her not to overthink it since the king hadn't said anything yet, she said that maybe the king wanted this to happen all along. Time passes and 2 more Valkyries show up. They land near Taiho and Ciri. Taiho reports everything that happened and pulls out the seed. Regenleaf doesn't know what that thing was, but she was happy that they didn't let those bastards succeed. She takes the seed from Taiho, stores it in this fancy-looking chest, and then she gets in Taiho's face and kisses him on the forehead. Although he had been through this once, he can't help but feel flustered. But seeing that Ciri was getting the same treatment, he thinks maybe this is normal around here. He turns to Gander and asks if she won't bless them too. She laughs and says few people have the guts to ask a Valkyrie for that, but she agrees. Taiho closes his eyes, thinking one more blessing can't hurt. He is thinking of another kiss on the forehead, but Gander kisses him on the cheek. Armoy was on cloud 9 after that. Just as the Valkyries are about to leave, guess who shows up? Helda. She arrives just in time to see that unique blessing Gander gave. Her face doesn't hide anything. With her jealous eyes, she asks Taiho what was happening here. Taiho tries to come up with something, but, just as always, fumbles pretty hard. Ciri, who was watching this from the sidelines, says that these two are pretty amusing. Soon, the transport back to Valhalla was ready. Taiho climbed into a coffin for the trip, and Helda still wasn't letting it go. She asked Taiho if he enjoyed getting all those blessings. He thought he might not survive this one. Then she leaned in, brushed her hair back, and gave him her own blessing. Both of them turned as red. Meanwhile, deep at the roots of Yggdrasil, Odin and Thor walked together in silence. Odin pulled out the seed and asked Mimir if this was what Fenrir had been chasing. Mimir looked it over and said yes, it was a fragment of Garmar's soul. If all the pieces were found, Garmar could be revived. Odin frowned, saying the reward didn't seem worth the effort. Thor then asked if Garn was connected to Fenrir. Mimir confirmed it. Garmar's howl could wake Fenrir, and if Fenrir woke up, he'd snap his chains and hunt Odin down. And when that happened, the All-Father would meet his forefathers. Meanwhile, up in the frozen wasteland of Jotunheim, some seriously bad news is brewing. The Loki, with this smug grin, tells Utgard Loki that the 5 generals are already on the move. Loki just laughs like a maniac and says the real battles are just getting started. Back under Yggdrasil, Mimir warns that the giants don't even need Garma fully alive. Just one howl from one fragment would be enough to kick off Ragnarok. Odin adds that someone among them has this special saga ability that could speed up the whole apocalypse thing. Thor immediately clenches his fists because he already knows exactly who they're talking about: Loki, that backstabbing bastard. Without missing a beat, Odin hands the seed fragment to Thor and tells him to destroy it. Even knowing how powerful this thing is, Odin's made his choice. Getting rid of the risk is the only way to buy them some time. Meanwhile, the thick goddess is back. Our boy had come back to the temple to report to her. She starts praising him, saying how she even heard the warriors of Valhalla chanting her name. Idun gives him one of those rare, radiant smiles. Then she tells him it's time for his reward. Taiho lights up, expecting that legendary cloak that would let him transform into a Pegasus. He's been dreaming about this thing, but Idun has other plans. She chuckles and tells him that he has to choose once again. She had prepared 2 rewards for him this time as well. The first was the clock that would turn him into Pegasus, which he already knows about, and the second is a saddle. This thing will let him ride any creature, no matter how big, what species, or how strong. No limits whatsoever. His mind just explodes with possibilities. He's imagining himself as this massive falcon with someone riding on his back. As soon as he exits the temple, he runs straight into Helda and Ragna, who've been waiting outside for him. One look at his face, and they can tell he picked something incredible. Ragna says Taiho looks different and stronger and suggests they should ramp up their training, but Helda cuts in, reminding them they just got back from the front lines and should probably rest instead of punishing themselves. That's when Taiho remembers something important. Since they're not training, he asks for their help with something else. They all head to his cabin, where Taiho starts pulling out this weird collection of junk. He gathered all this stuff from the battlefield of gods. Ragna looks confused and starts laughing, asking if Taiho's become some kind of scavenger. Most of the weapons are broken, rusty, and look pretty useless, but then Helda steps forward and touches one of the beat-up weapons and says that she can still feel the magic power from it. Ragna agrees and suggests they try returning the weapons to their original legions. Taiho loves the idea and they get to work. They're examining runes, magical signatures, and forge marks. Each legion in Valhalla leaves its own fingerprint on weapons, so they're trying to match blade to history. Hours pass, and then Helda just freezes in front of this dagger. She's staring at it. After several minutes, Ragna guesses it might not belong to any standard unit. Maybe it's like Taiho's own sword, just some outlier. That gives Taiho an idea. He decides to use his ability. He grabs the dagger and focuses, channeling his power. As he does that, the rune fills with a blue light, and then nothing happens. As Taiho was about to set it down, his eyes suddenly lit up and projected some images on the wall. The vision shows this warrior, whom none of them recognize, sailing across a violent sea toward this dark, creepy island. She says she's finally found the place that's been hidden in myths. She heads inside the castle with all of these bones just lying there. She remembers hearing rumors about the Queen of Shadows, and the rumors say that she is this evil queen who would eat people and bathe in maiden's blood, but she won't believe anything until she sees it with her own eyes. She finally meets her, and she wasn't anything like the rumors said. She was this nice lady and even took her as her student. Years pass. She goes through brutal trials and becomes even more powerful. When it's finally time to leave the island, the maiden gives her a parting gift, a spear crafted from ancient sea monster bones. With that kick-ass spear in her hand, she never knew defeat. That was until she met that bastard Loki. He defeats her without breaking a sweat and tells her that her family, friends, and everything she fought for have been wiped from existence. She has absolutely nothing left. He just turns and walks away. But the lady launches herself at him to end him then and there, but that bastard was just playing with her. He looks back, and with just that alone, her spear and her world both get destroyed. The vision cuts out, and everyone's just standing there stunned. Ragnar breaks the silence, saying these were pieces from Shu's life. Taiho asks who that warrior was, and Ragnar explains it was Shu, the strongest warrior from that destroyed world. He adds that if he had to compare, Shu was on the same level as Valhalla's legendary Sigurd. That blows Taiho's mind. But then Taiho notices something weird. Now he can actually read the name etched on the dagger fragments of Guy Bulk. Ragnar says now everything makes perfect sense why the saga didn't work before. He told Guy not to use his saga on it, saying that they don't know what kind of djinns might be on it. Taiho asks him what djinns are. He explains that djinns are these crazy powerful spiritual bindings that let one borrow power in exchange for making an oath, and since Shu had an indomitable will, her weapon's djinns might be too much for Taiho to handle. The weapon might not even accept him, as its master could turn against him. But from the vision, Taiho felt something different. It was like the weapon was trying to communicate, showing him, this is the level you need to reach. He realizes it's not enough to just possess Guy Bold, he has to become worthy of it. Ragnar nods, saying now he was talking like a man. The scene shifts. They were back in the house. Taiho asks Helda if she knows where he can get a mount. He says that it doesn't need to be something fancy like the other regions, just something to get by. And man, get this. The bastard had chosen this saddle thinking of Ciri. He is thinking that you should never say that out loud because maybe she would even kill him for that. Helda told him that Idun's legion doesn't have a designated mount. Ragnar suggests Taiho could buy a horse in Vanaheim, but then he changes his tone and asks him if he only wants a means of transport, but that won't suit a warrior. He asks him if they should just catch one themselves. There's this place near the border between Valhalla and Olympus that's crawling the griffins. Taiho could capture his own mount there. Helda thinks it's a great idea and decides to come along. They invite Ciri too since she's on leave. In the last battle, Ciri also awakened her divine aura from contact with Taiho, but this Fangirl was in a difficult position since her idol was right in front of her, so she couldn't afford to look weak, but my girl was at her limits. Ragnar had made them maintain their auras for long stretches with no mercy. He decided that it would be enough and told them that they could rest now. He looks out of the window and tells Helda that they should camp for now. They get down on the riverside and roast this juicy steak. Ragnar hands over the meat to everyone. While handing it to Ciri, he suggests that she join Idun's legion too. This way he could keep teaching her all the time. Ciri blushes but declines, saying her loyalty to her current legion comes first. The next morning they reach the jagged cliffs where griffins roam. Ragnar has Helda prepare bait by enchanting their horse to intensify its scent. It turns out griffins love horse flesh. Within minutes, 3 griffins burst out, locked onto the bait. Ragnar says that he'll watch from the sidelines. Siri and Taiho are already in battle mode. She whips out her crossbow and puts 3 arrows on it, while Taiho pulls out his cloak and transforms into a massive falcon. Both of the girls weren't expecting it. They thought that he'd ride one of them, so they looked. I'm kind of disappointed, Ragnar. That bastard caught onto it and said he should have told him to go into the battle riding one of them. Helda got all shy and told him that it's nothing like that. So our boy Taiho is facing down 3 griffins. One of these beasts locks onto him. Taiho shows he's got some serious brain cells. Instead of going full berserker mode, he plays it smart. He dodges the attack and starts climbing higher. So while this oversized bird brain is chasing Taiho around the sky, Siri down below is lining up her shot. She pulls out 3 arrows and they're tipped with paralyzing poison. All 3 arrows hit their mark, and just like that, 1 griffin down. But Tia doesn't want these regular flying chickens. He wants the special one. Then we hear it, a roar that probably woke up every creature within a 50-mile radius. The alpha griffin has entered the chat, folks. This thing is massive, twice the size of the others. He is waiting for the horse meat that he was promised, and then a thought pops up in his mind. He wonders if those bastards left him out and started eating it without him, so he decides to go check for himself. Meanwhile, the group had taken down all of the griffins. Ragnar says that more or less does it, and now all they have to do is to wait for the big one to show up. Taiho puts the saddle on one of the griffins and soars in the sky. After a while, he hears the birds flying away in shock. Ragnar tells him to get ready and hands Taiho this magical rope. It's enchanted to suppress power and resistance. The alpha makes its move, and man, this thing is fast, like super fast, and the fact that Taiho was riding his woman just made things even worse. It lunges at Taiho, but our boy's body literally blurs in midair before the alpha could get him. He transforms into a falcon. The griffin is like, what the hell? But then he thinks doesn't matter. Hawk meat is not bad either, and charges at him once again. Taiho waits until the very last second, then transforms back to human form. With no time to waste, he lands right on the griffin's back and wraps that magical rope around its neck. And folks, this beast does not go down easy. It puts up a fight. He is thinking, I can't lose to this puny human, but he finds dealing with our boy too much, and Ragnar's rope also starts taking effect. He thinks it's the right time and pulls out the sword. Since his last battle, his synchronization with his character has reached 20% synchronization, and his Saga Warrior sword has been upgraded so he activates something called the Blacksmith Saga. His sword literally reshapes itself into a massive hammer. He raises this thing high and strikes the rope with it, tripling the rope's enchantment effects. The griffin somehow resists it for the first time, but now he can't use any strength at all. Taiho uses this opportunity and uses the Dragon Commander Saga, and the griffin is feeling the effect and maybe enjoying it. Bro literally broke the griffin. Down below, everyone is cheering for him. As Taiho gets down with his new flying buddy, he tells everyone that this guy's name was Rollo. When Helda heard something, everyone turned to find out where it was coming from. They saw the emergency signal in the sky. Ragnar said that 2 of them going off at the same time is bad. It meant that the nearby unit was under attack. Helda suggested that they split up, transform into her swan form, and tell Siri to get on her back before she took off. She told Taiho not to be stupid and to be careful. Taiho told her not to worry. That's when Ragnar mounts Rollo, and Taiho is thinking, this guy has some tough muscles. So they're flying toward the battlefield, and they had barely crossed a few Mount Ihans, and the once dense forest that was there was now gone. In the middle of all this chaos, they spot the problem. 2 giants are going at it with Valhalla's warriors. Barak from Thor's legion was holding on the front against the giant. The giant storms at him with his giant war axe, and Brak just meets it head-on with pure strength. Ragnar leaps from the griffin and unleashes his divine aura, and in the next moment, the giant was dead. This dude really entered with style. The battlefield erupts in cheers because everyone knows what Ragnar showing up means. Victory is basically guaranteed at this point. Then Taiho tells his griffin to dive bomb the remaining giant. Perfect timing, crashes into this thing and gives Brak the opening he needs. Brak starts glowing and just destroys this giant's axe with 1 hit. Then he jumps up and splits the giant's skull in half. Everyone's cheering for Ragnar like usual, then Brak, but then they start chanting something new. Then they realize that the one who rode a Valkyrie was there too, so they started chanting his name too. Taiho was pissed, thinking, cut out with his stupid nickname already. He lands. Brak walks over to Taiho with this huge grin and gives him the classic shoulder clap. All the other warriors are gathering around, asking what kind of Valkyrie he rode this time. Poor Taiho has to break it to them that it was just a male griffin, which clearly crushed their dreams of having another epic tale to spread around. But Brak cuts through all the joking, saying there's no time for celebration. Another group needs help, and the war isn't taking a timeout. Ragnar immediately switches to serious mode and demands to know what's going on. Brak explains they found another piece of soul fragment, but right when they were about to grab it, the giants pulled an ambush. The fragment wasn't just sitting there either, it was stuck in the skull of some massive boar that had been powered up by the soul's energy, and this time those bastards actually used their brains, so instead of just charging in, they split into 3 teams. Two groups kept Valhalla's forces busy while the third team focused on capturing the boar. Time to move out. Ragnar jumps back on the griffin and waves for Brack to hop on, but Brack's like, nah, I got my own ride. He pulls out these tiny bones from his pouch, says some magic words, and the bones start rebuilding themselves into a small ram. Ragnar immediately recognizes it and says Tangoster with serious respect. Barak orders the ram to grow. Then this little ram starts transforming. Brack explains it's some sacred mount from Thor's legion that's been passed down for ages. Ragnar orders the warriors to stay behind and take care of the wounded. They start following the giant's trail. Taiho Tangoster keeps up with the griffin no problem, and Ragnar can't help but comment on how fast this divine goat is moving. A few minutes later, they spot the enemy. The giants succeeded in bringing down the boar, but hadn't gotten their hands on the crystal. Ragnar takes one look at the situation: 4 giants, 100 orcs, and casually says he'll handle the giants alone while everyone else deals with the rest. Then he just charges in. Meanwhile, Helda and Ciri just finished their own fight. Ciri asks her now that they are free, should they head over and help Taiho too. Helda says that Ragnar is with him, so there's nothing to worry about, but then the sky cracks open and a bolt of light tears through the clouds and something massive starts falling. At first it looks like a meteor, but as it gets closer, Helda realizes this isn't some space rock. She immediately knows whatever's in that falling transport is way beyond what she and Ciri can handle. She shifts into her swan form and tells Ciri they need to get back to Taiho ASAP. Back on the main battlefield, the orcs are starting to sweat because Tangoster just came charging through their lines. This ram is trampling everything in sight, and even the toughest orcs are looking at each other and saying, "Yo dude, are we sure about this?" Ragnar yells at Taiho to focus on the boar because time's running out. Taiho spots these mages around the beast doing some seriously dark magic, so he takes his griffin up high and dives down, activating his newest saga called Warrior of the Storm. And man, this guy just turns into a human lightning rod. Electricity's dancing all over his skin, bolts shooting everywhere. The mages get absolutely wrecked. Brack sees what Taiho's doing and decides to join the party. More orcs try to block him, but he activates his own saga and his axe starts spinning, releasing these waves of energy that just obliterate everything around him. Taiho was watching this, thinking Brack is completely unstoppable. Then everything goes to hell. That meteor we saw earlier finally hits, and the impact creates a crater. Through all the dust and smoke, this figure slowly emerges, smiling in that way that makes your skin crawl. With cold eyes, she starts scanning the battlefield. This is hard, one of the 5 generals of the Giant King, and just being in her presence makes everyone freeze up. Nobody moves. Nobody even breathes, except Tangoster, because this guy is a goat. He walks up to her, standing face to face, and even Harad looks a little surprised by this. He tries to punch her, but then Harad just casually erases it from existence with a single blow. Everyone's frozen in disbelief, especially Taiho, who can't even process what he just witnessed. Then Harad turns toward Brack, who's completely paralyzed by her presence. She raises her hand and unleashes this wave of energy. Taiho screams as Brack takes the full hit, but then Harad starts laughing, saying she never expected to see that face again. It was Ragnar blocking the attack. These two know each other, and it's not a happy reunion. Ragnar calmly mentions it's been a long time since she left her fortress. Harad mocks him, saying he barely managed to hold her attack and maybe the great warrior has gone soft. She says it almost makes her want to cry. Ragnar is worried about buying enough time so Taiho and Brack can escape. That's when the boar with the soul fragment suddenly comes back to life, blasting energy everywhere and charges straight at Harad. Ragnar doesn't waste the opening. He yells at Brack to move, but the guy's still stunned from nearly getting vaporized. Then Taiho comes flying in, offering his hand to Ragnar, but he just grabs the dumbstruck Brack and throws him to Taiho, telling him to take him away. Taiho's confused, asking what Ragnar plans to do. Ragnar's aura starts blazing as he simply says, "Watch," because Taiho's about to see what it really means to be legendary. The guy who started in all sailed seas nobody had ever seen and never lost a battle. His name's been whispered through generations for a reason. He's about to witness the kind of battle that happens at the highest levels in the new realm that they will face from now on. We start with Ragnar activating his myth saga, and this isn't just any saga. This is the big one. King of Vikings, Ragnar Lothbrok. The boar is sweating bullets because it knows what's coming. Harad charges her fist with energy and drives it straight into the boar's skull, just completely obliterating this thing from existence. Only the crystal fragment is left. Hera kneels down to grab it, but right before she touches it, her danger sense kicks in. She throws herself to the side just in time. Turning back, she sees Ragnar radiating this storm of energy. And man, she gets this savage grin and charges at him, saying this is the moment she's been waiting for Ragnar's true form, the power that gets her blood pumping. They start trading blows, one punch after the other, and the shockwaves are so intense that even Taiho, who's way back watching from his griffin, can feel it. Herod's thinking that even though Ragnar's gotten weaker, his head would still make the perfect gift for the Giant King. It's only been 10 seconds, but in this brief moment, the blows they're exchanging could kill thousands or tens of thousands. The warriors watching from the sidelines decide to move back even further because things are getting ridiculous. Ragnar knows he's reaching his limit and wants to finish it with one blow. He sidesteps Herod's attack and swings with his sword, but she dodges at the last possible moment. This is bad because she was preparing her own big attack. Her strike barely misses him, but that's exactly what she wanted. She was aiming for the Vikings behind Ragnar. Basically, she's playing dirty, hoping to finish him off while he's busy saving his people. Ragnar throws his body in front of the attack to protect the Vikings. By the end of it, Bro is barely holding on to life. Harald comments that if he just ignored those useless Vikings and focused on the fight, he could have landed a fatal blow on her. Ragnar pulls his sword from the ground, looks at her and says, "Didn't I tell you to run? What are you doing here?" Herod's thinking, has this guy gone mad? That's when she senses something behind her. Our boy Taiho is back and Brack's muttering that he's the son of a god and he'll only be useless once. He jumps off the griffin and activates his saga, throwing his axe at Herod with the same attack he used to split that giant in two. Herod doesn't even move, she just punches the axe and it breaks into pieces, but that gives Taiho his opening. He launches forward and unleashes Dragon's ancient cannon. Golden energy explodes everywhere. The whole battlefield gets flooded with light, and there's this massive explosion that probably reshaped half the landscape. Someone's calling out Taiho's name as dust and debris go flying everywhere. Moments later, our boy Taiho pushes himself out of the rubble, looking like he went through a blender. His body's completely wrecked and he's gasping for air, saying he poured everything into that strike. Those blue eyes are scanning through the smoke, probably hoping he at least scratched her. But no, Parad steps forward completely untouched. She laughs and says he managed to surprise her. Not bad for a kid, she tells him, and in recognition of that effort, she's now going to fight him with her full power. Oh great, because that's exactly what he needed to hear right now. Taiho's expression tightens and he's breathing heavily, muttering that she didn't even take a scratch. In his mind, he's thinking he's completely screwed. Ragnar steps forward, saying they have to help Taiho. Someone asks Ragnar if that's something he should do in his current state, but Bracky charges toward Taiho anyway, calling out to him. Taiho turns surprised and says Bracky's name. Bracky replies that he's joining the fight too. Herad was now gigantic, with her aura now looking absolutely monstrous. The artist went wild here. She says that they can come at her with everything. It makes no difference. Taiho, Brack, and Ragnar all charge at her at the same time, while Helda also arrives, calling out Taiho's name. In the aftermath, because of course it goes badly, Taiho is caught. She says this is the end for him, asking if buying time was his only plan. Her eyes scan the battlefield and she points out that none of them seem to have the strength left to make that plan work. Ragnar's lying unconscious and Bracky's in the same state. Taiho tries to get himself free from her grip, but she just tightens her grip and tells him that it's for him. Her fire gets even more intense as she slams Taiho on the ground. Helda flies towards Taiho, screaming his name. Meanwhile, we get this void sequence, you know how these stories love their spiritual awakening moments. Taiho's floating in darkness with stars surrounding him. He looks around wondering if he really died this time. Shu tells him he's not dead yet, explaining that if he were truly dead, he wouldn't be able to think like this. Back on the battlefield, Helda's still calling his name, crying and begging him not to die. In the void, Taiho recognizes this blue-haired lady and calls her Shu. She confirms it, saying that's right, or more accurately, what's left of him inside Guybelg. She explains that Taiho can think of her as a piece of his soul, and from now on she'll be Taiho's teacher. She tells him that Guybelg chose him, and that's why she's choosing him too, and she'll pass on all of Eryu's secrets to him, telling him to collect all the pieces of Guybelg because that'll guide him. She tells him to find her teacher. Meanwhile, Helda's doing her best to save our boy. She bites the golden apple and feeds it to Taiho, praying it'll work, and it does. Taiho opens his eyes, but Herod walks over to close them just as quickly. The Yavalt tells her they've already wasted enough time, ordering her to just grab the seed and get out of there already. She leaves half-dead Ragnar behind and walks over to pick up the seed. Taiho stands up and starts walking toward Herod. Helda tells him he shouldn't move right now because if he does, he'll die for sure, and she doesn't want to lose someone as precious as him. He tells her he can't just let Ragnar die, and he has no plan to die either. He then turns, smiles, and tells her he'll come back. He pulls out his dagger and attacks Herod from behind. She just laughs and tells him that nothing he does will change anything while swinging her fist. Both of them clash, sending shockwaves throughout the battlefield. Taiho gives it his all, but in the end gets thrown back. Herod smiles, thinking she's won, when suddenly her hand starts turning to stone. Before it can spread, she slices her hand off, turns to Taiho, and asks him, "What the hell are you?" Taiho forces himself up even though his body looks like it has been through a blender. Across from him, Herod stands wrapped in wild red and black flames. She is furious. How could this beat-up warrior scratch her? The creepy purple voice tells Herod to retreat. Herod says she can't do that. She has to kill him. He was a bigger threat than Ragnar. He's clenching his teeth. No, he's hit his limit, but the stubborn bastard still won't back down. Taiho was thinking, well, now I'm screwed. I think she won't back down and I can't fight in this state. And to make matters worse, the purple guy lends his strength to her and her broken arm grows anew. She flexes her hand and tells Taiho to get ready for round 2. Helda and Sira get behind him, saying that they'll help too. Taiho thanks them while Herod's madness meter is just going up as she charges up her attacks. She says that this was just what she wanted. Taiho and company also run towards her because that's the only thing left to do now. Taiho mutters that the heat is unbearable and says that his body won't move. Harad targets him first, lunging forward to erase his existence, but before she can hit him, a flash of blue lightning splits the battlefield. Thor had personally come to save their asses. He apologizes to Taiho for being late, and our boy is like, "Who the hell knows my name?" Thor says he will have time to be shocked, but first they have to get rid of the domain, and his solution is simple. He summons a tornado. Siri and Helda sigh in relief as they realize that the domain has been lifted. Thor warns everyone to stand back because the battle's about to get rough. He throws his hammer at Harad, launching her high into the air. He is covered in lightning as he chases after her using his hammer. He shoots her with a lightning strike and she falls to the ground. Everyone starts chanting his name. Ragnar orders everyone to get back, saying if they get caught in their fight, they'll die. Taiho looks all worried and asks Helda if Thor will win this fight. She tells him that now that Thor is here, he has nothing to worry about, but how can he not worry knowing that there are enemies of Harad's level out there in the world? He is thinking that if he wants to protect Helda, he has to get stronger. Meanwhile, Thor is dominating, lying on the ground. Harad is thinking, how did Thor come here? But boy, he doesn't want her to think. He charges at her when she uses a smoke bomb. Thor searches around for her. Meanwhile, Harad asks Valt if this was his doing. He nods, saying that she can't beat Thor in her current state, and that will cover her escape with Veil of Night, and she doesn't like that idea at her. She bit her lips, came out for the fog, saying she is the giant of strength. She won't run from the battle, and absolutely won't die like a coward, and then challenges Thor to come at her with everything he's got. Thor calls his hammer, charges another lightning strike, and both of the clashes once again as the battlefield lit up in this golden light. As the scene clears, Harad is on her knees while out Thunderboy didn't have a single scratch on him. He lands on the ground and said that he'll remember to like the video. So Thor walks up to the Garmer fragment, raises Mjolnir, and brings it down. The explosion that follows is genuinely insane. Ragnar watches the whole thing quietly and goes, "Ah, so that's the move." Odin's orders. Destroy the fragments on sight, no deliberating. The crowd absolutely loses it. Thor's rising into the sky with lightning pouring off him, and the warriors below go completely feral, chanting his name. One dude is screaming that the literal god of thunder is walking among them right now. Thor comes back down, calm as anything. Ragnar gives him a proper salute. Thor nods and goes, "Long time no see, Ragnar," and then just casually turns to Taiho and says he's pleased to finally meet the warrior of the Edom Legion. Taiho is standing there thinking, how does this man know my name? While Thor gives him that unreadable god stare that very clearly answers nothing. Flashback. A few days ago, Mimir's floating head bobbed up out of the sacred waters, because that's just how this guy operates, and dropped a prophecy. When the Hound Wolf wakes, Odin, the man who literally rejects death, becomes a chew toy for a giant dog. Probability of that? 72,970. Odin repeats it like he misheard. Mimir says it again. Both of them go completely silent. Then Odin says quietly that the number went down, and Thor says that in all the thousands of times he sat through this prophecy, the number has never moved. Not once. And now for the first time, even by the smallest margin, the odds of everything going catastrophically wrong have actually dropped. Back on the battlefield, Thor lays it all out for Taiho the prophecy, what it means, why it matters, and gives him direct credit for securing the Garmer fragment. Then he announces he's granting him his blessing. And this is the exact moment Taiho's brain completely betrays him, because the image that immediately surfaces is Thor leaning in and kissing him on the forehead. Our boy is freaking out internally, absolutely not a fan of where his own imagination just took him. But then thankfully, lightning just surges through him while Thor holds up Mjolnir, and it stops right there. Thor catches the exhale, raises an eyebrow, and says he would have loved to talk more, but that'll have to wait. Ragnar thanks him. Thor shakes his head and says no, it's them who should be thanked for holding off the giant of strength and protecting his warriors. Then this absolute unit leaps into the sky, lightning trailing behind him, and the entire crowd raises their weapons and loses their minds, screaming for Asgard and the Nine Realms. Cut to later, and things are actually calm for once. Taiho's sitting on his bed, wrapped in so many bandages he looks like a mummy who failed every quest simultaneously. Helda tells him the golden apple helped, but he still needs real rest and absolutely no training for the next few days. Then Taiho's cheeks go red, and he asks her if she wants to go out with him. Helda freezes. Her face turns nuclear. She starts stammering like someone yanked her power cord out mid-sentence. Time skip. They're at the port of Vanaheim, and Ragnar's sitting on the boat rowing, looking at Taiho and Helda. Both of them are clearly not happy about him joining and ask if he's coming. Ragnar says he'll walk them to the entrance, but after that they're on their own so they can properly enjoy themselves. Taiho immediately tells himself not to think about what Ragnar means by that. The port opens up and Vanaheim is alive. Crowds, market stalls, the whole waterway is buzzing. Ragnar waves them off and Taiho turns around and just leaves. Stops because Helda is standing there in a dress. Our boy's brain short-circuits completely. He opens his mouth and says, "The weather is nice today." Then he immediately wants to throw himself into the sea. He's internally calling himself every name in the book when suddenly someone from the crowd shouts his name. It's Siri and Rolf, and what appears to be half of Valhalla on vacation. Then the crowd starts calling out our boy by his name, the warrior visited by a Valkyrie or the warrior who rode a Valkyrie, and a third dude who clearly failed the telephone game, announces confidently that he went on a date with one. Taiho smiles awkwardly, suggests to Hilda they get moving before this becomes a group field trip, and they actually escape markets, food, noise, and eventually an underwater aquarium with glowing coral where they have a genuinely great and completely normal day where nobody is actively trying to kill them. Evening. Ragnar's watching from a distance when his entire body goes still. There is someone standing beside him, and Ragnar did not notice this person arrive, not even a little. He turns slowly. The hooded guy tells him there's no need to stand, no formalities, and then says it's been a long time. Then he goes right back to eating a sandwich. He even pauses to say the sandwich is incredible. Ragnar is choosing every word in his head carefully, because one wrong thing said here could go very badly very fast. The elder says the time when great warriors are truly needed is getting close. The scent of war is already in the air. Then he stands, walks away, and a single black raven cuts across the sky above him, saying if there's one thing he learned from Olympus, it's that when gods decide to personally step into mortal business, it never ever ends well. 2 days after all that chaos, Taiho's already back to grinding, except now he's got company. It turns out Ragnar clocked Ciri's potential and officially took her on as his disciple too. So now the whole squad's assembled, and Ragnar decides it's time to show these kids exactly why he's the guy in charge. He taps into a myth-grade saga, explaining completely casually, like he's reading off a grocery list, that this is the level they'll need to reach someday and then surpass. Taiho's jaw is on the floor, but looking at it, he's making himself a silent promise that he's getting there, no matter what it costs him. Ciri, meanwhile, is full-on fanboying, completely flushed, totally gone, and our boy is standing there looking at her, just praying that Rolf doesn't get entred. Just like that, 3 months disappear in a blur of brutal training, collapsing and getting up to do it all over again, until one night deep in the middle of sleep, Taiho finds himself standing somewhere that is absolutely not his bedroom. He looks around this strange hazy space and goes, "Is this a dream?" And a voice answers close but not quite, because he's actually inside his own consciousness. Standing there is Quine, a fragment of the warrior Iryu's soul still living inside Gay Bolg, who then proceeds to dump the entire lore on him. Gay Bolg has shattered into 4 pieces. Taiho needs to recover all of them, plus Iryu's fragmented memories to fully inherit his power. And oh, by the way, Quine just remembered where another shard is: Smartelheim, the Forest of Shadows in Dark Elf territory. And beyond that, a grey wasteland where Iryu's old crew, the Order of the Red Branch, once had their base. And since Quine etched a return rune into one of the shards as an emergency backup, it should have teleported itself right back there. Taiho's eyes light up, and his brain immediately goes, okay, if this were a video game, this would be the epic hidden quest notification popping up. Then Quine turns serious, tells him to find the shards and Lady Scathach, and then gives him her blessing. And honestly, I would sell a kidney and my grandma to be in his position, because this lucky bastard just cannot stop winning. He wakes up the next second screaming, shuffles in the next morning looking like a man who lost a fistfight with the concept of sleep itself. Dark circles, dead eyes, completely cooked. Hilda takes one look at him and asks what happened. He mutters something about a terrible dream, and right on cue, a tiny Quine materializes in front of him and goes, "It's not like I wanted to do that either." Taiho completely loses it, screaming that there's an evil spirit right there, pointing like a man possessed, and everyone just stares at him because none of them can see a single thing. Hilda quietly tells Ragnar that Taiho seems a little off today, and Ragnar, watching carefully, wonders if maybe he pushed the training too hard. After Taiho gets through what is probably the most exhausting explanation of his life, the group processes it. Hilda goes quiet with this mix of awe and disbelief, muttering that becoming Iryu's successor is not exactly a small thing. Ragnar tells them not to pop the champagne yet because they need all the shards of Gay Bull before any of this means anything, and he says it with his usual stone-cold energy. But there is this tiny smile at the corner of his mouth that he absolutely cannot hide. Hilda clocks it immediately and calls him out. He grunts. He does not deny it. They set off for Smartelheim, and along the way Ciri transforms golden divine energy radiating off her, the whole spectacle, and tells Taiho to climb on. They follow the fragment's signal deeper into the shadows until it suddenly goes quiet, which means they're close. Quine scouts ahead, finds a moss-covered wall where a door should be, and tells Taiho to press his forehead, specifically the spot where the blessing landed against the stone. Taiho gives him the most skeptical look imaginable, does it anyway, and the wall shudders open. Quine pumps his tiny fist like he personally engineered this moment. They step inside, the outside light disappears behind them, and the passage just swallows them whole. They move through the long corridor with Taiho clicking on a light to push back the dark, and eventually walk out into a vast hall that is silent and heavy and honestly a little ominous, and right in the very center of it all sits a pedestal, completely empty. So Taiho's standing in front of this completely empty pedestal going, it has to be here somewhere, while staring at literally nothing. Quine basically tells him to just touch the damn thing anyway, and Taiho, skeptical as hell, slaps his hand on it. And the second he does, the whole altar explodes with light, a spiral rips open under his feet, and suddenly Scathach is just there, standing right in front of him, except it's not really her. It's more like she left a voicemail from beyond the grave. And as she talks, Taiho can see everything she's describing play out like a movie. She explains how when Iryu fell, the entire Shadow Realm went down with him. She fought like crazy to hold the border between life and death, but got sucked into some endless time current with no way out. And by the time she made it back, he was already gone. So she did what any emotionally devastated warrior woman does, kept his most important weapon and said, "Whenever you come back, find me. I'll be waiting." Then she vanishes, and Quan just completely falls apart, calling out to her through tears. Even Taiho gets one single tear before he aggressively wipes it away like it never happened. He gives Siri the two-sentence summary. He saw a vision. Scathach has the fragment, and the altar symbol is a map. Moving on. Then the walls start moving. Not in a cool way. Shadows are literally peeling off the stone, and massive, shapeless things are rising out of nowhere, and weapons are already out before anyone even thinks about it. Quan, who sounds genuinely rattled for what might be the first time ever, identifies them as Fomorian's ancient formless monsters that crawl up from the deepest parts of the ocean and has absolutely no idea why they're showing up now, after decades of radio silence. But there's no time to figure that out. He tells Taiho to make sure none of them leave this room, and sends Siri to cover the exit. She disappears instantly, and Taiho just rolls his shoulders like a man who has been waiting for exactly this, because 3 months of absolute suffering were apparently just a warm-up. He pulls out the Winterwolf's weapon, synchronization at 32%, and just detonates a full blizzard across the entire hall. Ice spires exploding out of the floor like teeth, razor shards pinning Fomorians in place before they can even process what's happening. Then he's just cutting through them in single swings, summoning more spikes inside them mid-charge, barely even slowing down. The whole hall is cleared in what feels like 30 seconds flat. He finds Siri right after, and she's already in her feelings because one of them got away. It kept dodging her arrows, was literally grinning at her as it ran and disappeared into the dark outside. She's beating herself up about it, but Taiho looks at the absolute carnage she left behind and basically tells her to relax. Nobody was stopping all of them. Then Quan says they need to hit the treasure vault before they leave, and Taiho's like, "The what now?" Turns out this man had been stacking gold, silver, and weapons, and when Taiho actually sees it, his jaw hits the floor, completely unable to play it cool. But the real prize is in the corner. Squab 20. A magic boat with no sails, no oars, just pure chaotic energy. Quan tells him to touch it and say, "Let's go." Taiho does it, and this entire boat just shrinks and sits in his palm like a toy. They walk outside, it expands back to full size, and now they're sailing across snow at full speed toward Nidavellir to find Scathach. Meanwhile, back in the Fomorian lair, the one that escaped is crawling back to its master with the news, and this guy just smiles when he hears they've found Scathach's hiding spot, genuinely impressed, calling her a shadow witch. Then he goes, "You heard it, Adin Maha, right now it's your turn." As he said that, the water churns, something enormous rises. A massive serpent coils up, ready to go, and it gets pointed straight at Nidavellir. Meanwhile, Taiho and the gang are absolutely hauling through the mountains right now. Quine is gripping the mast for dear life, screaming at them to go faster because Scathach is in danger. Taiho asks what the big deal is. The woman sounds incredibly powerful, so why is she panicking? Quine goes quiet for a second, then admits she's more of a teacher than a fighter, and then with this deeply uncomfortable energy, he also casually drops that the first time he ever met her, he literally put a sword to her throat and threatened to kill her if she didn't train him. Taiho just stares at him like, "Bro, what is wrong with you?" So much for love. Quine sputters, says he was young, and mutters that having his inner thoughts read out loud is incredibly awkward. Suraj glances back at Taiho, asking why he keeps mumbling to himself, and he just forces a laugh and says he's totally fine. Up ahead, the sled crests a ridge, and Suraj looks up and tells our boy that they've crossed into Nidavellir. Then Quine screams, the entire snowfield in front of them just explodes. Rings of ice detonate upward like spears, and something absolutely enormous uncoils through the storm, long and glacial and moving like liquid lightning. Taiho grips the rail, eyes wide, and just breathes out, "It's white." Is that a dragon? A sleek head rises from the chaos, frost blue eyes burning like trapped starlight. Quine, visibly shaken, identifies her as Adin Maha, a sea dragon who can travel anywhere there's water, and if she's here, that means her master, the tyrant Brace, is pulling the strings. Taiho watches her tear through the blizzard and goes, "She's incredible." Actually, no. Beautiful is probably the better word. Quine loses his mind, asking if he heard literally anything that was just said, but nope, bro didn't hear a single word. Taiho sees a dragon and his brain just shuts off every survival instinct and goes straight into "I want that one." He cups his hands over the roaring wind and just calls her name. Siri shifts into her giant golden wolf form next to him, both of them grinning at this massive sea monster like two absolute idiots who are having the time of their lives. Adnamaha looks at this random dude and his wolf, both cheesing at her like she's a puppy, and you can just tell she's thinking, what is wrong with these people? Then the ocean behind her erupts, winged things, serpents, black monsters, the whole package rolling forward. Normal people would turn the sled around. Taiho grabs the wolf's neck, activates his thunderstorm saga, and launches straight into the horde. They vault through the swarm. The dragon opens her jaw and fires this massive ball of cold light straight at them, and the wolf uses the sled as a ramp and just blasts clean through it. And then Taiho pulls out a rope and lassos a sea dragon. He loops it past her fangs, catches it around her neck, and straight up makes a bridle on a dragon, mid-fight. Adin Maha is twisting and thrashing and literally asking out loud what is happening right now, and this man is jogging along her back like he's on a morning walk, tightening the knot, wrapping the reins around his arms and grinning straight into her face, going, Yeah, by the way, my Dragon Knight saga is extra strong against dragons specifically. Shocking, truly. He plants himself on her back and tells her she's got a new master now, then immediately whispers, wait, where are we actually going? She tells him a leash is a bit much for a lady, but our boy is like, okay, whatever, we'll talk about it later. But then she hits him with something actually serious. She's got a geese a binding magic oath to obey her master, and now she technically has two masters, and when their orders clash, the whole thing shatters and goes very, very badly. Taiho figures it out in like 2 seconds. Briss pulled her to attack him. He's telling her to protect him. Orders are already colliding, the clock is ticking, so he just asks her straight up how to break Briss's seal. She freezes. He doesn't wait for an answer. He tells her Briss is evil, says make me your master instead, and promises he'll never treat her like a slave. She tells him talk is cheap and points to this glowing slave seal on her snout. Break that or her words mean nothing. Taiho leans in, spots it, summons a dagger and stabs it before she even finishes her sentence. The seal explodes into blue fragments. She screams, magic chains shatter everywhere, and Quan is just standing there watching like he just removed it like it was nothing. Taiho pours golden light into the wound and goes, hang in there. She catches her breath and immediately tells him he's a terrible master. He laughs and says, perfect, now fight with me. Power floods out of him. She shivers, feeling it, and then just goes absolutely feral on the entire swarm, her massive white body twisting like a living storm, tail sending black monsters flying in every direction, while Taiho stands on top firing blue lightning like he's got unlimited ammo. He looks at the endless sea of creatures and casually asks how many there even are. She tells him the real guy behind all this is probably Medak, a monster who can control unlimited beasts and shapeshift into literally anything. Cut to high above everything on some creaking airship, where a beastman with a lion's mane is lounging around, watching all this chaos below with zero urgency, wondering out loud if Maha's already done. Because if she has, that's no fun. This dude doesn't want to send more monsters. He wants to come down and taste blood himself. So Taiho and Maha are out here fighting for their absolute lives, but there is one massive issue. These bastards refuse to stay dead. They keep respawning like brainless zombies, and the ones in the back even started throwing spears. Taiho is doing his best spraying his crossbow, but the enemy volume is just stupendous. Maha is gasping for air, telling him they seriously need to fall back. If they burn all their stamina on these nobodies, they are getting packed up before the real boss fight even starts. Taiho is about to agree when a massive roar drops from the clouds, screaming about Asgard. Suddenly a squad of Valkyries rains down from the sky like heat-seeking missiles crashing straight into the horde. Taiho's face lights up, seeing Gandu wrecking stuff. Then Ciri casually pulls up with the smuggest smirk, saying she called in the squad and telling him to go find Scathach. She grabs the dragon's reins and mentions how fun it is to ride into a war zone, and Taiho is instantly gone. He pops his sprint ability, lightning sparking around his legs as he zooms across the frozen wasteland, with Quan playing GPS. They pull up to a cave with violet light pulsing at the door. Quan tells him to run full tilt through it, because the barrier recognizes the Gabolg spear. It sucks them in, and they sprint through massive solid ice hallways until it opens into an insane frozen cathedral. Right there, chilling on a throne in the middle, is the woman they need. Taiho hits the brakes and drops her name, Scatha. Honestly, she looks incredibly rough, but then her crazy intimidating icy stare locks onto him. When she speaks, Taiho's brain completely blue screens because her voice is ridiculously angelic. She asks if he is Aryu's successor. Our boy snaps out of it, does a quick bow, and introduces himself. She holds out her hand, saying that physical touch transfers info faster than yapping. He grabs it, and instantly this crazy gold light pops off, downloading centuries of memories straight into his brain. After the download, her vibe shifts into serious mode. She drops the lore that it has been over a millennium since Iryu got packed up, but the enemy's insane hater energy hasn't died down one bit, warning him that a ridiculously beefy Fomorian boss is coming. Taiho tenses up, asking if it is the overpowered guy Maha mentioned. She completely dodges the question, steps uncomfortably close to him, apologizes for rushing things, and says she has to put all her chips on his dumb luck. She leans in, gives him a quick kiss, and hits him with the classic, "May the blessings of the Shadowland be with you." Stepping back, she hands the actual Gabolg. Light shoots up his arms and she gives him the quick tutorial. The spear sucks up life energy, slices flesh with death magic, and acts as a homing missile for the enemy's heart. He gives a thumbs up, and the boys are immediately back to full sprinting through the freezing ice tunnels. While they are panting and running for their lives, Quan decides it's the perfect time to start trolling. He hits Taiho with the craziest call-out, going, "Bro, you were getting kissed by Lady Scathach and completely thinking about another girl the entire time." Taiho's face turns bright red, demanding to know how Quan could possibly know that. Quan just laughs, admitting he took a wild guess before doubling down and saying, "It is that Valkyrie chick, isn't it?" Taiho cannot even hide his goofy smile, quietly thinking about Helda before bursting back out into the daylight. The battlefield is a frozen slaughterhouse, but before Taiho can process the chaos, Quan violently grabs his arm and points straight up. Hanging in the clouds is a terrifyingly huge dark airship, and standing on the deck looking totally bored is a ridiculously jacked beast of a man. It is Medak. Taiho realizes a fair one-on-one fight against this absolute freight train equals instant death, but then the gears start turning. who said they had to play fair. Quine instantly reads his mind, hyped about pulling off a sneaky rat attack. Since Midak is completely clueless, one clean cheap shot with their new legendary nuke spear will end the boss fight immediately. Maha is too bulky for stealth, so he spins around, sees Gandur effortlessly slicing mobs, and yells for her. She walks over, immediately side-eyeing him and asking why he looks like a creep trying to scam her. He stammers and tells her to transform, and she turns into a crazy majestic bird girl with sea green wings. Tayo hops on and they silently glide right into the massive blind spot of the airship's shadow. The meathead on deck has zero clue. Tayo points directly at the boss, gripping the deadly spear tight. Gandur tucks her wings and they drop into a completely unhinged screaming nosedive out of the sky. On his way down, Tayo's brain is running at 1,000 miles per hour because he knows this whole thing comes down to one single move. Mess it up and he's cooked. Plain and simple. Down below, Midak is standing there, arms crossed, doing his whole "I'm the final boss" routine, but then something in his gut tells him trouble's incoming. Tayo kicks Gandur's back mid-freefall, fully commits to the bit, and slams onto the deck. At that moment, Midak senses what's happening, does the math in about half a second, and figures a basic sidestep plus a red energy shield is more than enough to make our boy look stupid. And honestly, normal spear, yeah, he would have been right. But then Quine's voice pops into Tayo's head, basically screaming at him to stop being a little overthinker and just trust the weapon. So Tayo launches the spear, and here's the thing about this spear. It has a literal built-in aimbot. It does not care about your shield. It does not care about your cooldowns. Its only personality trait is deleting lifelines. The tip explodes in violet light, phases right through Midak's barrier like it wasn't even there, and the man just shatters. Spiderweb cracks across his chest, his soul visibly leaves the body, and he disintegrates on the spot. Meanwhile, the recoil absolutely sends Tayo sliding across the deck, clutching his ribs like he just got hit by a bus. Gandur lands all graceful and calm, hypes him up, and confirms the boss is packed. The remaining enemies are just standing there buffering. Then Tayo looks around at this whole-ass airship they're now standing on, gets the greediest grin imaginable, and goes, "So since we deleted the captain, we're stealing this, right?" Gandur loses it laughing, tells him to sit back while she handles cleanup, and throws in a jab about how he overworks his Valkyries. Our boy doesn't even respond. He's already looting the boss drop down on the ground. The allied soldiers are wrapping up cleanup duty. One guy's wiping sweat off his forehead, thinking the worst is over. Then someone points up and the whole squad starts losing their minds because a massive airship is slowly descending toward them. People are screaming about getting carpet bombed until someone squints hard enough and goes, "Wait, is that just that one dude who rode the Valkyrie?" And yeah, it is. Immediately half the foot soldiers start hating from the sidelines, grumbling about how it's not fair that Tayo got to ride Gandur and how they are going to kill him when they meet him. Meanwhile, up on deck, Tayo gives the coolest nod in history and thanks Gandur for the carry. She brushes it off and starts chatting about how Helda's basically moved into Idun's camp permanently. At this point, then when Tayo actually gets sincere about it, Gandur hits him with the "don't flatter yourself." This was strictly business because the Falmorians are linking up with the Giants and that combo is a massive headache for everyone. She also drops some heavy lore. Valhalla owes a serious debt to Scathach, because back in the ancient war, a ton of Iryu's heroes died fighting alongside them, Quine included. Gandur admits she'd love to recruit the Ice Queen, but already knows she's going to Idun's side, which is apparently very annoying for her personally. Then Scathach casually steps out and goes, "By the way, this ship is a legendary treasure of Iryu," meaning Taiho just accidentally became the owner of a flying fortress. Quine cracks a joke about it being a little crowded with a giant sea dragon on board. Later, Siri drops the news that both Taiho and Adin Maha leveled up to intermediate warriors, and Taiho just sits there quietly, letting it all sink in like a man who has been through a lot today. Meanwhile, miles away from all of this, Helda is out here doing barn chores, hauling a massive barrel of food for the griffins, and completely spiraling internally about whether Taiho is alive or not. Just as she's mid-stress sigh, a random voice startles her from behind. She spins around and it's Scold, the youngest of the three Norn Fate sisters, just casually strolling up to the stables like that's a normal thing to do. Helda is fully baffled, basically asking, why is a literal goddess of destiny at the horse barn right now? But Scold just dodges the question entirely and asks if they can go for a walk. So they're strolling by the lake under this gorgeous night sky. Scold's making small talk about how nice it is to just vibe, and Helda's nodding along, waiting for the other shoe to drop because this is weird. Then, out of nowhere, Scold just goes in for a hug and says, "I'll see you next time." And when Helda asks what the point of this visit even was, Scold looks her dead in the eyes and straight up lies. "I just wanted to see you." They part ways, and the second Helda's out of earshot, Scold stops, looks up at the sky with the most stressed out expression imaginable, and quietly mutters to herself that she absolutely cannot tell Helda the truth, that the threat of fate has locked onto Adin's legion once again. Whatever catastrophic nightmare went down on that one horrible day in the past should not happen once again. So we cut back to Helda and Ragnar, and these two are just absolutely vibing, minding their own business, when out of nowhere this massive flying ship drops from the sky. The griffins circling it are going totally feral, screeching and causing absolute chaos. A second later, our boy Taiho hops off and introduces Scathach as the literal queen of the Shadowlands. Ragnar doesn't waste a single frame, dude. instantly activates his maximum riz, stepping up with that signature pretty boy smile like he's about to secure her number. Skathik just gives this super calm, regal bow, completely unfazed. Then Helda introduces herself as a Valkyrie, and Skathik smiles, mentioning she's heard a ton of stories about her. Bro, the temperature drops to absolute zero. Helda's eye starts twitching and she hits Taiho with that terrifying jealous girlfriend stare, demanding to know exactly what kind of stories he's been telling. Taiho starts sweating bullets, fumbling his words like a dude who just got caught hiding his phone, so he pulls a desperate misdirection and points at the water to introduce Adin Maha. This massive milky white sea dragon pokes her head out, looking shy as hell, and it actually works. Ragnar blushes because the giant monster is somehow adorable, and Helda gets hyped, asking to pet the giant water puppy. After snapping back to commander mode to get the dragon a VIP spot, she invites Skathik inside, but not before shooting Taiho a look so cold it could freeze hell. Quan literally whispers that Taiho looks like a husband getting caught bringing unannounced guests home. Over drinks, they debrief, and Helda realizes the petty tyrant breast is behind their recent mess. Taiho tries to earn brownie points by showing off his shiny new summoning stones, but Quan instantly snitches on him for riding a Valkyrie again. Helda teases Taiho relentlessly, and when he realizes she can hear Quan's upgraded telepathy, he looks utterly betrayed, but Helda just laughs, dropping the scary act, and softly admits she's just glad his dumbass made it back in one piece. Meanwhile, up in Asgard, the vibes are way more sinister. We get this shot of a hooded figure walking through the shiny marble halls, having a whole internal monologue about how weird it feels to be back, even admitting he kind of misses his dad and brother. But then the hood drops, and we get the classic supervillain smirk. It's Loki, the god of fire and lies, casually trespassing in a place that would absolutely cook him if he got caught. This absolute menace has one goal. He wants to crash the human server down in Midgard. The only problem is he has to sneak past Heimdall. Instead of blowing stuff up like usual, he just pops a green invisibility cloak spell. A golden armored guard points a weapon right at him, only to walk right past like an absolute NPC. Loki just glides by, mentally trash-talking Heimdall on his way out. He gets to the Rainbow Bridge, stares down at the human world, and starts doing the whole dramatic villain speech. He pulls out these glowing blue fragments and talks about how the disaster seeds he planted are about to pop off, tossing them over the edge like he's feeding pigeons, wrapping it up with a creepy all according to the king's will. Down in Midgard, King Sven is having an absolute nightmare of a week. His ships are vanishing into thin air, and his logistics are completely cooked. Out of options, he goes down to the creepy palace basement to consult the local sleep paralysis demon, the skull-faced prophet. The prophet cuts him off, demands an insane blood sacrifice of 81 animals, and stretches his neck out like a literal horror movie monster. The king is terrified, but just rolls with it, because what else is he going to do? Back on a super windy cliff, Ragnar drops some massive news, telling Taiho how Valhalla's warriors are officially being deployed to Midgard. Our boy Taiho instantly gets hyped up. Ragnar explains that the whole legion is buzzing right now because some of these dead warriors might actually get to see the families and homies they left behind, which is a massive win. But then Ragnar drops the real kicker. That's not even the main reason everyone is losing their minds. He explains that most of these guys died with zero regrets, so this isn't some emotional therapy trip. It's about farming pure clout. See, in Valhalla, literally everyone is a max-level Chad who killed dragons and saved kingdoms, so it's completely impossible to stand out. But down in the mortal world, that's the starter village. If they pull off something epic down there, the humans will instantly write songs about it, creating a brand new immortal legend. It's basically a bunch of pro players going back to the noob zones to stunt on the locals and go viral. Taiho clenches his fist, absolutely fired up and ready to crash out in the human world. The sky above them is stretching out wide, the vibes are absolutely immaculate, and you can just feel the hype in the air. Just like that, the Valhalla boys' Midgard expedition is locked in, and it's about to be an absolute movie. So we cut back to Earth, and King Sven is pacing around meanwhile. The necromancer's still doing his ritual thing, and Abe walks up and goes, "Hey, it's been 10 days. Maybe we should start asking questions." The king spins around, grinding his teeth, staring at the prophet, thinking to himself how he's getting blamed in this situation for no reason. He mutters that he never trusted the ritual to begin with, and swears the prophet's going to answer for this mess. And while he's fuming internally, the crowd outside is already doing what crowds do best, losing their minds. One group is screaming, "The gods are angry," another is blaming the king's lack of devotion, and a third group just straight up made a jester puppet of the king and is chanting "fool" at the top of their lungs. The king finally snaps and storms toward the prophet, ready to throw hands. The prophet raises a hand to say something, and then out of nowhere it starts raining. Just absolutely pouring. The king's standing there soaking wet, sputtering, asking why it's raining right now of all times, and his advisor grabs his arm and goes, "Sire, look up." A rainbow tears through the clouds, and coming down through it is a winged silhouette wreathed in fire, and behind her an entire ship is just casually sailing through the sky. Seeing this, the crowd completely loses it. People are screaming, pointing at the sky, shouting Odin's name, and calling for Valhalla. Then in the next frame, Mommy Ingrid drops down in a burst of golden light and basically commands the entire square to shut up and listen, announcing she's bringing the will of the gods to King Sven and all of Midgard. The king hits his knees so fast it probably hurts, stammering out his full name and lineage like he's filling out a divine visa application. Then our boy Taiho slides down the rainbow looking clean and tells everyone to lift their heads, introduces himself as a warrior of Idan, and the king's already sweating, asking if this kid really speaks on Lady Idan's behalf. Taiho confirms it, gestures up at the ship and says, yeah, the whole vessel belongs to her and he's her chosen guy. Up on the deck, his companions are whispering to each other about how hard he's trying to spread Idan's name, and honestly, good for him. But then Bracky, wrapped in a full fur cloak, just yeeted himself off the ship, landed with an earth-shaking thud and announced himself at full volume. The crowd immediately forgets Taiho exists and erupts into pure chaos, chanting, Bracky, warrior of Thor, while the ground itself is shaking from the noise. Taiho watches all of this and quietly mutters that he needs to step his game up. Before anyone can enjoy the moment, a horn blasts out this deep, urgent signal, and everything shifts. The advisor starts screaming that something's gone wrong at the harbor, and when everyone turns to look, white foam is exploding across the water and a ship is cutting towards shore at a speed that makes zero sense. Then the water just surges upward, and these massive tentacles, slick and red like fresh blood, wrap themselves around the incoming vessel. Sailors are screaming, rigging is snapping, and masts are buckling while the Kraken makes its entrance like a proper final boss. Ingrid plants herself on the skyship's deck and declares the monster has to die. Taiho looks at it for exactly 1 second, steps up to the rail, and announces he'll handle the Kraken solo while everyone else focuses on getting civilians out. The crowd hears this and genuinely can't believe what they're watching. He calls to Siri and asks for the helm. She flashes that confident grin and gives it to him, and then this man just dives off the ship. Blue wind wraps around him mid-fall. He pulls out this small glowing sphere from his palm and goes, Adin Maha, I choose you. The sailors on the balloon ships are screaming that they've never seen anything like this in their lives, and Taiho just lands on the serpent's head and goes, we've got work to do. Adin Maha starts cursing out our boy, saying how she was in the middle of eating and this had better be worth it. And just like that, they're charging straight at the Kraken, frozen lances erupting from her wake and punching through tentacles that just keep reforming. Adin Maha warns him the Kraken's no joke. Taiho admits that in the open sea this would be a nightmare, but then he grins and says now that they're close enough, it's time for a real fight. Just then Kane pops out, telling our boy how to deal with this oversized squid and basically telling him to focus on its legs, and our boy immediately calls out his saga, the giant's blade, which materializes in his hands, and just like that, browse ready for some grilled octopus. Our boy's going full speed, sword raised, riding Adin Maha straight into this Kraken's personal space. But there's a slight problem, this overgrown calamari has insane health regen. Every time they chop off a tentacle, a new one just pops right back up. Quain chimes in like, bro, we're gonna run out of stamina before this thing even drops to half HP. Then a massive tentacle drops from the sky and our boy, absolutely unbothered, just goes, bet, we'll chop that one too. He launches himself off Adin Maha, goes for the heavy attack, and immediately realizes this monster is built different. His arms are vibrating, teeth are grinding, and it's just not doing enough damage. That's when Quain turns to Adin Maha and goes, he's like, why are you holding back? Your current master is literally a saint compared to your last one. Our boy hears this and it finally clicks. He looks at her, sees her struggling with her trust issues, and instead of giving her some alpha male command, he just hits her with that soft, emotional protagonist riz and quietly tells her, do whatever you want. Adin Maha groans. She's like, I absolutely hate it when you do this. Nice guy crap. If you just ordered me around, I could at least be mad at you. But after a second, her voice drops and she admits he's actually a pretty solid dude. She casually freezes a tentacle swinging at them and warns him, look, if I go 100%, my mana is going to drain fast, so you better take care of me after this. He hits her with the hardest nod and says he's got her, no questions asked. Right on cue, the airship pulls up, and the crew is hollering that they're ready to jump in. Our boy smirks, tells them to hold their horses for just 1 second, and tells Adin Maha that it's time to show these NPCs what top-tier power actually looks like. She tells him to hold on tight. Suddenly, the gem on her forehead erupts with this massive blue flare. Her fins fan out like blades, and she rockets forward in a golden flash that completely vaporizes the Kraken's tentacles. The blast is so ridiculously bright the entire harbor has to cover their eyes. The king's jaw is practically in the earth's core, and even the edgy skull-faced prophet is just standing there flabbergasted. And just when you think it can't get any crazier, Adin Maha straight up transforms into a clappable dragon waifu. She raises 2 fingers like an absolute badass and says this is the sea's true power. Boom. A gigantic pillar of light crashes down, and the ocean literally parts like Moses is in town. The Kraken is just sitting there at the bottom of the basin, fully exposed, naked and vulnerable, just vibes and panic. Bracky is screaming his lungs out because the sea literally just split open. Adin Maha sweating bullets, yelling, bro, my HP is at 1. I am literally dying. Do it now. Our boy gives the nod and the squad goes crazy. Siri activates the aimbot, lighting up her bow and sending a barrage of glowing red arrows straight through the Kraken's eyeballs. Bracky channels his inner Thor, vaults off the railing, and comes crashing down with a lightning-infused hammer slam right into the beast's dome, and our boy dives in right behind him, blade humming, screaming at the top of his lungs, and delivers the final devastating blow. Then the ocean's like, alright, physics are back on. and the water comes crashing back down in a massive, chaotic whirlpool. Everything goes white. When the dust settles, our boy pops up out of the water, coughing up half the ocean, and instantly goes, "Where is Maha?" A fin pops up next to him, and she's just glaring at him like, "I literally told you to take care of me." Man starts apologizing immediately. Meanwhile, back on shore, the crowd is losing their absolute minds. They're chanting for Valhalla, praising the warriors, and the king is literally beating his chest like a gorilla, just completely caught up in the hype. But up on the airship, the vibe completely shifts. Ingrid suddenly freezes up, pupils dilated, going into full fight-or-flight mode. Sikiri asks what's wrong, and Ingrid just stares out at the ocean, sensing that something's coming, and this is worse than the overgrown squid that they just defeated. So down at the shoreline, Taiho and Bracky are finally getting a good look at this kraken, and Bracky is in full Gordon Ramsay mode, trying to figure out if they should deep fry it or throw it in a massive seafood boil. But before they can get the garlic butter ready, their little cooking show gets cut short, because Siri starts screaming her lungs. The ocean literally rips open, and this massive blue-scaled monstrosity bursts out of the water, dragging a whole lobby of sea mutants up with it. Taiho immediately hops onto the kraken's back, Finn transforms in midair, and Bracky's hammer starts sparking with green lightning. He takes one look at the new monster and goes, "Is that a goblin shark? Whatever, it's going on the grill." The first hit lands with a massive shockwave, and suddenly the entire harbor turns into a chaotic PvP zone. You've got ice spears flying everywhere, gargoyle-looking things dive-bombing the docks, and literal land sharks crawling onto the pier. Siri turns on the aimbot, her bow glowing red as she covers the civilians, while Ingrid drops a massive light shield over the ship. Bracky goes full Super Saiyan, electricity surging down his arms, and absolutely obliterates a lunging monster with his hammer. He slides back on the wet stone, panting, and complains that for a fish, this thing has way too much agility on land. Overhead, Taiho is flying around yelling for Adamaha to play it safe. Claysha points out they need to regroup because there's another mob cluster forming. Ingrid takes charge and calls for a tactical retreat, making sure the NPCs get out first. She notices two absolute Titan-class monsters just chilling behind the Kraken, not even attacking, and Ingrid, actually using her brain, realizes the Kraken was never the predator, it was literally running for its life from these guys. They're blocking the path, so a round 2 is definitely happening. Suddenly the ship shudders, everyone freezes down on the shore, a literal raid boss rises out of the water. We're talking about a massive colossus covered in glowing red veins, kneeling at the waterline while it spews out a swarm of crimson mobs like a living spawn point. Siri leans over the rail sweating, asking if that absolute unit is the leader. Bracky just bares his teeth and says if that's a war cry, he's down for the smoke. Taiho pulls up next to Quellane, eyes glowing, and just drops the cold line, "It's time. Let's go." Cut to the post-battle victory party, and the king is officially Taiho's personal hype man. He's standing up, slamming the table, demanding everyone acknowledge the carry job Taiho just pulled off. He starts screaming that Taiho needs the title Warrior of Idun, and tells everyone who will listen that our boy was out here riding a literal Valkyrie goddess. Taiho is just sitting there quietly eating his food, thinking, bro, she's a water dragon, not a Valkyrie, but decides it's not worth the energy to correct him. Then out of nowhere, his hands light up with blue runes, and the system literally updates his stats. He gets a brand new saga achievement, the warrior who rode a Valkyrie. He stares at it like, wait, that actually counts? Siri, looking a little tipsy with rosy cheeks, leans over and explains that in Valhalla, if the NPCs gossip about it enough, the system literally makes it canon. The frat party vibes get cut short when Ingrid stands up and hits the off switch on the room. She demands a war room from the king, and nobody dares argue. They get the maps and candles out, and Ingrid lays down the raid mechanics. The Red Sea is just a massive shark swarm with one leader. They don't need to clear the mobs, they just need to snipe the boss. The only issue? It's a water level, and they don't have boats. But she just smirks. She reveals she's a Valkyrie of the Nord Legion. Taiho tugs her sleeve and whispers to ask who Nord is, and she drops the mic, God of the Sea. Problem solved. The next morning, they roll up to the harbor, and Ingrid flat-out drafts the king into their party, telling him yesterday wasn't a coincidence, and his royal presence is actually needed. Standing on the pier, Taiho faces the squad. His hand starts glowing. He hits them with that effortless protagonist smile and says, all set, shall we begin? Then he pulls out the magic crystal, holds it up like he's throwing a Pokeball, and goes, Aiden Maha, I choose you. The next second, Aiden Maha materializes, and she's pissed as hell. She blinks those big wet lashes at him and goes, really, you're summoning me again? It's literally been one day. He just smiles, says her name all soft, then hits her with the full Riz combo. Tells her she was cool, amazing, and beautiful yesterday. She immediately starts stammering, goes, fine, you're forgiven. Then huffs and calls him ridiculous for talking like some wild animal. He's watching her blush and wondering what's gotten into her, and then the memory smacks him. Oh right, last night he found out she's literally a goddess. Back in the lamplit room, he'd grabbed Quine and asked straight up if Adam Maha was a goddess. Quine explained that the Tuathadon are gods, maybe not top-tier gods, but still gods, and that at some point Adam Maha gave up her divine status to protect something she cared about. He clenched his fist trying to process all of that. She snaps him out of it, calls him master, asks why he's zoning out, and tells him to get moving, because the other warriors already launched. He shakes it off, pats her side, and shouts for everyone to advance. They fly way out over the open ocean until he says they're far enough, then start dropping barrels into the water. She asks what's in them. He goes, cow and pig blood, best shark bait there is. The sea starts going red real fast. Then he raises his hand and says there's one more step, and these blue glyphs start spinning out and lighting up a new saga, the warrior who rode a Valkyrie. The energy slams into Adenmaha's body, and she tenses up, asking what's happening. He tells her it's a temporary buff that makes her an Idun's Valkyrie, meaning Idun's blessing is now flowing through her, and she's even stronger than usual. He claps and says, now they wait. The ocean swells in silence. Then Adenmaha's eyes go sharp and she says, they're here, and just corkscrews straight down into the water. Rows of teeth rise up from the deep, and Taiho steadies himself and tells her it's time to dive. She squeaks, asking if he's serious. He laughs and tells her Ingrid sorted out the breathing underwater situation, then leans down and tells her to show him what she's got. She doesn't argue, just flicks her head and plunges straight into the jaws. She tears through the water like a harpoon, twisting and looping, and somehow turns all these sharks circling her into one giant spiral formation. Taiho watches from her back, nods, and tells her it's time. She tucks her body and rockets straight up, sharks funneling behind her in a vertical column, and they explode out of the surface together. Scales flashing, water flying everywhere. He reaches out and tells her to transform. She goes, you better catch me this time, and then light bursts, and she's suddenly a girl free-falling in midair with gold spinning around her, absolutely screaming. He calls down from above, tells her to trust him, and commands Chant to appear. The griffin comes barreling in on massive wings. Taiho grabs her wrist, and she lands in the saddle while the ocean below them is just a frenzy of snapping teeth. He steadies her and tells her she did great, then nods toward the ships, their turn now. On deck, the captain locks onto the target. The gunners call out one by one that they're ready and aimed, and she gives the order to fire and triggers her saga. Radiant bolts rain down like a storm, chains bite into the sharks, winches groan, and one by one these massive creatures get hauled out of the water, while the crews go absolutely insane, cheering. Up in the saddle, Adenmaha watches it all and exhales, saying it's a huge success, but then adds that the most important part is still coming. Taiho agrees, glances down at the sea, and quietly wonders just how strong the real boss actually is. Down on deck, the Ingrid's already calling it, telling everyone to stay sharp, that it'll be here any moment now. Then Ingrid takes the wheel herself, and Sven is absolutely losing his mind, panicking like, yo, what the hell are we doing? Ingrid doesn't even spare him a glance. She just deadpans that the ship is way too heavy to move. Suddenly, Siri is screaming from the crow's nest that something is coming in hot on the right side. Before anyone can even brace themselves, this massive glowing purple leviathan just erupts out of the ocean and completely T-bones the ship. The whole boat tilts at a 90-degree angle. People are getting tossed around like rag dolls. The wood is making noises it definitely shouldn't be making. And you got two random dudes white-knuckling the railing for dear life, just praying they don't become premium fish food. By some absolute miracle, the ship levels out. Everyone lets out that breath they were holding, but the relief lasts for exactly 3 seconds, before the monster's arm starts glowing red, and you just know a heavy attack is loading. Enter Braki. This absolute mountain of a man sees the glowing arm, plants his feet, and tells everyone to get behind him and readies his massive hammer like he's been waiting his whole life for this exact moment. The Leviathan unleashes this massive barrage of crimson lightning, but Braki doesn't even flinch. His hammer just eats up every single volt of electricity like it's a light midday snack. The rest of the crew are just standing there with their jaws on the floor, watching this man casually tank a boss's ultimate. The commander gets hyped, screaming at everyone to push the attack and end this right now. But this Leviathan is a salty loser. It sends a massive shockwave ripping through the hull and just dips, diving right back into the ocean. Taiho is screaming from above that they can't let it run away. Siri's already on it though. She vaults down to a chain pulley, activates her saga, and fires this perfectly aimed glowing arrow that spears clean into the monster, hooking it to the ship with a heavy chain. The whole crew grabs the chain, playing the most extreme game of tug-of-war, and the airship is groaning under the weight. The captain leans over the rail, screeching at Taiho to end this thing's whole career. Taiho's already diving in, riding Adenmaha, grumbling about how he's always the one carrying the team and doing the heavy lifting. Adenmaha shifts into her majestic white dragon form, and they plunge straight into the dark water. Down in the depths, Taiho spots the Leviathan lurking, pulls out a rune token, and basically starts spamming every buff in his inventory. Warrior Sword, Burst Lance, Dragon's Vision, the whole 9 yards. The monster starts charging up its own lightning strike, but Taiho just smirks at Adenmaha like, cute, but ours is bigger. He chucks his spear, the red and blue lightning crashes into each other underwater, and the ocean literally detonates like a tactical nuke just went off. When the blinding light finally fades, Adenmaha is spinning in the water, looking completely traumatized, yelling at him that the blast was insane, and that firing something that heavy while sitting on her neck almost decapitated her. Taiho winces, hits her with the "my bad, bro," and promises to send her back to camp to chill, saying Ragnar should be there even if Helda isn't. But mid-sentence, Taiho just stops dead. The words literally die in his throat. His pupils dilate, the water around them goes pitch black, and this colossal, terrifyingly glowing divine silhouette starts rising up from the abyss like a literal hidden raid boss. So Taiho and Adenmaha barely have half a second to process this new nightmare before the Leviathan's corpse starts glitching out with energy. Out crawls this ancient ugly-ass monstrosity like, we are officially in phase 2 of the boss fight. It doesn't even hesitate and lunges straight at Taiho, but Maha, acting on pure instinct, throws herself right in front of him to tank the hit. Taiho's heart literally stops. He dives after her, but this ugly bastard doesn't even acknowledge her. It has permanent aggro locked onto our boy. So Taiho does what he does best. He pops his saga, stacks his divine aura, and throws a massive haymaker. But his attack just phases clean through it, like the boss has literal iframes. Before Taiho can even panic, the water around the beast starts violently spiraling inward. Taiho looks over and realizes Maha isn't dead. She has shifted back to her human form and is burning the absolute last of her mana to strip the boss's water shield. Turns out Iduin's blessing didn't just save her life, it gave her a temporary Valkyrie class upgrade. With the shield down, Taiho doesn't waste a millisecond. He goes full sicko mode, activating the Storm Warrior Saga, fusing it with his divine power, and torpedoing through the water so fast he creates a literal whirlpool. He lands the ultimate hit, deletes the monster from existence, and snags the loot fragment. Cut to that night, and the city has turned into the ultimate frat party. They hauled the sea beast corpses back to shore, and now the monster that tried to kill them is the main course at the banquet. Everyone is absolutely plastered, celebrating because, they basically just avoided an apocalypse. King Stephen is off in the corner chatting with his advisor, looking happier than a kid on Christmas. Ciri walks up to compliment the catering, and the king is just gushing about how the sea lanes are finally open and the economy is saved. Then Taiho rolls up. Ciri immediately narrows her eyes, already sensing our boy is about to pull some shady protagonist hustle, and she is spot on. Taiho steps up to the king and casually pulls out a gold coin, but it's not just any loose change, it's literal Valhalla gold. The king's jaw hits the floor, his advisor looks like his soul just left his body, and Ciri is absolutely flabbergasted. Taiho just smirks and says he'll hand it over if they build a massive temple for Idun in return. Cut to a few minutes later, Taiho and Ciri are chilling in the plaza, just laughing about the whole thing. Ciri admits she did not see that 200 IQ play coming. Taiho just smiles, but then he zones out, getting hit with that late-night missing his wife's depression, thinking about Maha and Helda. Ciri catches him looking all dramatic and asks who he's thinking about. Taiho quickly deflects, asking if she's got someone she misses. Maybe someone like Rolf? Ciri gives this sweet little smile and is like, oh yeah, I care about Rolf a lot. He reminds me of my little brother. For a second, Taiho just sits there processing the absolute emotional damage. Can we get an F in the chat for Rolf? Bro is locked in the deepest depths of the friend zone with zero chance of escape. Anyway, later that night, while our boy is finally getting some well-deserved sleep, he's thinking about Helda and how she had told him that she couldn't come to visit him in Midgard, and the bro's not too happy about that, so he falls asleep thinking about her. This mysterious woman quietly creeps up to his bed, whispering in the dark that this is going to be an unexpected visit. In the next second, Taiho opens his eyes, and he is definitely not in his bedroom anymore. He's standing in this glowing ethereal space, and when he turns around, boom, it's goddess Idun herself. Our boy immediately hits the mandatory respectful knee. She drops some lore on him, explaining that Asgardian gods can't just casually stroll into the mortal realm. So she pulled a page straight out of the Greek god's playbook and hacked into his dream state instead. She gives him the post-raid debrief, saying she heard the Leviathan fight got way messier than expected. Maha took some heavy damage, but thankfully, Sun already patched her up. Then she mentions that Helda has been literally crying her eyes out, blaming herself for everything going wrong, and you can tell that hits Taiho right in the feels. But then the vibe gets serious. Idun tells him that nobody in Asgard can figure out how a fragment of Garmr, a literal mythical doomsday dog, glitched its way into Midgard. It's such a massive mystery that Asgard is basically dropping a new continent-wide DLC expansion starting tomorrow. They are exploring everywhere. She also warns him that carrying that fragment is like walking around with a giant neon kill me sign on his back. Then she softens up, basically asking him, okay, spill it. How did you get mortals spamming my name in chat? Taiho smirks and explains his holy pyramid scheme. He built a temple, converted the top 3 server admins, the king and his nobles, and let the faith trickle down. Idun is super impressed, promises him VIP rewards when he gets back to Valhalla, and sends him off with a blessing. Then the scene shifts to Katrun, the wealthiest, most heavily fortified port city on the continent. Right now, it is an absolute disaster zone. There is a massive crowd of desperate refugees packed outside the gates, screaming for their lives, while the guards just stand up on the walls spectating. A mother holds up her crying baby, and you can see the guards actually starting to feel bad until the captain rolls up and immediately shuts that sympathy down. Honestly, his logic is cold but not wrong. The undead horde is sprinting right behind them. The refugees are too tired to make it inside quickly, and if even one infected zombie slips through those gates, it is game over for the entire city. Bro is fully prepared to let them all die and orders the ballistas to load, but before he can pull the trigger, a giant freaking swan dive bombs out of the sky, hits the ground, and morphs into Valkyrie and Grid. She hits the captain with a death glare, asks for his name, and straight up demands he open the gates. When he tries to argue, she just points out to the horizon and announces to everyone in earshot that the warrior of Idun's legion is leading the Valhalla cavalry. The crowd goes absolutely feral. Taiho is secretly thanking her because she didn't just save these NPCs. She basically handed him a massive PR boost that he can totally milk once she leaves. Our boy doesn't waste his superhero entrance. He coats his sword in divine aura, hops on his griffin, and they blitz across the battlefield at max speed. With one single strike, an entire mob of undead just gets deleted from the server. The rest of his squad is already hot-dropping from the airship, spamming their sagas and turning the ground level into a Michael Bay movie. But as Taiho is raining terror from above, something down in the village catches his eye. There is a lone female knight standing on a rooftop, sword drawn, shielding a group of terrified kids with nothing but pure attitude and stubbornness. Taiho watches for half a second before commanding the griffin to dive. As they close the distance, he gets a crystal-clear look at this absolute badass holding the line, telling the kids to stay down while she prepares to solo the undead horde. The Valhalla squad doesn't even wait for the ping to initiate. They are hot-dropping off the ship and absolutely speedrunning this zombie horde, spamming their sagas. Up in the air, Taiho spots the rooftop situation going south fast. Our lone female knight is literally running on 1% HP. She's still swinging, pulling off some clean spin moves and taking out zombies, but her stamina bar is fully depleted and the undead just keep swarming. Taiho realizes he can't cover the distance in time, so he does what any normal gamer does. He test drives a brand new, completely untested skill mid-battle. He pops the angel who wrote a Valkyrie saga. Yep, still jealous of this bastard for that. And with a massive flash of light, Rollo the Griffin gets forcibly transformed into history's first ever male Valkyrie. Poor Rollo is looking at himself absolutely traumatized, literally shedding a single tear. Taiho just pats him like, "We'll unpack this trauma later, buddy. Just hit the gas." Down below, the knight's arms finally give out. She closes her eyes, accepting the game over screen, but instead of getting eaten, a massive wall of fire erupts around her, instantly vaporizing the undead into ash. She opens her eyes and there is Taiho standing in the flames looking perfectly unfazed. Her first thought, holy crap, is this dude a literal god? Taiho quickly herds her and the kids onto his deeply distressed Griffon-turned-Valkyrie, promising to get them to the city walls safely. She asks if he's coming with them, and our boy hits her with the most majestic, serene protagonist smile, tells her not to worry, and drops a smooth "May Dune's blessing be with you." Guys, she is cooked. Full blush, absolutely zero recovery. As Rollo takes off, she leans out screaming that she'll wait for him at the wall. Taiho just turns around to face the massive undead horde like it's a minor inconvenience. The battle itself, embarrassingly short. The Valhalla warriors are basically smurfing in a low-level lobby. Each of these mid-ranked fighters could solo hundreds of regular soldiers blindfolded. When Taiho finally regroups at the city walls, Siri is waiting with her signature smirk, teasing him about his habit of going rogue. He grins and tries to casually walk off to check on Rollo, but suddenly the entire city garrison starts chanting his name. Taiho gets a little flustered, takes a deep breath, and just vaults straight to the top of the massive wall in one single jump. The crowd absolutely loses their minds. Up on the wall, his new fangirl is already waiting. Taiho hits her with the "glad you made it safely," and she drops into a formal bow, revealing her identity. Turns out she's Helga, the Shield Maiden Princess, and the three kids are literally the sons of King Ivar. The guards around them collectively drop their jaws. There were rumors that the princess was as beautiful as a Valkyrie, and looking at her right now, zero cap detected. Taiho discreetly activates his saga to get a better look, strictly for strategic assessment purposes, and confirms that yep, this is 100% the royal princess. Instantly, Taiho's Galaxy Brain businessman mode activates. Katrun is the absolute powerhouse military kingdom in the region, currently locked in a server war with two other kingdoms. A princess wandering this far from home is basically a walking political nuke with the pin already pulled. But Taiho is playing 4D chess. He realizes that if he plays his cards right, builds a solid relationship with her, and introduces Idun's faith to Katrun, it becomes a literal goldmine. If everything goes to plan, the Church of Idun could become their national religion. The thought of farming all those sweet faith points puts the most devious protagonist grin on his face. Meanwhile, Helga is standing there blushing so hard she's practically mapping out their wedding venue in her head. So that night, everyone's gathered in the Great Hall, and King Ketil, this old ugly bastard, looks at Helga, who's a princess from a rival kingdom, and demands to know what she's doing in his territory. Helga gives him the rundown. Her dad was out of town, a zombie plague started speedrunning through their villages, and she just grabbed whoever she could and bolted. Ketil actually has the audacity to laugh right in her face, blaming her for bringing the plague to his front door. But behind that smug, punchable face, this creep's brain is doing the math. He realizes his biggest rival's kids just dropped into his lap, giving him the perfect excuse to start a war, and on top of that, he's already decided he's going to keep Helga for his own personal harem. But our boy Taiho is sitting right there, reading this dude like an open book. He doesn't need a mind-reading skill to know exactly what this sleazebag is plotting. Ingrid quickly cuts the tension before things get messy, asking Helga where her dad's army is, pointing out that teaming up with King Ivar to spawn-kill this plague is their only viable move. Helga says her dad is probably camping near the forest, but warns them that walking there means going straight through the infected red zone. Ingrid just waves it off like it's nothing, basically saying, "We have a flying ship. It's not that deep." That's when Taiho sees his window. He steps up and casually offers Helga and her brothers a ride with them, completely cucking Ketchell's entire master plan in one sentence. Ketchell freezes, and the death glare he shoots Taiho could literally freeze hell over. But our boy just stares right back, not blinking once, establishing absolute dominance. Helga doesn't fully grasp the 4D chess match that just happened, but she knows Taiho just saved her skin again. She smiles and says, "Bet, we're in." They pack up and take off that exact same night. Helga's little brothers are glued to the edge of the airship, watching the clouds go by like they've never seen graphics this good before. After Siri puts the kids to bed, she comes back out to find Helga leaning on the railing, having a classic anime guilt trip moment. Siri asks if she's good, and Helga admits she feels like a coward for abandoning her people. Before Siri can even say anything comforting, Brock spawns out of nowhere and drops some harsh reality on her. He flat out tells her that staying would have done absolutely nothing. He reveals he comes from a noble family too, and if she stayed, she'd just be the tragic princess who suffers with her people. A useless trope that solves zero problems. The actual big brain move is getting out and fixing the issue. He also casually mentions he saw exactly what that creep Catal was planning and wasn't about to let her become a political hostage. Siri is standing there shocked, admitting she never would have guessed Brock was a noble. Brock just laughs and corrects her. He actually married a royal baddie. His wife was the princess. He quietly adds that he hopes she's doing okay and leaves it at that. Helga thanks him, then asks if they're the legendary warriors of Idun. Siri and Brock just look at each other and burst out laughing because they're basically just a bunch of overpowered wildcards. By morning, they pull up to King Ivar's camp. Ingrid skips all the boring NPC formalities, walking straight up to Ivar. The king explains the plague only spreads through direct contact, which means if they just wipe out the infected, the city is saved. Simple enough. Ingrid gathers the Legion commanders, lays out the battle plan, and just as everyone's getting hyped, they all look up. Taiho is descending from the sky on a literal griffon, looking majestic as hell, flexing on the entire camp. The whole place goes dead silent, watching him land. When Ingrid asks if he's ready, he gives the nod. She raises her sword, and the army lets out a war cry loud enough to cause an earthquake. Even the regular soldiers are fired up because nobody expected the sacred Valhalla Chads to actually fight alongside them. The front line crashes into the undead, and the Valhalla warriors are absolutely dismantling them with surgical precision. It's a complete slaughter. Ivar pushes his spearmen forward, and for a minute it looks like an easy GG. But then a soldier points up. The sun just straight up disappears. Pitch black clouds roll in out of nowhere, swallowing the light, and every Valhalla warrior knows exactly what time it is. Boss music is playing. A vampire is in the area. A massive shriek echoes across the battlefield. And then the wildest thing happens. The brainless undead literally turn around and start running away. The soldiers are standing there confused as hell, but Ivar doesn't hesitate and orders them to chase the zombies into the forest. Up in the sky, Taiho is chilling on his griffon, murmuring that everything is going exactly according to plan, but then he completely freezes. The forest is moving. Not like the wind is blowing through the leaves, the entire damn forest is uprooting itself and marching straight towards the city. Quang pulls up next to him and quietly drops the bomb. That's no regular forest. The whole thing is a massive living creature, and it's already on its way to the city. When King Ivar sees this massive walking forest, his jaw practically hits the floor. Look, this guy's been fighting demons, beasts, and nightmare fuel his whole life, but this is way above his pay grade. He takes one look at this Godzilla-sized salad marching toward his city, and immediately hits the note button, ordering a full retreat. His soldiers start booking it back to the fortress, but then they realize the Valhalla warriors aren't moving an inch. Brock just stands there with this unhinged smirk, basically saying, "Retreating? Yeah, we don't do that here," and his squad agrees they belong on the front line. Ingrid leads the charge, and they sprint headfirst at the raid boss. Within seconds, these absolute units split up and start spinning up actual tornadoes, shredding through the massive trees like a blender going through wet paper. The regular soldiers and King Ivar are just standing there AFK, completely paralyzed in disbelief. Ivar had always heard the rumors about Valhalla's overpowered stats, but seeing them speedrun deforestation in real life hits totally different. Up in the sky, our boy Taiho watches this for about 10 seconds before deciding he can't just spectate. He pops a summoning rune and calls in Manhwa, who crashes down in a massive explosion of light. She storms in completely furious, demanding to know what the hell is going on, screaming that she had literally just sat down to eat her lunch. But honestly, we stand a relatable queen, because even while she's complaining about her missed meal, she charges straight in and absolutely deletes everything in her path. Ingrid pulls up beside Taiho and drops the main quest objective. There's a magical fragment hidden somewhere inside this living forest, and they need to grab it. Taiho activates his saga, basically turning on his wall hacks, and scans the battlefield until his radar locks onto a single point radiating massive boss energy. Found it. He calls Manhwa back up to his griffin. Rollo. She shifts into her human baddie form, hops on the back, and casually mentions that if they just want to stop the forest from moving, she knows a cheat code. Just drown the whole damn thing. She stretches out her arms, taps into the nearby river, and in seconds, a literal tsunami sweeps across the entire battlefield, completely flushing the forest away. Taiho is sitting there completely stunned at the AoE damage. He tells her that was insane, and she immediately asks, "Cool, can I take a nap now?" Taiho flat out denies her PTO request. She lets out a sad little whimper and then dives straight back into the meat grinder anyway. Taiho and Ingrid push deep into the center while Maha runs crowd control, and when they reach the core they find this massive pulsing cluster of roots guarding the VIP loot, a glowing Gunmer fragment. The roots immediately start lashing out like crazy, trying to flatten them, and if it wasn't for Rollo's insane dodge stats they would have been squashed into paste. Taiho realizes pretty fast that an aerial assault just isn't going to cut it here. Right on cue, Siri spawns below them, already in her badass wolf form, telling him to hop on. Taiho instantly sends Rollo back to Valhalla and pulls off a sick mid-air transfer, dropping straight onto Siri's back without missing a beat. They merge their sagas, hit the turbo button, and their combined speed goes completely off the charts. They're practically teleporting. In the blink of an eye, they are at the very heart of the forest. Taiho channels all his mana into one massive ultimate attack, the Blade of the Winter Wolf, and cleanly slices the colossal trunk entirely in half. The energy shockwave from the strike is so massive it literally shakes the air. With the boss dead, the Garmer fragment is just sitting there glowing. Ingrid instantly dives in to snatch the loot, but the second she reaches for it, the massive spiritual form of the legendary Bloodhound Garmer spawns right behind her. Taiho screams a warning, but Ingrid, she doesn't even flinch. She already knew the boss mechanics and is totally ready for round 2. As the dog was about to attack her, Ingrid just flips the switch, pops her ultimate, and seals the Garmer fragment without even breaking a sweat. Then she brushes her shoulders off like she just finished a basic tutorial quest. The whole battlefield completely loses their minds. Warriors of Valhalla are going absolutely feral, and even King Ivar is hyping her up like a fanboy. But while the entire lobby is celebrating down below, cut to the fortress wall, where this absolute Loki, this bastard, is watching. He's got the most devious villain-coded smirk imaginable plastered on his face. He basically hits the Execute Order 66 button, saying yeah, it's time, and orders the ambush, thinking how now's the right time. When they are drunk on victory, they will be the most careless and won't see the attack coming. Ingrid's danger sense goes off immediately, and she reaches for her weapon, but this new guy has his speed stats maxed out. Before Taiho's brain can even process the frame data, the Valkyrie gets speed blitzed and folded like a lawn chair. By the time Taiho registers what just happened, this stranger is just standing over her unconscious body like it was absolutely nothing. Taiho doesn't even hesitate. He screams at the guy to back off, pulls out the Winter Blade, and goes full Ungabunga, charging straight in. But this dude, he is built completely different. Out of nowhere, he summons a literal serpent. Taiho dodges, but the thing snaps right back. He manages to block the next hit with his sword, but the knockback is so insane he nearly gets yeeted into the next zip code. Siri and the whole squad roll up immediately, surrounding the guy. A 5v1, right? Should be easy. But this man just stands there looking mildly amused. He remembers Loki's quest objective to wipe out the Valkyries and figures the rest of Taiho's squad is just free bonus XP. The squad rushes him all at once but without even moving a muscle. This guy pops an AoE crowd control skill that straight up paralyzes the entire party. Quian screams for Taiho to close his eyes. He does, but the attack hits the rest of his gang. Now no one other than him can move. It's a full-on basilisk petrification trap. With the squad totally AoE-K, the enemy launches himself directly at Ingrid to finish the job. Taiho tries to body block on pure instinct, but out of nowhere, Maha comes flying in off the top rope and absolutely yeets this dude midair. The stun breaks, everyone can move again, but the squad realizes real quick. This isn't just a regular mob. This is an endgame raid boss. Taiho immediately orders Maha to grab Ingrid and extract her. Braki is already screaming at Haval to get the medic and move her out of the hot zone. Taiho's hands are literally shaking, but he uses his Saga Wall hacks to pull up the enemy's stats anyway. His screen basically flashes red. The dude's name is Balzac, written in giant crimson letters, which means that this guy is a walking, breathing death flag. The power level this guy is radiating is completely absurd. Meanwhile, Loki is in the background, mauling out of his mind. Our boy Taiho completely ruined this guy's whole career. He killed his best general, stole his favorite monster, rescued Skathok, and walked off with Maha, so Braki is screaming at Balzac to make them pay for everything. Balzac has clearly been holding on to that grudge, and now he's just slow walking forward, boss aura cranked all the way up to max. Taiho stands his ground, sword drawn, fully squaring up with him. Meanwhile, Balzac is slowly walking towards him. While this is going down, Braki is up on the fortress wall doing his best brooding anime villain, staring off into the distance monologue. He's mouthing, thinking back to when Haredi died, when Skathich got snatched, and how every single time he just had to swallow his pride and play the long game while internally wanting to burn the entire world to the ground. But he was just biding his time. See, after Haredi died, her seat among the 5 great generals opened up, and suddenly every giant with an ego and a weapon came crawling out of the woodwork looking for a promotion. So Brax put out a bounty. Bring him 2 fragments of Garmer's soul and the general's throne is yours. Balzac took that quest, and now he's standing in the middle of this battlefield. Meanwhile, our boy Taiho is doing the math in his head, quietly admitting that yeah, this dude is an absolute unit, but he's still not Haredi level yet. Cut to the woods for a second. A squad of NPC soldiers is trying to extract Ingrid. One of them whispers that something feels off, and before he can even finish his sentence, 3 Formers drop out of the trees for a literal jump scare ambush. Back in the main event, Balzac tries to offer the squad a classic villain bargain hand over the Garmer fragment and the Valkyrie, and he'll send them back to the lobby quick and painless. Yeah, absolutely nobody is taking that deal. Siri is already moving before he even finishes talking. She swings hard, but Balzac blocks it like it's nothing. Taiho immediately uses instant transmission to blink right behind him at max speed, but somehow, this absolute mountain of a man dodges it. Taiho is genuinely shook. A dude with a hitbox that big should not have iframes like that. The squad splits up to jump him from 3 sides, but Balzac's pet serpent just tail whips them all back, launching Taiho into the air. They regroup fast, and Balzac tries to spam that petrification AoE skill again. But this time, Taiho's ping is better. He yells the warning early, everyone covers their eyes, and the attack does absolutely nothing. Balzac just quietly acknowledges his cheese strat is on cooldown. Then Siri steps up and pops her brand new saga, the noble flower that blooms in battle. I don't know what her stats were before, but this transformation is such a massive glow-up that her own teammates are left completely speechless. Even Balzac takes a quick gooner break, and that half second, that was the opening. Siri screams at them to rush him, and the squad goes absolutely crazy. One warrior cleanly decapitates the giant snake, another shanks Balzac right in the gut, and Bracky dumps a max-level lightning bolt straight into his chest. Balzac goes flying in a massive cloud of dust. Then Taiho drops from the sky like a literal meteor and clips the dude's ear. Just the ear. All that hype for a paper cut. And to make it infinitely worse, the snake just casually grows its head back. The squad watches Balzac's HP bar instantly refill as his wounds seal up in real time. The vibe shifts immediately. They realize real quick, this isn't a fight they can win by chip damage. Bracky decides to test his luck anyway and charges up his saga, but Balzac is already moving. He speed blitzes the team, puts one warrior in the dirt, teleports behind another, and when Bracky finally fires his lightning, Balzac literally just tanks it with his bare arm. He returns a gut punch so devastating it folds Bracky in half like fresh laundry. From there, Balzac just goes to work. Zero chill. Taiho sees a tiny window and goes for a clean thrust, but Balzac casually sidesteps it like he already read the script. Taiho pulls back, sword raised, eyes locked, and flat out tells the giant that he is not leaving this battlefield alive on his watch. So here we are. The rest of the squad is completely wiped and barely breathing on the ground. It's just our boy Taiho and Balzac standing across from each other in the dust. Balzac decides he's done playing with his food and just explodes forward, throwing hands at a speed that straight up breaks the physics engine for a guy his size. Taiho weaves through the combo, slips inside his guard, and goes for a counter, but Balzac casually swats him away with his tail like he's swatting a mosquito. The giant swings the tail right back for a follow-up, and it would have connected clean, but Siri snipes the thing right out of the air mid-swing. Taiho tosses her a quick thanks, and she gives it to him straight. You're the fastest one here. Stop trying to solo the raid boss and let's actually play co-op. Taiho's response, he turns around and just starts running away. Balzac is standing there completely confused, like, is this dude seriously rage quitting? But then it clicks. Siri is in the backline charging up her Wolf Witch saga. Taiho yells over his shoulder, telling Balzac they're done holding back, so good luck blocking this next one. Honestly, Taiho has no choice here. His main ultimate is on cooldown since he dumped it all, killing a Kraken earlier, so the game plan is simple. Pour every single drop of his remaining mana straight into his sword and take this dude's head off. Balzac watches their power levels spike and just hits them with the classic, impressive but not enough. Then they both completely vanish and reappear right behind him. Taiho dumps everything he has left into one massive swing aimed straight for the neck. Balzac spins around at the last possible frame and throws his tail up to tank the hit. It slows the blade down, but it doesn't stop it. Taiho slices clean through the tail, keeps the momentum going, and takes off both of Balzac's hands too. But when the dust settles, Balzac is still standing, his neck is sliced, but he's alive, and our boy Taiho is completely out of stamina. He knows immediately the cut wasn't deep enough. Quain is screaming at Taiho to move, but his stamina bar is flashing red, and Balzac is already on him. Siri throws herself at the giant to buy even a single second, but Balzac casually tosses her aside like she weighs absolutely nothing, and drives Taiho straight into the dirt. He looks down at him with zero emotion, deciding right then and there that this kid has way too much main character energy and needs to be deleted before he becomes a real problem. Then Balzac hits phase 2. He starts transforming. Quain is yelling for Taiho to get up, but Taiho is just lying in the dirt, completely out of gas. He's having a total internal crisis, wondering if this is really how it ends, if he's just doomed to lay there and wait for someone else to carry him again. Balzac finishes his power-up and launches into the air. His severed arms literally reshape mid-flight into writhing poisonous snakes that weave together into one massive nightmare-fuel black hand. And he dive bombs down with everything aimed at erasing Taiho from the map. And that's the exact moment Taiho gets up. He just decides, nah, I'm making my own plot armor today. The two attacks collide, and the impact goes off like a literal nuke. A massive shockwave rolls across the entire battlefield. Everyone stops fighting just to stare at this absolute spectacle. When the dust finally starts to clear, Balzac is already mentally drafting his victory tweet. But then, he feels it. Taiho is standing behind him. Quain is watching from the sidelines completely speechless, trying to calculate the math on what just happened. The only thing that makes any sense? Taiho must have invoked a geese, a massive self-imposed binding vow in that split second of impact. So let's get one thing straight about geese. It's not some free cheat code you can just spam. It's a literal trade deal. You want crazy power? Cool. Here's a brutal nerf to balance it out. And what our boy Taiho just pulled out of his ass is actually the first new geese created since the fall of Iryu, which is absolutely wild. Quain is watching this happen and her brain is basically short-circuiting, trying to reverse engineer it. She realizes Taiho just gave himself a massive divinity steroid, but the catch? Once the timer runs out, Taiho gets locked out of using any divinity for half a month. A conditional geese? Quain's never even heard of that being a thing, and has zero clue how Taiho coded this into reality. But Taiho knows exactly what he's doing. He's not at Ragnar's god tier level yet, but for the first time he can actually see the ceiling. So with that absolute crystal clarity, he pops his transformation right in Balzac's face, activating the warrior of Idun. Balzac's not having it, so he goes full raid boss monster mode, gets massive, and swings a house-sized fist at him. But Taiho? Man's completely zen. He thinks of his goddess, channels his inner anime swordsman, cleanly slices Balzac's giant hand off in one swing, and teleports behind him. Of course, the boss immediately regenerates. Taiho realizes chip damage isn't going to cut it. He needs to literally nuke this guy so hard that regeneration isn't even an option. So he summons the Burst Lance, this weapon so stupidly huge. He's not even sure he can land it cleanly, so Taiho is praying for someone to help him out. Just then, enter the homie Braki, who yeets his giant hammer at Balzac, forcing him to dodge and leaving him wide open. But Balzac's got a counter ready and drops a paralysis gaze right as Taiho charges in. Just when it looks like it's over, Siri hits the MVP button. Somehow still standing, she pops her Distraction Saga, locks eyes with Balzac, and literally tanks the aggro just long enough. Taiho mentally tips his hat to the squad, drives the giant lance straight through Balzac, and activates Full Buster. Balzac lets out one last scream before getting completely erased from existence under a mountain-shattering strike. Fight over. One shot. Taiho's standing there panting, hears his crew asking if he's good, and just feels absolute relief that they actually survived. Then his HP hits 0, and he passes out cold before he even hits the dirt. Cut to him waking up with Quine literally sitting on his chest like a gargoyle, looking relieved. It's already sunset, and Quine casually drops that Helga came to check on him 4 times while he was knocked out. Why? Because there's a massive banquet happening downstairs. All the heavy hitters are asleep, and oh yeah, there's still that whole plague situation nobody has bothered to fix yet. Taiho asks if they actually won, and Quine confirms it. Turns out this whole mess was orchestrated by some rat named Brez, and the second his boss got vaporized, Brez hit the eject button and vanished. Quine calls him a sly bastard, then gets super awkward and actually congratulates Taiho. She keeps it brief, admitting she's just genuinely impressed, but immediately follows it up with, "We need to talk about this later." Taiho instantly translates that to, "I am going to give you a 3-hour lecture on why you're an idiot." Meanwhile, the after party is popping off downstairs. Helga walks in, and immediately, every dude in the room gets stunned. They completely forget how to act. Then Siri steps in, and she's got that post-level up glow. Awakening her saga didn't just boost her stats, it gave her a massive charisma buff too. But the real main event isn't the girls. It's this glowing sword stuck in a tree right in the middle of the hall. Braki spots it and goes full caveman, pointing at it like shiny want. Ingrid mentions it's practically radiating magic, and Ivor drops the lore. Legend says the sword will only release for someone who's truly worthy. Now, any normal person would think about purity of heart or whatever. But Braki, this meathead, looks at the tree, looks at his massive biceps, and decides worthy just means can hit it really, really hard. So he hypes himself up, charges the tree, and winds up a max power swing right at the exact second. Our boy Taiho finally walks into the room, looking around completely lost, wondering what kind of absolute circus he just woke up in. Our boy Taiho strolls into the banquet hall, complaining that the noise is about to rupture his eardrums. Before he's even through the door, the second he steps inside, the guards completely lose their minds, fanboying over him and screaming about the warrior of Idun. But Taiho literally leaves them on red. He's got tunnel vision locked onto this glowing sword stuck in a tree right in the middle of the room. He asks Quine if he's hallucinating this, and Quine's like, "Nope, but I have no clue why there's a legendary weapon sitting in the middle of a dining hall." His squad, Ivar, Helga, Braki, and Ingrid greet him, and Braki drops the classic NPC lore dump. "It's super magical. Only the truly worthy can claim it. Blah, blah, blah." Taiho doesn't even respond. He just casually strolls up to it. The second he gets close, the tree lights up like a literal flashbang, blinding the entire room. He reaches out, grabs the hilt, and just yanks it out like he's pulling a weed. Zero effort. King Arthur who? The whole hall absolutely erupts. Then Quain gets an idea and tells Taiho to hold his gaebolg up to the new blade. The second they touch, the sword lights up again, a portal tears open, and a hidden fragment of the gaebolg shoots out and merges right into it. The crowd goes completely feral. Pulling the legendary sword was already a mythic feat, but finding a hidden piece of a divine weapon inside it, by the guy who already holds the other piece? Our boy just casually wrote a whole new chapter of Midgard history before dessert. Cut to Loki chilling outside, looking up at the night sky. He's doing the math and realizing someone just completely broke the game's progression. He fully expected them to be grinding that sea beast for weeks, but somehow they speedran both that and the forest questline in record time. He just smirks, realizing this warrior of Iden guy he keeps hearing about is absolutely carrying the lobby. Later in his room, Taiho pulls Ingrid aside to drop some serious news, his geese trade-off. He looks her in the eye and tells her straight up he is completely locked out of his divinity. For 15 days, Ingrid immediately switches into tactician mode, telling him to keep this a secret because this news can cause commotion. She thanks him for trusting her with this, and Taiho drops the absolute smoothest line. I only told you because it's you. Ingrid definitely likes that answer. She promises to keep his secret and gives him her blessing. But Quain, who's chilling in the corner being an absolute menace, casually points out that Taiho is out here collecting blessings like Pokemon. Taiho tells him to shut up, though mentally, he's like, you know what? Catching them all does sound kinda nice. Ingrid then gets back to business. They can't just AFK for 2 weeks, so she's already called in reinforcements to keep the expedition moving. The next morning, the whole squad steps outside to see who the backup is, and it's Mommy Razgrid herself, came all the way from Asgard. Taiho is genuinely hyped to see her. After some quick hellos, she pulls him in serious side and gets down to business. She owes Taiho a massive favor from back in Svartalfheim, and Ragnar personally told her it was time to pay up. She's noticed Taiho's been walking around with a full inventory of elemental runes, but treating them like basic stat sticks because he has no idea how to actually cast them. Razgrid is here to fix that. She warns them right up front they are severely short on time, so this training is going to be absolute hell. Taiho gets a little nervous, but Siri jinxes the whole squad by saying, it can't possibly be worse than our actual master's training. Oh Siri, you played yourself. By sunset, the whole team is absolutely cooked. They look like they've been put through a meat grinder. Even Razgrid looks physically exhausted, which is honestly the biggest red flag of all. She wraps up the session by cheerfully announcing that tomorrow's lesson will be an all-day event and she will personally ensure their HP is at absolute 0 by the end of it. The second she walks away, everybody just faceplants into the dirt. Taiho realizes this isn't training. This is a literal Spartan survival camp. He manages to crawl back to his room, hits the bed, and logs out of consciousness before Quain can even get a word in. But wait, the grind never stops. He wakes up inside his own dreamscape, standing face to face with his Idun. She takes one look at him and goes, damn, what happened to you? You look like trash. Taiho waves it off and asks if she just brought him here to chat. She hits him with the, I'm not the one who called this meeting, and suddenly Skathech steps out of the shadows. She explains that Hawk heard about the near-death encounter with Bress, and decided Taiho is leveling up way too slowly. Skathech drops into a terrifying combat stance and says she's going to teach him the ultimate martial arts of the Tuath a day, and since they're on a tight schedule, the lessons will be completely merciless. So yeah, our boy is getting tortured in the waking world, and the moment he goes to sleep, his dreams are just the hyperbolic time chamber of pain. Rip Taiho. So Taiho wakes up absolutely cooked, running on 0 HP, and the first thing he hears is Quain being an absolute generational hater. Quain's going off, talking about how Taiho is living every man's dream, getting to train around the clock with absolute 10-10 baddies, but Taiho is fighting for his literal life. He claps back saying, this isn't some fun harem anime. He's so physically exhausted, he's genuinely terrified that if he goes to sleep, he'll just never wake up. Before his system completely shuts down, he pulls out his gacha summoning stone and calls in Adin-Maha. In the next second, she appears and gives him hard eyes and goes, what now, you idiot? And our boy is like, what? What? You already know the drill. Hands over his sacred treasure, which includes a letter from Helda, and immediately drops a passive-aggressive guilt trip about how much time Helda spends grinding to recharge that stone for him. But Taiho's brain has already left the chat. He tells her to head back and literally logs out of consciousness mid-sentence. Adin-Maha just rolls her eyes at how fast he drops, but then something shiny in his inventory catches her attention. When Taiho finally respawns, still feeling like he got hit by a truck, he finds Adin-Maha chilling in his room. She hits him with the classic, oh, I was just doing a routine pocket inspection for no reason, and casually mentions she found this item called the Liberatus. Taiho's like, yeah, just some loot I picked up a while ago. But Adin-Maha's eyes go wide. She explains it's an ancient relic from Iryu that has a hidden hologram file locked inside the handle. She activates it. The hologram pops up, and this guy straight up introduces himself by saying, look, if you manage to bypass my magic security to watch this, you're either my successor or you're strong enough to just punch through my spells. Either way, that's king material. Man standards are on the floor. He just says he doesn't care who you are as long as you aren't a Fomorian. Then he drops his tragic backstory, how his kingdom fell, how he lost everything, and how he woke up from a massive time skip with one final quest, finding someone actually worthy to mentor. He wraps up his epic emotional monologue by joking, by the way, I really hope whoever is watching this is a beautiful girl with black hair, though he won't mind if he turns out to be a blonde too. Hey folks, we found a true man of culture. And just like that, the transmission cuts out. Taiho is sitting there like, who was this massive simp? Quain fills in the lore, that was literally Merlin. Yes, the Merlin, the Archmage of Camelot. Quain points out that Merlin's magic is cool, but his real weapon is his 200 IQ brain, and getting him in the party would be a massive W. Taiho remembers Merlin saying they'd meet soon and quietly hopes the old man makes an appearance. Boom, time skip 13 days. Hawk drops the alert that the expedition kicks off tomorrow, which means the hyperbolic time chamber training arc is finally over. Goddess Idun drops by to give our boy the highest grade apple from the new harvest and a literal SSR summoning ticket for Helda, since getting to Midgard normally is locked. Taiho gets all flustered, thanks her, and she sends him off with a massive blessing buff. The next morning, Siri violently shakes him awake because Razgrid is calling a mandatory squad meeting. Outside, Razgrid introduces Chaldea, a Valkyrie of Legion. Folks, a wild new mount appeared and she's here to upgrade their quest. This isn't just a basic fetch quest for soul fragments anymore, this is a full-on raid. The goal is to completely nuke the Femoran base and permanently ban them from the Midgard server. Razgrid breaks down the strategy. They are the vanguard, with backup waiting to drop in the second the raid starts. They split the squad into 3 separate parties to take different routes. Led by Razgrid, Chaldea, and Ingrid, Taiho gets put in Ingrid's squad, and her game plan? They are the bait. They're taking the longest, most obvious route to pull all the enemy aggro, while the others sneak in. Ingrid gives a hype pre-battle speech telling the squad she's proud to roll with them again. Taiho feels the exact same way, and just like that, the squad takes flight. That same night, Ivar comes sprinting down the castle halls. Turns out his uncle just spawned in, and his uncle happens to be none other than Merlin. Ivar is practically vibrating, pointing out that the old man hasn't aged a single pixel in 20 years. Merlin skips the small talk and calmly announces he felt someone pulled out the Liberatus. Helga breaks the news that the hero party has already left, so Merlin doesn't waste a second and demands a ship immediately. Out on the open ocean, Merlin is trying to track the squad, but the GPS signal is weak because Taiho has the sword stashed in his inventory. So Merlin does what any absolute chat archmage would do. He pulls out Caliburn, the OG sword King Arthur pulled from the stone, and basically uses it as a magical Wi-Fi extender. Releasing its power boosts the resonance between the blades, lighting up the night sky like a literal beacon. Merlin points at the beam of light, tells his crew that way, and the boys start rowing like their lives depend on it. Meanwhile, on Taiho's ship, Quine is nagging our boy, asking when he's going to pop a summoning ticket for Helda. Taiho's like, bro, it's a one-time consumable. I'm saving it for the boss fight. Quine gives him grief for planning to make his girl do the heavy lifting, but Taiho brushes it off and decides to check his mail. He summons Adin Maha, who spawns in looking way more chill than usual, but the random NPC warriors on the ship instantly lock onto her, start simping, and assume she's a Valkyrie. She shuts that rumor down fast, but this random misunderstanding somehow triggers a literal system update, and Taiho unlocks a brand new saga, the warrior who got visited by a Valkyrie. The boys and even Ingrid hype him up to test his new skill, so he activates it and boom, a spirit version of Helda materializes right on the deck. The crew absolutely lose their minds. They think this guy just unlocked a cheat code to summon Valkyries on demand. Taiho checks the info and explains that the saga lets him equip up to 9 guardian spirits, and their power scales depending on his level. The crew is violently jealous, and Braki is acting like his personal hype man, demanding he roll the gacha again. Taiho summons Ingrid next, but she spawns in looking like a laggy 144p hologram, nothing like her real self. He realizes the summon quality is tied to his affinity and how many blessings they've given him, which is exactly why he can't just casually summon an overpowered unit like Razgrid yet. Braki grabs Taiho by the shoulders and officially crowns him the Valkyrie Master, declaring it's his destiny to catch every single Valkyrie in Valhalla, and for that he immediately gets bonked in the head by Ingrid and Siri. Adin Maha then chimes in, asking where her summon is, and Taiho just looks at her like, didn't you literally just say you're not a Valkyrie? Before she can argue, she notices a bright light and asks the absolute most out-of-pocket question, why are your pants glowing? Taiho has a massive internal panic attack before she clarifies that the swords in his inventory Unur and Liberatus are lighting up like glow sticks. Adin Maha realizes what's happening. Merlin is on his way, and the old man has literal aimbot when it comes to tracking people. Ingrid decides they need to pause the raid and wait. Cut back to the ocean, and the holy light from Merlin's sword is cutting through the darkness, but someone else spots it. Enter Mordred, the one knight of the Round Table, who survived the fall of Iryu, mostly because he's the traitor who caused it, seeing that familiar glow. Meanwhile, Merlin notices Taiho's blip on the map has stopped moving, realizing that they must have sensed him coming. With only 3 days left until they meet, Merlin tips his hat and quietly wonders what kind of person the new heir of Iryu would be. So the squad's been waiting around for like 5 whole days, and just when it feels like they're going to be stuck there forever, Ingrid's raven pulls up. Merlin points to the sky, telling Helga it's go time. Her face instantly lights up, and as the ships pull in, she spots her boy Taiho and starts hyping him up. Taiho, Siri, and Braki all realize it's her and yell her name. But then Taiho gets that instant spider sense tingle. He completely freezes. Some absolute menace is tearing through the forest at Mach 5, making a beeline straight for Helga's ship. By the time Taiho even locks onto it, this dude is already in their airspace. It's Mordred, riding horseback and looking like he woke up and chose violence. Taiho says, screw gravity, grabs his weapon, and literally yeets himself off his own ship to intercept, leaving everybody screaming in the background like, bro, what are you doing? Mordred pulls a buttery smooth dismount, charges up sword, and launches a devastating slash right at Helga's ship. Taiho tries to block it, but the shockwave just says nope, and completely splits the massive ship in two like a piece of cake. Luckily, Merlin is paying attention. The man hits the squad with a clutch bubble shield, freezing them in mid-air and checking if everyone's in one piece. They shout back that they're good, but Merlin is shook. He looks down, sees the sword, and his face goes totally grim. He realizes it's Clarent, the sacred blade, and through gritted teeth he's like, oh hell no, it's Mordred. Down below, Mordred is already charging up his sword for round 2, but Taiho isn't letting him get another free shot. Our boy activates his saga, summons his edgy black crystal blade, and crashes into Mordred like an absolute meteor. The impact is basically a DBZ explosion, and Grid is yelling for everyone to fall back and give Taiho room to work. When the dust clears, the trash talk begins. Mordred tells Taiho he's a nobody and needs to mind his own business, but Taiho claps right back, asking who sent him. From inside his safety bubble, Merlin decides to drop the lore. He calls Mordred out as the ultimate snake of Camelot, the dude who literally backstabbed King Arthur. But Mordred's out here trying to defend his villain arc like, bro, we were getting smoked. The battle was unwinnable. I had to clip my own dad and open the gates so the city wouldn't get wiped out. Merlin basically calls him a gullible idiot for trusting the enemy's promise. Mordred throws a whole tantrum, screaming that nobody understands his trauma and that he was just trying to be the hero. Taiho just rolls his eyes and answers by charging straight at him. He activates his warrior state, brings his black crystal sword down with everything he's got, and flat out tells Mordred, yeah, I don't get you at all, bozo. The blow is so heavy it shatters Mordred's guard and forces this so-called tragic hero right to his knees. Standing over him, Taiho drops some raw mixed wisdom. If you really wanted to protect your hood, you should have squared up and fought to the bitter end, because that's what a real man does. Well, that absolutely shattered Mordred's ego. He roars, pops his ultimate ability, and summons an entire army of literal ghosts, the fallen knights of Camelot, complete with glowing red eyes in the dark. Up in the sky, Merlin puts 2 and 2 together. Mordred's been walking around crying for 100 years, eaten alive by guilt, to the point where he essentially became a wraith himself. The ghost army starts closing in, and things are looking incredibly dicey for our boy. But just as he's about to get swarmed, a literal hammer drops from the heavens. Lightning completely cooks the ghost army. And who else is it but Bracky pulling a superhero landing, with Ciri and Ingrid right behind him. Bracky tells Taiho, we got the minions, you take the boss. Now it's a 1v1, but here's the problem. Mordred doesn't fight like the mindless monsters they've been facing. Bracky has a century of sweaty ranked PvP experience. Every strike is calculated, and the skill gap starts showing real fast. Taiho is out here just swinging hard, while Mordred is dissecting him. Then the worst-case scenario happens. Mordred thrusts forward, Taiho raises his blade to block, and his sword literally shatters like glass. The weapon is gone. Mordred doesn't hesitate for a single second. He drives his blade straight through Taiho's armor and deep into his chest, telling him to be swallowed by the pain. Then a wave of dark energy completely swallows Taiho. Then Mordred starts flexing his cursed sword, Clarent, doing the classic villain monologue about how it's filled with thousands of angry, burning ghosts from the fall of Camelot, and he's fully prepared to add Taiho to his ghost collection. Right before he can deliver the final blow, Ingrid comes in for the clutch, but Mordred blocks it casually and tells her she's hitting like a wet noodle. Ingrid ignores the disrespect, tells Taiho to lock in, and pops her ultimate, summoning these golden magic mirrors behind her. She fires a whole barrage of explosions straight at Mordred. The smoke clears, and this absolute fraud is literally unfazed. He swats the attack away with a flick of his wrist, hits her with the still too light, and blasts her with this dark violet energy that completely drains her HP. And just like that, Razgrid hits the floor, out cold. Now it's just Taiho and Mordred again. Mordred decides it's time to wrap this up, and steps up to finish our boy who's currently paralyzed, barely staying alive off some background healing magic. It's looking like a guaranteed game over. But up in the bleachers, Merlin has been watching this entire beatdown and realizes they're never going to win as long as Mordred has that ghost army backing him up. So Merlin whips out King Arthur's legendary sword, calls out to Mordred, and hits him with the ultimate bait. Hey, if you really want to restore Camelot's glory, why don't you try pulling this? He casually tosses the sword down into the dirt. Mordred catches it and instantly recognizes it as Excalibur, the literal symbol of the true king of Camelot. And because this guy has massive daddy issues and an ego the size of the moon, he completely falls for it, thinking this is his chance to prove he's the rightful king. He grabs the hilt and starts yanking. He is straining, popping blood vessels, screaming, and leaking a dark red aura everywhere, sweating absolute bullets just trying to pull this sword out of its scabbard. But the thing refuses to budge. He looks up demanding to know why it's stuck. Merlin floats down and delivers the coldest reality check. He tells Mordred in the calmest voice ever, look, it's not because you betrayed Camelot. It's not even because you literally murdered your own dad. The reason is way simpler. The sword already picked somebody else. Before Mordred can even process the disrespect, the sword in his hand starts glowing gold and literally teleports away. Next frame, Caliburn is resting right in Taiho's hands. Our boy grips it, stands up, and instantly unleashes this blinding golden aura that forces everyone on the battlefield to cover their eyes. Taiho gets the premium main character aesthetic update. His synchronization spikes, and when the light fades, he's standing there decked out in fresh white and gold armor, officially unlocking the King of Camelot class. Mordred is staring at him in pure disbelief before absolutely losing his mind. He's screaming, refusing to accept that he just got outshined. But things are about to get infinitely worse for him. The ghost army he was using? Yeah, they feel Taiho's true king aura, and they suddenly decide they are not about to fight their actual boss a second time. The spirits stop attacking, break apart, and literally jump Mordred. They turn into this massive, swirling vortex of dark energy and scoop him up into a raging ghost tornado, tossing him around like a ragdoll while he screams in confusion. Merlin, holding onto his hat through the wind, yells at Taiho to finish the job and send these souls home. Taiho nods, steps up, and raises Caliburn. He swings it down and unleashes a tactical nuke of a golden slash that cuts straight through the tornado and smacks Mordred directly into the pavement. The impact sets off a massive explosion of golden light that blinds everyone again, and Merlin just smiles, recognizing that absolute legendary Camelot drip. When the dust settles, the fight is completely over. Mordred's cursed sword falls out of the sky and stabs into the ground right in front of Taiho. After all the dust finally settles, Merlin looks over at Taiho and his brain straight up glitches. For a split second, he doesn't see Taiho at all. He sees King Arthur standing right in front of him, calling his name like the good old days. The illusion fades as fast as it came, but the emotional damage is already done. Merlin is fighting for his life, trying to keep it together, getting hit with a truckload of disbelief and relief all at once. He totally breaks down, tears falling, and drops into a deep bow, acknowledging Taiho as the returned king of Camelot. Later on, Taiho goes to check on Ingrid in the med bay of their flying ship. She's sitting up in bed looking super embarrassed, apologizing for getting clapped in the last fight. Now, bless our boy Taiho, but his Riz is absolutely in the negatives right now. But overall, I'm jealous of this bastard. He has zero clue how to comfort a woman, so he just blurts out, "Hey, if I didn't have Idun's power and Caliban carrying me, I would have folded too. Those guys were just built different, so let's just try not to suck next time." Kungit's standing right there and just deadpan roasts him, pointing out that Taiho has zero game. But Ingrid just giggles. She waves him over, gives him a little forehead kiss, and passes on Njord's blessing to give his stats a boost. It's the least she can do right now. Taiho's brain completely short-circuits. He goes full tomato mode, mumbles some nonsense about her needing rest, and literally speedwalks out of the room. Outside on the deck, Merlin's just chilling by the railing when Taiho rolls up. Merlin immediately goes for the respectful king bow again, but Taiho shuts that down real quick. He's like, "Bro, stop. Just treat me like Aiden's warrior. We're not doing the whole royalty thing." Then he whips out Gay Bulg and hands it over, practically in mint condition. Right on cue, Kulin pops out to say what's up and gives Merlin the SparkNotes version of the absolute chaos they just went through. Merlin takes it all in and officially recognizes Taiho as Arthur's true successor. Taiho admits that having everyone call him King of Camelot is giving him major anxiety, but Merlin tells him not to think too much of it. He's just here to be the ultimate support unit, not to force him onto a throne. Calmian backs him up, reminding everyone that Camelot's golden age started with a scrawny kid who looked like a total NPC too. But right now, none of that matters. They've got a war coming, and the Fomorians are waiting. Merlin locks in, pledging his magic to the cause, and the squad is ready to move. The next morning, the squad is back on the grind. They ditch the flying ship since Ingrid big-brained Odin's forces by sending it off as a decoy in the completely wrong direction, and go full stealth mode toward Kalaheim. Word on the street is this city is crawling with Fomorians hiding in plain sight. In a secret wooden hut meeting deep in the forest, Ingrid drops the intel. The local king and his nobles. Yeah, they're straight-up skinwalkers. The Fomorians are wearing human faces and camping inside Cav Castle. The whole team is disgusted. Ingrid lays out the raid plan. They blitz the castle while she calls in the Valkyrie cavalry via the Bifrost. Ciri finds this plan a bit weird and asks if there are only Fomorians in the castle. Ingrid replies saying that the castle is packed with innocent humans mixed in with the monsters. If they go in swinging, the friendly fire is going to be insane. Taiho mentions his eye hacks can spot the fakes but asks Merlin if there's an AoE way to sort this out. Merlin just smirks like the wizard Chad he is and says there's always a way. Fast forward to the next day and it's showtime. Taiho rolls in from the sky alongside Ciri and Merlin. Once they hit the drop zone, Taiho gives the green light. Merlin blasts off a massive magical fireworks show right over the castle. Naturally, all the humans and undercover Fomorians pour outside, staring up at the sky like total idiots. It's the perfect setup. Taiho activates his dragon eyes, basically turning on wall hacks to see right through their disguises. Ciri knocks her arrows and Merlin enchants them in midair. Instead of dealing fatal damage, the arrows rain down and leave glowing marks on everyone's heads, blue for the innocent humans and bright neon red for the ugly bastards in disguise. The crowd starts panicking, totally confused by the glowing targets on their foreheads. Then the sky literally tears open. A massive shower of divine steel rains down, completely barricading the castle and trapping everyone inside. Valhalla's warriors drop into the arena like absolute bosses. Gandor steps up, looks at the crowd and goes, "Red marks are Fomorians. Blue marks are human. Kill everything in red, no mercy." Alright, time for a quick lore drop. Odin built this thing called the Grand Barrier, which is basically a massive server region lock between Asgard and Midgard. It keeps the giant monsters out, but the catch is that high-level players like Thor can't just drop into Midgard fully geared, or the sheer pressure would literally crash the server and shatter the barrier. Anyway, back to the fight with the Fomorians near the wall, which was wiped out. Taiho's squad is pushing into the castle, slicing through waves of enemies. One Valhalla soldier looks around at the sheer number of mobs spawning and goes, "Bro, how many of these things did they pack in here?" But Gandor isn't letting anyone get distracted. He tells the squad to ignore the trash mobs and push straight for the boss room, because that's where the Fomorian leader Brez is hiding. Inside the throne room, this old human king is sitting there looking all regal, right up until his disguise literally melts off and reveals Brez. Now Brez takes one look out the window at Valhalla's sweaty try-hard raid party and immediately goes, "Yeah, absolutely not. I am not doing this today. Survival first, revenge later." He briefly thinks about taking the sewer exit but decides it's way too sketchy, so he hits the ultimate low-budget stealth tactic. He throws on a hood and tries to casually blend in with his own fodder troops, hoping to just speedwalk his way to the edge of the map and dip. And the crazy part, it's actually working. He's almost out until a glowing explosive arrow drops from the sky and misses his head by absolute inches. He looks up, and there's our boy Taiho, hovering on a griffin next to Captain Siri, pointing dead at him with his wall hacks fully activated. Taiho literally calls him out by name in front of the entire battlefield. Bryce grinds his teeth, keeps his face completely stone cold, and just keeps walking. Man is really out here playing the "if I don't acknowledge them, they don't exist" game. But his stealth run is officially dead. The Valkyries drop from the sky and completely box him in. Regent Leaf steps up, looking him dead in the eye, and tells him his free trial of life has expired. Gandor rolls up to rub salt in the wound, straight up calling him a coward for trying to sneak out. Then one of the Valkyries charges her sword with lightning and actually lands a solid hit on him. Why does it hurt? Because Odin secretly slapped a massive area of effect debuff over the area, hard nerfing Bry's stats so even regular high-tier warriors can damage him. All the Valkyries jump in at once, spamming their lightning skills to pin him to the ground. At this point, this bastard is officially CC'd. Bryce strains against the chains, realizing this was Odin's trap all along. He flexes and says their little rune magic won't hold him forever. One of the Valkyries just smirks and says, "We know." Because they aren't trying to kill him, they're just holding him in place for the orbital strike. Cut to a mountain cliff way up above where Thor is standing with his hammer fully charged, locked onto the rune circle down on Midgard. He's found the perfect loophole. He can shoot his ultimate attack through the barrier without physically crossing it, nuking Bryce into oblivion. He's just about to pull the trigger when he feels a presence behind him. He turns around, it's Loki. Back down on the battlefield, the Valkyries are completely draining their mana bars just trying to keep Bryce pinned. They were counting on Thor's assist on this one. But Bry's late. She realizes they can't hold out any longer, so she screams at her squad to force the magic circle and just seal him outright. But Bryce has already downloaded their attack patterns. He shatters the magical bindings, draws his weapon, and in one buttery smooth motion, absolutely one-shots two Valkyries. They drop dead on the spot. Leaf screams their names in pure horror. Bryce actually pauses for a second, silently respecting that they stood their ground even when they were running on empty, before going right back to the slaughter. Valhalla's warriors flood the zone to protect the remaining Valkyries, screaming Odin's name, but Bryce is just mowing through them like they're wet paper. But right in the middle of catching all these bodies, Bryce's high-end stat kicks in. He notices the desperate, panicked way they're fighting. The timing is completely off. The plan went sideways. Thor's nuke never dropped. He immediately suspects that Merlin must have somehow trolled their comms or blocked the attack. Meanwhile, up on the cliff, Thor glares at Loki and demands to know what the hell he's doing here. So Loki pulls his classic Loki move, just standing there with that smug-ass smirk, letting the awkward silence do all the heavy lifting before he finally speaks. He lays it out for Thor. The whole master plan was just to whittle Bryce down until the mid and high-tier warriors could actually jump him, even if it meant a bunch of them catching bodies in the process. Thor's like, "Yeah, no shit. So why are you here?" And Loki straight up brushes him off like, "Doesn't even matter anymore, bro." Because let's be real, Thor is completely region-locked right now. He can't add his power to the seal, and if he tries to descend to the battlefield, he's going to shatter the Grand Barrier, which is a massive no-go. So Loki basically tells him to grab some popcorn, sit back, and enjoy the show. Down on the ground, yeah, it's an absolute massacre. Bryce is completely surrounded. He's slicing through these warriors like they're tutorial mobs. After getting bored of the warm-up, he literally taps his forehead, pops open a glowing red third eye, and just nukes the entire front line with a massive crimson energy blast. The whole squad deleted in one frame. But wait, that was exactly the opening the heavy hitters were waiting for. Bridie comes dropping in from the top rope with a lightning-charged hammer. Siri follows up by spamming 3 arrows, and then Taiho pulls up riding a literal massive red dragon, sword drawn, and actually lands a direct hit right on Bryce's chest. The bad news? Bryce is just built too incredibly different, and the impact completely shatters Taiho's sword into pieces. Bryce gets staggered for maybe half a millisecond, gets annoyed, pulls out the legendary red and gold spear of Lucan, just casually launches it. It hits the dragon, triggers a nuclear explosion, and sends Taiho ragdolling into the stratosphere while Merlin, Siri, and Bracky are just standing there watching their boy blast off like Team Rocket. Cedric immediately hits the gas on her griffin to go play ambulance and catch Taiho, before he becomes a permanent part of the pavement. Bracky realizes someone has to tank the boss, so he steps right into Bress's path to buy time. Bress is absolutely fed up at this point. He conjures his own Crimson Lightning Hammer. Bracky raises his, and they clash full force. The shockwave literally cracks the earth. But let's be honest, we all knew how this was going to end. Bress's power completely obliterates Bracky's hammer like it was made of plastic. But right when things look hopeless, the indomitable human spirit kicks in. All the half-dead, injured warriors who were supposed to be done for the day start dragging themselves back to their feet. They straight up refuse to stay down, telling Braki he isn't the only one crazy enough to stand there and take a beating. Then Rian pulls up with 4 Valkyries to join the standoff. Bress is absolutely fuming now, basically yelling, "Screw it, all of you come catch these hands at once." Meanwhile, Seri safely drops off Taiho with Merlin, tells him to take care of it, and with that, she is once again ready to join the battle. Cut over to Caliph Castle, and the 3 Valkyries who just dropped that steel rain nuke are absolutely running on fumes, like 0 stamina bar left. Raskrid is gasping for air, confirming the strike landed and hoping the city assault is going smoothly. Then the blue-haired one asks if they at least got breath with the shot. Ingrid is like, if the plan worked, yeah, probably. But then she just stops walking and goes, well, let's check. Meanwhile, Merlin is standing over an unconscious Taiho, whips out his summoning stone and tags in Adamaha. She spawns in, takes one look at our boy sleeping on the job, completely freezes in panic, and then immediately starts spamming healing spells the second Merlin gives the green light. Back at the battlefield, things are still going horribly wrong. Braki grabs a random weapon off the ground, starts hyping himself up, claiming he's the son of a god, and charges at Bress wrapped in lightning. Bress just chuckles, steps right up to him, and absolutely folds him. Complete one tap. Braki's weapon shatters, and he hits the ground so hard he becomes a permanent terrain feature. And as he's lying in a literal crater taking this massive lair, he's forced to confront his daddy issues. Thor is not his biological father, like physically impossible, since Thor hasn't set foot in Midgard since the barrier went up a century ago. But while Braki is having his existential crisis, the rest of the warriors keep trying their luck, and Bress just casually sweeps them out of the chat. He swats 3 Valkyries out of the sky like annoying mosquitoes, and then Ciri shows up. She fires a massive energy arrow straight at his dome, but Bress literally does an ultra instinct dodge at the very last second, closes the gap, and just hands her the meanest beatdown. He literally turns his back on her, assuming she's done. But nah, she's not done yet. She uses her Saga of the Old Witch. She forces herself back up because someone has kept this bastard busy, until Taiho gets back up and she's decided to take the shift. Just then she hears her name. She turns around and there's this mysterious golden-haired dude in a green hood glowing with this chill, legendary energy telling her he's not letting her die today, and also he's not letting Idun take her from him. She barely has time to crack a smile before Bress turns around and swings to finish the job, but he hits a complete air after image. The real Ciri spawns behind him, and bro, her Saga officially upgrades to the legendary max-tier wolf goddess, and the plot armor doesn't stop there. Braki starts waking up from his dirt nap, flashing back to when he was ugly crying over finding out Thor wasn't his real dad. But in the memory, Thor himself just pulls up, sits next to him and says, bro, every warrior in my legion is my kid. That little pep talk was all the fuel Braki needed. He drags his battered self up, screams that he is the son of a god one more time, and boom, he goes full Super Saiyan 2. Golden energy absolutely erupts from him, and he manages to spawn a glowing hammer that looks suspiciously like a copyright-free Mjolnir. Bress is looking between the two of them, absolutely sick to his stomach that he's getting double-teamed by mid-fight awakenings. Meanwhile, in the backline, Adamaha is still desperately trying to revive Taiho when she suddenly yells at Merlin to check Taiho's inventory and grab the golden apple fast. Merlin tosses it over, she takes a bite, and man, she doesn't even hesitate. She leans right in and gives Taiho the direct mouth-to-mouth golden apple transfer to push his healing into absolute overdrive. The apple gets into Taiho's system, and this massive golden light starts exploding everywhere. So while Brolim is tunnel visioned on Braki, awakened Ciri is out here moving like the Flash. She's blurring around him so fast my guy's head is spinning, just trying to track her. Braki instantly capitalizes on the confusion and swings his thunder hammer. Brolim manages to block it, but that split second of distraction was a fatal mistake. Ciri slides in and drives a massive hit straight into his chest, slicing him open. And before Brolimus can even process his HP dropping, Rosgrid and Gandur come crashing in from the sidelines, jumping him from behind. It's an absolute Jujutsu Kaisen-style jump, and the combined force of the attack actually makes Brolin scream in pain. Then Braki decides to go full descend. Brolin leaps into the stratosphere and brings the hammer straight down on Brolim's skull, smashing his face directly into the pavement. The impact kicks up so much dust the Valkyries literally have to shield their eyes. Right at that exact moment, Sleeping Beauty finally wakes up. Adin Maha is practically in tears, scolding Taiho out of pure relief. Taiho hits her with the my bad, asks her to help him up, and when she frantically asks if he's even in condition to fight, he shuts it down. He basically says, the longer we wait, the more this boss scales, so we're going back in now. Merlin gives him the nod of approval. Taiho summons Caliburn, gets completely enveloped in golden protagonist energy, and heads straight for the battle. Back in the crater, the entire squad decides to rush Brellas all at once. But you know the golden rule of anime. If the smoke clears and the boss is just standing there, you're screwed. Brellas stands up and detonates a massive crimson AoE blast that completely tanks their team's attack. And when the dust settles, he is completely unbothered, fully healed, and somehow stronger than before. He instantly goes on the offensive, sweeping the Valkyries aside like they're low-level mobs, and then locks into a brutal beam struggle clash with Braki's sword against hammer. Brelin is just glaring at him, basically telling him to accept the L and go to sleep. Braki is holding on by sheer willpower alone. when suddenly a massive pillar of golden light shoots into the sky. Everyone stops what they're doing, because they know exactly what time it is. Taiho drops in from the sky riding Rolo without wasting a second and activates both of his legendary sagas at the exact same time. Warrior of Idun and King of Camelot. Brelins takes one look at that sword and for the first time actually starts sweating. They don't waste a single second and immediately start throwing hands, resulting in a shockwave that literally blows Braki and Ciri off their feet. From there they're trading blows left and right. But here's the crazy part. Brelin laughs at Taiho, saying how all he's doing is pointless. As the battle goes on, his power level will continue to rise as well. But what this idiot didn't know is that it was the same for our boy as well. As the battle went on, his synchronization rate with Kalstad was climbing. His movements were getting sharper, and he was physically adapting to the pressure. He pushes Brelas back once, then again. Brelas gets pissed and swings for his head, but he hits nothing but air. Taiho's already gone. He spawns high above and orders Rolo to transform into a dragon. With that, he dives straight down like a literal meteor. But Brelas isn't running. He plants his feet, pops open that crimson third eye, and throws up his ultimate barrier. The dragon crashes into it, and the collision is absolutely blinding. Just a massive explosion of light, force, and debris. But the barrier holds. Brelas smirks thinking he successfully tanked the ultimate attack, but Taiho just hits the gas and pours more power into it. So this bastard Brelas is absolutely sweating right now. His barrier is cracking. He's getting pushed back, and his brain is completely short-circuiting, because he's looking at Taiho and thinking to himself, wait, this guy shouldn't be doing this much damage. He's throwing a whole tantrum, demanding to know what Taiho actually is, practically begging for the patch notes to explain his own defeat. But our boy Taiho, he couldn't care less about this dude's feelings, and went ballistic, and went on to deliver a sword strike, screaming, "This one's for Adin Maha." Cut to Adin Maha, hearing this from a distance, and she instantly turns into a walking tomato. Taiho shatters the barrier and drives Caliburn straight through this bozo. Then this massive fire dragon scoops Taiho up into the sky for the ultimate victory lap. Meanwhile, up on a cliff, Thor has absolutely had enough of Loki's nonsense and swings on him, splitting him clean in half. But surprise, surprise, it's just a hologram copy. Loki drops some cryptic villain dialogue and dips, leaving Thor literally yelling at the clouds. Back in the air, Taiho realizes this dragon is connected to Kalstad, the Lord of Scorching Flames. He points it at the remaining Fomorian mob, and the dragon just breathes straight fire, wiping the floor with all of them. The battlefield goes absolutely crazy, especially because killing that bastard dropped a bucket load of XP and rune buffs. Braki is still hyped out of his mind, practically shadowboxing the air. By sunset, it's a massive W for Valhalla. They take Kalev Castle and pack up the Fomorians, though they definitely took some heavy hits to get there. That night, they set up camp, and Adin Maha goes full concern waifu mode. She tracks Taiho down and scolds him to actually rest because newsflash, he's still heavily injured and winning doesn't magically heal you. Taiho thanks her and tells the crew to get some sleep. But then it hits her. She remembers the "this one's for Adin Maha" line. The blush comes back with a vengeance. She spins around, literally tells her griffin to get lost, and speed walks away without making eye contact. Taiho's just watching her leave with that smug little smile. Then Braki and Ciri pull up. Braki is losing his mind over how insane the fight was, but then he pivots and starts heavily simping over Ciri and how unbelievable her transformation was. He's getting way too passionate about it. Taiho clocks instantly that this man is down bad, and Ciri realizes it too, so she just straight up smacks him. Taiho seizes out, smiles, and quietly dips to go to sleep. He passes out and wakes up in a dream inside Idun's realm. Taiho does his greeting routine. Idun tells him to take a seat. She explains how Bress has been a massive pain in Asgard's ass for ages, and thanks him on behalf of upper management. Taiho, being the humble protagonist he is, says it was a team effort. Idun agrees that the Valkyries bleeding for the setup was crucial, but without him, it was GG. Then she drops the real loot. Taiho is getting officially promoted to a high-ranking warrior, which means she can finally make him commander of her legion. Taiho pauses for a second, wondering about all the other members of this so-called legion he hasn't met yet. Idun reads his mind and hits him with the reality check. Yeah, what you are thinking is correct. You're the only one left. But she makes it clear she's not picking him by default. He actually earned this. Taiho takes the news like a champ without flinching. She mentions a formal ceremony is coming up and asks if he'll summon Helda for it, and he instantly agrees. Then Idun leans in and gives him a soft kiss on the forehead, and after all that epic hype, it took a whole 5 days to clean up the castle after the battle. The Valkyries did the proper send-off ceremonies for the fallen, while the city is basically taping itself back together after losing its ruler. Also, this lucky bastard was enjoying the best time of his life because in order to strengthen his saga, the warrior was visited by the Valkyrie. All the Valkyries visited him daily and smacked him with a forehead kiss. By day 6, man is fully locked in and ready to go. That morning, Regenleaf gathers every single Valhalla warrior in front of the castle, because before anyone teleports back to home base, Taiho is finally getting his promotion and now can bro out and share it with his girl. So he whips out his shiny golden summoning card, and Helda pops up with that bright, warm smile of hers. After a quick, wholesome reunion, she hits him with the classic, "I have a confession" face. Turns out, she had low-key hidden the fact that his assigned legion had absolutely 0 senior warriors. But Taiho brushes it off and doesn't even sweat it. Then the ceremony kicks off for real. Regenleaf calls him up to the stage, officially announcing him as the new commander of Idon's Legion. The warriors go absolutely feral, screaming his name and hyping him up, but then Helda steps up for the official blessing. She places her hand on his head, pauses for dramatic effect, and straight up kisses him. Bruh, the crowd loses its collective mind. It's pure chaos. Half of them are cheering, and the other half are ready to jump him out of pure, unadulterated jealousy. Once the hype dies down, Regenleaf clears her throat to read the fine print. She announces that since Taiho is officially a high ranker now, he can't just stroll through the Grand Barrier into Asgard whenever he feels like it. Taiho immediately starts sweating, thinking that he can't get back to Asgard. But Regenleaf calms him down, telling him that it's not a permanent thing, just a temporary measure. Also, given that the Garmer fragments are only spawning in Midgard right now, so that's where the action is. Then she drops another piece of news on him. The new commander Taiho is now the supreme boss of every single Valhalla force operating in Midgard. Our boy just stands there, dial-up noises playing in his head. His brain straight up blue screens. When he finally snaps back to reality, he's like, "What did you just say?" Regenleaf told him not to sweat it, adding that everything is just going to be the same. All that he needs to do is to command the Valkyries and tell them what to do. The warriors hit him with one last cheer to seal the deal. Cut to that night, the castle is dead quiet, and Taiho is heading back to his room, half exhausted and half stressed about his new middle management duties. Suddenly, he bumps into Helda in the hallway. She admits she just wanted to see him one last time before heading back, and instantly the romantic tension is off the charts. They do that awkward anime trope where they're looking everywhere but at each other, knowing they won't see each other for a hot minute. But before anything can happen, enter Admaha, the ultimate cock blocker. She swoops in out of nowhere, grabs Helda, and literally drags her off to bed, like a tired mom who is completely done with the romance arc. Taiho just waves, tells her to sleep well, and heads to his room alone. He passes out pretty quick, but suddenly he smells this super nice scent like he's lying in the middle of a sunflower field. Next thing he knows, he opens his eyes and he's in bed with this absolute blonde baddie in holy thickness. This girl's acting very forward and ready to risk it all. But our boy Taiho, a loyal king, he instantly scrambles back completely freaked out, complaining that she startled him and demanding to know who she is and how she broke in. But then the remaining two brain cells rub together. He looks around, realizes he is definitely not in his own room, and it hits him. He's in a dream. Without missing a beat, he drops into a polite bow and says, "The warrior of Idduan," greets the god of Asgard. The blonde baddie just laughs, clearly impressed that he passed the vibe check so fast. She sits up properly, looks right at him and goes, "Nice to meet you, warrior of Idduan. I'm Freyja." Taiho hears the name Freyja and his jaw practically hits the floor, like we are talking about the Freyja goddess of beauty and magic, just casually chilling on his bed in his dream. He looks up to actually take her in, and yeah, her aura's no joke. Meanwhile, Freyja's sitting there being totally delusional, thinking our boy is absolutely lost in the sauce, captivated by her holy thickness. She expects him to be drooling and losing his mind like every other NPC male in existence. But nah, Taiho is built different. He just deadpans in his own head, thinking, honestly, Helda is way prettier. And because she's a god, Freyja's radar completely catches that vibe. She expected him to be absolutely dumbstruck, but his total calmness completely throws her off. She keeps her confident smile going, but deep down she's slightly tight about it. Suddenly a portal literally rips open right in the middle of the dream, and in walks Ido, looking absolutely heated. Freyja acts like she isn't trespassing in another god's territory, and greets her like everything is totally normal. Taiho immediately bows to his actual boss, and Idun cuts straight to the chase. "Why are you in my warrior's room?" Freyja smooth talks her way through it, claiming she's just here to recognize a top-tier warrior, and isn't trying to poach him. Though the obvious irritation in her voice tells a whole different story. She turns back to Taiho, playfully calls him the Valkyrie Master, and tosses him a Valkyrie horn. This thing is basically a VIP hotline that lets him summon and command Valkyries directly. Taiho takes it and says thanks, but Idun is still visibly annoyed and asks if she's done. Freyja tells Idun to relax in front of her own warrior, steps right into Taiho's personal space, and plants a kiss straight on his lips before he can even dodge. Idun yells out, but Freyja just ignores her for a second, pulls back with a soft laugh, drops a playful peace out, and dips back. Now it's just pure awkward silence, just Taiho and Idun standing there. Idun gathers herself, checking to make sure Freyja didn't curse him or mess with his head. Taiho shakes his head, but he's just staring at her. She catches it and asks what's wrong. He goes, "I've met many gods by now, but why do you keep your face hidden, lady?" Idun? That catches her completely off guard. She reaches up to the veil and says, "If you want to see, I'll show you," and takes it off. Her face is absolutely stunning, but there's a catch: her eyes are still completely hidden under a blindfold. Taiho just stands there quiet, not knowing what to say, and Idun instantly reads the room. She laughs, teasing him for looking so disappointed, and says she's just messing with him. He wants to ask about the blindfold, but before he can even get the words out, she says her time's up, drops a soft, wholesome forehead kiss for her blessing, and heads back. Cut to the bad guys for a second. We've got Loki standing in front of Korga, this edgy orc guy who's basically Bray's right-hand man. Korga is bowing down, begging for power, and Loki raises his hand. He tells Korga he's got a very important task for him. Back at the castle, Taiho wakes up to his new reality, and the workplace dynamics have completely shifted. Ingrid gives him this super stiff formal report, and Taiho realizes everyone is suddenly talking to him formally. He runs into Siri and tries to greet her casually like he always does, but she shuts that down immediately, reminding him he's the commander now and he can't be casual with his subordinates. So Taiho, being an absolute menace, decides to test the waters and calls her Siri Nuna. Bro, she straight up short circuits. She gets incredibly flustered, her face turns red, and she immediately backpedals, saying, "Absolutely not, just Siri is fine." He agrees, keeping it moving. Taiho steps out through the main gates, stands in front of his new army of warriors and Valkyries, raises his sword and barks out his first official order. The whole squad roars back in unison. Hype levels are off the charts. But up on a nearby roof, Korga is waiting for his chance to strike at our boy. Down below, Helda pops up behind Taiho to say goodbye, since this is his first official deployment. Plus, she's heading back to Asgard today. Taiho says that he wishes she could stay, and they get hit with that awkward romantic tension again. But right on cue, Admaha, the undisputed champion of cock-blocking, swoops in, grabs Helda and drags her away again. Helda yells out a quick "take care," but the absolute millisecond she's gone. Korga makes his move. He drops from the roof and closes the distance instantly. Helda catches it at the last second and screams a warning, but it's too late. Korga grabs Taiho from behind in a chokehold, and this nasty dark violet energy just erupts from his body. Korga starts chanting, the power spikes instantly, and then boom, a massive violet shockwave blasts out, shaking the whole area and blinding everyone in the blast zone. So that sketchy violet light finally fades, and Taiho's whole squad, Helda, Adin Maha, Braki, and Siri, are just standing around hitting the bong. They have absolutely zero clue what just happened. Meanwhile, Merlin is clutching his hat, his spidey senses going absolutely haywire, because he instantly realizes they just got bamboozled. When the dust finally settles, surprised they're nowhere near the castle. The squad has been violently dropped into this massive barren rock arena. Rasgrid clocks it as a forced teleportation, but Merlin is already sweating bullets. He looks up at the sky, does the math, and realizes exactly where they've been dumped. They're in Eriu. Idun, Maha, and Quine take one look around and confirm it. But why the hell are they here? Taiho looks up and the trap becomes painfully obvious. Cut over to Loki, who is out here putting on an absolute masterclass in hater behavior. He's up there smugly explaining to the giant lord that since the Grand Barrier stops these overpowered giant raid bosses from entering Midgard, he found a loophole and forcibly teleported Taiho's entire team out of Midgard instead. And standing right next to Loki is today's raid boss, Valgard, the Earth Giant. This dude is a literal walking natural disaster, and his only job description is to pack up the warrior of Idun and send his whole squad to the lobby. Loki is cheesing hard, fully confident Asgard won't be able to send backup before the whole team gets wiped out. Back in Eriu, the sky literally rips wide open, and a massive meteor-sized object comes hurtling straight for them. Braki takes one look and instantly passes the vibe check. He's seen this flavor of walking calamity before. He goes full tank mode, steps up to the front, and screams at everyone to get behind him. The boss makes contact with the ground, and the AoE on this impact is just absurd. The whole map shatters, shockwaves blow them back, and rocks fly everywhere like shrapnel. Braki roars, flexing his elemental stats, and drops a massive lightning strike to swat the incoming boulders out of the air before the squad gets turned into Swiss cheese. When the smoke finally clears, Valgard climbs out of the crater. The sheer size of this absolute unit has the whole squad temporarily stun-locked, but Taiho snaps out of it first. He immediately realizes he's the one holding all the boss's aggro, so he barks an order for the team to scatter and stay out of the splash zone. Valgard lumbers right up to him, points a giant finger, and basically says, "Warrior of Idun, your free trial of life has expired." Helda and Adin Maha are ready to jump the guy, but Taiho shuts that down immediately. He tells them to sit back and let him cook unless he pings them for backup. Valgard wastes zero time and goes straight for a massive Donkey Kong ground pound. Taiho hits the dodge roll at the absolute last microsecond, jumps onto the giant's arm and starts sprinting up it like a highway. Valgard swings his other hand to swat him like a mosquito, but Taiho hits a sick animation cancel, shifting straight into his hawk form. He completely breaks the giant's ankles and rockets into the sky. Once he's secured the high ground, Taiho shifts back, summons his pet Rollo, and mounts up to climb even higher. Now, our boy knows Rollo's base form isn't going to do a damn thing here, so he instantly triggers the dragon transformation. Without missing a beat, Taiho points at the giant and tells Rollo to roast this rocky bastard until he turns to glass. Rollo unleashes absolute hellfire, but Valgard just casually reshapes his arms into a massive stone shield and tanks the blast head-on. He slides back a bit, but the fire basically does 0 DPS. Taiho immediately figures out the boss's gimmick. This guy can actively reshape his own body to counter whatever element they throw at him. Then Valgard gets real quiet for a second, before letting out a deafening roar. Suddenly, a terrifying shotgun blast of stone spikes erupts out of his chest at Mach 10. Taiho tries to evade, but they are trapped in an absolute bullet hell. A bunch of spikes tear straight through Rollo, dropping the dragon to 1 HP, while Taiho takes some nasty chip damage himself. Refusing to let his best boy get permaboxed, Taiho instantly unsummons Rollo to save his life. But with the dragon gone, Taiho is now literally free-falling through the air with 0 backup. Does he panic? Absolutely not. our boy spots the remaining stone spikes still flying through the air, uses them as literal stepping stones, and goes full-blown anime protagonist. He starts parkouring across the falling rocks in midair, sword drawn, closing the gap to deliver some personal, up-close disrespect right to Valgard's face. Valgard then counters it with another massive fist, hoping to end this before Taiho even gets into melee range. But our boy is already hitting the turbo button. Lightning starts crackling around him. He charges up some blue energy in his palm and he rockets forward. The giant throws another punch, but Taiho just hits a mid-air dash, iframing right through it without losing a single drop of momentum. He then goes, "Merlin, now's the time," and the wizard yells at him to just keep the boss CC'd for 1 second while he finishes casting. Taiho plays the perfect distraction, buying every millisecond he can until Merlin finally drops this massive fireball straight from the sky that hits Valgard dead center. The explosion shatters the giant into a million pieces, and everyone starts celebrating, but Merlin instantly starts sweating and yells, "My king, that thing isn't down yet." Just then the broken chunks of rock start trembling, cracking apart from the inside, and suddenly a completely different figure steps out of the rubble. Turns out that colossal mountain of rock was just his Phase 1 armor. Valgard's true form is this leaner, stone-limbed humanoid. Knowing they are in deep trouble, Brachy and Ciri immediately pop their ultimate saga and our boy follows suit, and all three rush in for the gank. Valgard slams the ground, spawning a wall of defensive stone spikes, but Brachy goes full unga-bunga, blasting straight through the barricade. He starts raining down heavy attacks on Valgard, but the boss doesn't even flinch. The dude has absolute super armor. Right then, the rest of the squad regroups, but Aniclimax snaps her head up and points at the sky. Massive stone spheres are dropping from the sky, crashing all around them. Razgrid immediately yells out enemy reinforcement and orders everyone to regroup and deal with it. Back to the main fight. Brachy wins up a max-charged lightning-infused hammer swing, and Valgard just casually catches it with his bare wrist. Brachy freezes, and that one pause says everything. You can practically see his soul leave his body and go on to deliver a punch straight in the chest. Brachy gets sent flying, coughing up blood before he even hits the ground, and gets knocked out cold. Ciri tries to get back at Valgard while he is distracted looking forward, but without even turning around, the boss just spawns a stone spike from the ground straight through her. She drops instantly. Taiho rushes in next, sword drawn, closing the gap fast. Valgard tries to read the movement, but Taiho cuts through the surrounding spikes and actually lands a graze on his chest, drawing first blood. Valgard stops. He looks down at the scratch, then his expression goes completely flat. You can literally see the switch flip in his head as he decides, right then and there, that Taiho's plot armor is getting revoked today. Meanwhile, those meteor spheres have unboxed themselves into full-blown stone golems, swarming the Valkyries. Aniclimax shifts into her sea dragon form and blasts one with freezing fire. Helda charges in, ignites her fire sword, parkours up a golem, and drives the blade straight through its head, one-shotting the mob. The second her boots touch the ground, Aniclimax screams at her to ignore the trash mobs and get to Taiho. Helda doesn't hesitate, she pops a sprint and runs, but when she gets there, she hits an invisible wall of pure despair. Brachy is folded on the ground, completely unconscious. Ciri is motionless, skewered by a spike, and standing in the center of the carnage is Valgard, holding our boy Taiho off the ground by his literal skull. Helda is completely paralyzed. She tries to call out to him, but her voice completely cracks. Hearing Helda scream, this giant bastard Valgard just slowly turns to look at her, flashing the absolute most toxic, disrespectful smirk you can imagine. He literally tells her too late, Miss Valkyrie, and just slams our boy Taiho headfirst into the dirt. He winds up for another punch to finish the job, and Helda realizes they are completely screwed, so she hits the literal oh shit button and decides to stop holding back. Boom, a massive golden flashbang goes off. Valgard gets blinded, staggers back, and his aggro is completely broken. The whole vibe of the battlefield shifts in a split second, and when the particle effects finally settle, standing right there in place of Helda is Goddess Idun. At that exact moment, Taiho's eyes snap open. His HP bar instantly shoots from 1 to 100. He pushes himself off the ground, looks at Helda and goes, "So you were Idun all along." Idun just gives him a little nod, apologizing for capping with him this whole time. Meanwhile, Valgard, who clearly has absolutely zero respect for the lore drop, tries to spawn kill Taiho, right then and there by smashing the ground, but Taiho just hits the instant transmission, popping up right next to the giant like it's nothing, and flat out tells him, "We aren't done here now," with Idun standing next to him, because the mana drain of maintaining 2 legendary sagas suddenly feels like a breeze. Just then the sky lights up like a premium 10-pull gacha animation, and Taiho hits the absolute jackpot. Quien looks like he just saw a ghost, because he knows exactly who is about to drop. One by one, the literal Knights of the Round Table spawn in. They pulled up right behind Taiho and went even though Camelot is gone, and Iryu is destroyed. They never forgot their oath and will always back their king. Valgard roars and tries to rush them, but he's about to find out what an actual coordinated raid party looks like. The knights hit him with the combo Tristan's bow, Galahad's sword, Percival's lance, and Agravain's blade all chaining together flawlessly. They literally stunlock the giant. He cannot break their guard to save his life. Then Lancelot steps up, brings down Arendite, and deletes a massive chunk of Valgard's HP, making the giant scream in actual agony. But bro, they aren't even done. Above Taiho, one final golden light gathers, and God literally drops Galaan's legendary sword Gallatin straight from the heavens. Taiho catches it mid-air and his sync rate goes to the absolute moon. He unlocks the myth saga of the Sword of the Sun, and his power peaks right under the midday sun. Valgard tries to lock back onto him, but nah, not happening. This guy is toast. Taiho closes the gap in a single frame and hits him with the ultimate finisher, cleaving the giant perfectly in two. He sticks the superhero landing, driving the sword into the ground to hold himself up. He looks up, and Idun is walking over to him with this quiet, proud relief in her eyes. Fast forward to the epilogue, and Manhwa is now officially a Valkyrie playing HR for Idun's Legion. She expects like 3 guys and a dog to show up for recruitment, but the turnout is absolutely insane. Warriors are literally sprinting to sign up, buzzing about how hyped the Legion is right now. Manhwa is genuinely confused, thinking to herself, Taiho definitely went around scamming people and hyping up our guild, didn't he? Helda pulls up on a boat, takes one look at the massive mob wrapping around the building, and realizes they are officially suffering from success. The garrison is booming just like the good old days. Later on, Manhwa manages to corner Taiho, demanding to know why he went around spreading rumors that their legion was packed with absolute baddies to get people to join. But our boy doesn't even blink. He activates his unspoken protagonist Riz, looks her dead in the eye and goes, "What do you mean? Lies? It's the truth. We have Helda, Ingrid, and Ciri." And then he points right at her and says, "And we have you." So yeah, the Legion is packed with beautiful Valkyries. Manhwa instantly blue screens. She catches heavy feelings, gets entirely flustered, and speed walks away before she melts. Taiho just smiles, heads for the door, and walks outside. But the second he steps out, he freezes dead in his tracks. Ingrid is standing right there, hand over her heart in a full knight salute. And behind her, every single warrior, Valkyrie, and guild member standing in perfect formation, doing the exact same thing. It's been a century since the last great war, but a new one is starting the endgame, meant to wipe out the monsters across the 9 realms once and for all. And Taiho is standing dead center, the undisputed commander fighting for Idun, for Helda, for Asgard, and for all of it. He raises his hand and drops the command. The entire army roars as one, ready to like the video and help Mamoru to make juicy content and activate that cheeky little bell.